Awakening the Daily Intelligence System. Chapter 1. Daily Intelligence System. 1. 6th floor via staircase. 45 gypsum boards, 2.5 yuan per floor, 15 yuan per board, total amount, 675 yuan. 5 bundles of keel, 10 yuan per bundle, total amount, 50 yuan. 37 bags of putty powder, 4.5 yuan per bag, total amount, 166.5. Total, 891.5 yuan. Brother, you worked hard today. Consider the extra money as a treat for a bottle of drink. 900 yuan received Viaduct Alipay. International Metropolis, Rakshasa City. Late at night. In front of an old residential building. It was already autumn by then, with the weather turning colder, and most people had started wearing sweatshirts or long sleeves. But Lin Mo, who had worked for half the day, was still bare-chested, allowing sweat beads the size of soybeans to continuously roll down his body. "Thank you, boss. Contact me anytime you have more work." Lin Mo wiped the sweat off his forehead with the back of his hand, then replied to a message with trembling fingers. He got on his electric bike and headed home. He had a good build, a robust physique with well-developed muscles, especially the block-like pectorals and abs, giving off an impression of sturdiness at first glance. But upon closer inspection, one would notice that Lin Mo's back was covered with dense, thin scars, as well as peeling dead skin from prolonged exposure to the sun. His palms had become as rough as the bark of an old pine tree, with cracks on the backs of his hands, and thick calluses in his palms. Beyond these external scars, he had serious issues with his meniscus, lumbar muscle strain, and bursitis, often needing to work while wearing large patches of pain-relieving plaster. Although he made nearly 1,000 yuan today, which was a lot of money for most people, Lin Mo wasn't very happy. Like most men, he was facing his own midlife crisis. At 30 years old, his body had started to gradually decline, and nobody knew how long he could continue with such intense physical labor. Beyond that, the cost of living in Rakshasa City was terrifying. With the expenses for his daughter's elementary school, plus monthly rent and other living costs, nearly consuming 80% of his total income. He could save very little money each month. Forget about settling down in the big city, he didn't even have enough money to buy an apartment outright in a small county town. And going back to his hometown? Lin Mo's parents were also migrant workers from out of town, and he was born in Rakshasa City. To him, hometown was nothing more than a dilapidated adobe house he visited maybe once every 3 to 5 years. No connections, no familiar friends, he didn't even know the roads in the county town. What could he possibly do if he returned to his hometown? He remembered when he had just graduated, Lin Mo was full of ambition, wanting to carve out a niche for himself in the big city, but he sadly realized that the children of workers mostly end up as workers themselves. Climbing the social ladder wasn't as easy as he had thought. A hometown that he couldn't return to, a city that he couldn't hold onto. Despite his utmost effort, he couldn't offer his wife and child a stable life. This was the most honest portrayal of Lin Mo's life. Because he lived in the suburbs, by the time Lin Mo stood in front of his house, it was nearly 9 p.m. HSS. Standing at the entrance of his rented apartment, Lin Mo took a deep breath, gave himself a relaxed smile, then took out his keys and turned the door lock. Creak. The rusty security door opened, revealing a small but very clean and tidy living room. "Daddy's back." The cute little girl sitting at the dining table doing her homework stood up at once upon seeing Lin Mo, hurriedly ran over, and leaped into his arms. Lin Mo instinctively lifted his daughter but winced from a sharp pain in his back, freezing the smile on his face. HSS. Lin Mo gritted his teeth, drawing in a sharp breath. Lin Xiao, his daughter, looked at him confused and asked, "Daddy, what's wrong? Is Xiao too heavy?" Ignoring the cold sweat beading on his forehead, Lin Mo endured the pain in his back and said with a smile, "You're not heavy at all, not in the slightest." Hearing the commotion in the living room, a woman of average height, slender build, and fair complexion, dressed in an apron, walked out from the kitchen. "Xiao Xiao, go wash your hands. Dinner will be ready soon." Her name was Li Jinwen, Lin Mo's former college classmate and his present wife. Lin Mo gently let his daughter down, patting her head and saying, "Listen to mommy and go wash your hands." "Okay." Lin Xiao Xiao replied obediently and walked into the nearby bathroom reluctantly. Ouch! As soon as the bathroom door closed, Lin Mo, one hand on his lower back, contorted his face in pain. It really hurt. That kind of pain coming from the inside of the muscles, as if he'd been hit with a dull club. Li Jinwen asked with concern, "Is your back hurting again? Let me put some medicinal plaster on it for you." "No need, it was a bit cold on the way home, probably just caught a draft." "It's nothing." Lin Mo rubbed his lower back and took a deep breath. "Are you sure?" "Yeah, it's nothing. It'll get better in a bit. Go heat the food, I'm starving." "All right, sit down and rest a bit, I'll go warm up the food." Li Jinwen turned and hurried back into the kitchen. "Oh right, didn't we say that you two don't need to wait for me to come back to eat together? I got home so late." Xiao Xiao said she wouldn't eat if you didn't come back. "All right." Lin Mo watched his wife's retreating figure, feeling an enormous sense of emotion well up within him. His wife was indeed a good, virtuous wife and mother. Lin Mo had thought so when they were dating, and he thought the same now. Chapter 2. Daily Intelligence System 2. But the only regret was that Lin Mo had made many promises to his wife, which he still hadn't fulfilled. For example, taking her to travel around the world. And buying a small apartment in the city for their family of 3, where they wouldn't be chased away by the second landlord. However, Li Jinwen had never complained about these. Before long, the small living room was filled with the aroma of food. "It smells so good. Wife's cooking skills are really getting better and better." Praise is necessary in life. To maintain a harmonious family, praising the lady of the house must be integrated into daily life. "Daddy will give you this to eat." "Xiao Xiao, you can't be picky, okay?" "Woo! I don't like this, give it to Daddy, Daddy likes carrots the most." "Okay, I'll eat it, I'll eat whatever you don't like." "You're just spoiling her, what if she becomes malnourished in the future?" "Xiao Xiao, when do you see Mom and Dad being picky?" But the things you adults buy are all what you like." Haha. The atmosphere was very harmonious. After dinner, Li Jinwen took Lin Xiao Xiao to bathe, while Lin Mo was responsible for washing the dishes and mopping the floor. There were no clear divisions of labor between the couple in everyday life, whoever was available did the household chores. Even Lin Xiao Xiao often did things within her ability. This kind of life was very ordinary. But it was also unattainable for many people. In this world, everyone envies others while being envied by others. "Good night, Daddy." "Good night, Mommy." "Good night, Xiao Xiao." "Good night." By the time everything was done, it was almost close to midnight, and after Lin Mo and Li Jinwen had washed up, they lay on the bed in the bedroom. The room was not big. Apart from a bed, there was hardly anything but a walkway left. But because there were 2 people relying on each other, the small room felt especially warm. Li Jinwen snuggled in Lin Mo's arms and after thinking for a while, said, "By the way, husband, Xiao Xiao has a parent-teacher meeting tomorrow, and I want to take this opportunity to talk to their principal again. We can't let our daughter be bullied every day, right?" Mentioning this, Lin Mo also frowned. Previously, when Lin Xiao Xiao came home, her school uniform often had various stains, and at first, Lin Mo didn't care, thinking it was just the kids getting dirty while playing. But after asking his daughter, he learned that it was a boy in her class who deliberately smeared it with colored oil pens. Lin Mo had gone to the school about this. And he found out that it wasn't just Lin Xiaoxiao being bullied, a few other kids from out of town often came home covered in colorful ink stains as well. Since the boy's parents worked at the local six-fan gate, and besides being a prankster, the boy didn't do much else offensive, the school's handling of the matter was very ambiguous. After several attempts to reason with them, there were no results. Lin Mo also considered transferring his daughter to another school. But for migrant workers, having a school for their children to attend was already a great fortune. Changing schools was nearly impossible. Lin Mo sighed and consoled her, "I understand, let's go to sleep now, and we will talk about it after waking up tomorrow." Maybe other parents would first go to the principal, and then see how things go. Getting my daughter to school is a big issue. With the constant threat of being ordered to leave the school, every action must be taken with great caution. This is the helplessness of outsiders, like children raised by a stepmother. Li Jinwen replied softly, knowing all too well the helplessness involved. Then, cradling Lin Mo's strong body, she slowly drifted off to sleep. But Lin Mo tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. Even without a teacher's urging, he often suffered from insomnia due to overwhelming stress. Lin Mo could never forget the time he took Li Jinwen to view apartments, and she stood in the showroom kitchen, imagining herself as the lady of the house. It was truly heartbreaking. If they could own a small apartment in the big city, just 30 or 40 square meters, they could live a somewhat decent life. At least their daughter wouldn't be discriminated against because of her status as an outsider. But how terrifying are the housing prices in Rakshasa City? Even if he didn't eat or drink and had no health issues, earning a huge sum of 1,000 yuan a day, Lin Mo would need to have started his efforts before the founding of the nation just to scrape together enough. Entering primary school might be easy, but what about a few years from now, when it's time for junior high? What then? Will any school accept her? Or should I take her back to that hometown which has hardly any young people left? A sense of powerlessness surged within Lin Mo. He had been working so hard, yet he couldn't change anything. This feeling was just too unbearable. Why must society be so damn cruel? Ding! Suddenly, just then, an abrupt electronic chime rang out in Lin Mo's mind. Daily intelligence system binding in progress. Binding successful. Generating daily intelligence. Daily intelligence generation complete. Intelligence system. Lin Mo was stunned for a moment, slightly confused. However, before he could react, a transparent template appeared, suspended in mid-air before his eyes. On the left was his personal 3D color painting, resembling a character model from a video game. On the right was a red frame containing many pieces of intelligence information, listed in standard small script font. Today's intelligence. 1. You visited Future Star Primary School today and obtained relevant intelligence. Lin Xiaoxiao was bullied by her classmate Zhang Ziyu at school, who insulted her as a country bumpkin from outside the city, unworthy of attending school with him. 2. You met your neighbor Wang Yuki today and obtained relevant intelligence. Wang Yuki secretly used his retirement pension to tip 10,000 yuan to a beauty in a live stream chat room, using the nickname, Black Chicken. 3. You saw Li Jinwen today and obtained relevant intelligence. Li Jinwen talked to her parents on the phone today. Her parents are very dissatisfied with your current situation and are strongly urging Li Jinwen to bring Lin Xiaoxiao back home for schooling. 4. Wang Chong called you today and obtained relevant intelligence. Wang Chong lost 120,000 yuan on an online gambling platform this afternoon and is trying to borrow money from relatives and friends. 5. You passed by Earth Garden Community today and obtained relevant intelligence. Li Xiru from apartment 1402 in Building 5 of Earth Garden Community has lost her pet dog and is offering a 30,000 yuan reward for finding it. 6. You passed by Modeng Street today and obtained relevant intelligence. Your colleague Zhang Tiancheng is currently spending money at Red Romantic Foot Bath Shop, and the police will conduct a sudden anti-prostitution check on the shop tonight. 7. You brushed past the principal of Kaiming Star Primary School today and obtained relevant intelligence. Principal Lu Hungmei of Kaiming Star Primary School is involved with Coach Li of Ale Fitness Center. Their last date was Wednesday night at 9 o'clock, at the Home Inn on Development Road. 8. You watched international news today and obtained relevant intelligence. Victory Bird will launch a ground offensive against Hamas on October 27. 9. You saw the community property manager at the hospital today and obtained relevant intelligence. Property manager Lu Erhe took his son Lu Bao for a circumcision at North City's First City Hospital yesterday and used a half-price discount on a second procedure. Chapter 3, Harder to suppress than an AK-47, a corner of the mouth. 1. Intelligence System. Lin Mo stared at the data panel that had suddenly appeared before his eyes. His first reaction was that he was hallucinating. His brain also seemed to have crashed. He was stunned for a long time. Only then did he tentatively close his eyes, took a few deep breaths, and when he opened his eyes again, the data panel was still there. He rubbed his eyes. But the data panel did not disappear. In his spare time, Lin Mo also watched some anime and read novels, so the existence of a system was not unfamiliar to him. But he had never imagined that something so beyond reality would happen to him. It was absurd. Could he be dreaming? Calm down. First, let's see what's written on it. Maybe I'm just too tired and hallucinating, or maybe it's because of too much stress. I have some kind of mental issue. Having reached the age of 30 and living his life at the bottom of society, Lin Mo had prudence etched into his bones. To some, this meant he lacked boldness, wasn't daring enough, lived too cautiously, with typical poor man's thinking. But there was no choice. Not everyone has the capital to squander. Lin Mo was already 30 years old, with the burden of his parents' future retirement, his daughter's schooling, and the family's daily expenses weighing on him. He had to be extremely careful to bear the heavy burdens of life. Therefore, rather than the surprise of acquiring a system, Lin Mo was more afraid of developing some kind of mental illness. Because that would drag down his wife and child. After reading the 10 pieces of intelligence on the data panel several times, Lin Mo's breathing gradually became heavier, and he tried to sort out his somewhat chaotic thoughts. The content written on it is indeed about the people I encountered today, or the places I went to. Now, there are 3 methods to verify the authenticity of the intelligence system. The first is to wake up my daughter and ask her if she was bullied by her classmates today. The second is to wake up my wife and ask her if she made a call to the family. Lin Mo pondered for a moment and felt that both of these methods were not very appropriate. They were both already asleep, and waking them up to ask these questions would be too strange. Asking tomorrow would accomplish the same thing. But Lin Mo's current mood wouldn't allow him to wait until tomorrow. So there was only the third method left. Having made up his mind, Lin Mo glanced at his wife, who was sound asleep, and quietly got out of bed, carefully stepping out of the living room. He first found a pack of cigarettes that had been put away a long time ago from the living room cabinet, then, taking his phone with him, he opened the door and entered the dark hallway. Click! The faint glow of the flame shone on Lin Mo's face, which was a mixture of nervousness, fear, and excitement. Who? Lin Mo took a deep drag of his cigarette, opened his mobile phone's contacts, found the number saved as Elder Zhang, hesitated for half a minute, and then made the call. Beep, beep beep. The ring-back tone of the phone synced with Lin Mo's heartbeat, involuntarily causing him to grip the phone a bit harder. Whether he was about to possess the legendary secret power or come up empty-handed would all come down to this call. The first call went unanswered. Lin Mo lit another cigarette. And made the second call. After waiting a full 20 seconds or so, the call finally connected, and a man's voice came through. Lin? What's up, calling me in the middle of the night? Elder Zhang was Zhang Tiancheng. According to the intelligence report, he should be at the Red Romantic Foot Bath Shop on Modeng Street, and the police were going to raid Modeng Street tonight. Who? Lin Mo took a deep drag on his cigarette and feigned calm as he spoke. Got something I wanna talk to you about. Where you at now? I'm at home, yet. At home. Lin Mo's brows furrowed slightly, his mood plummeting from the clouds to the depths of a valley. Was he really hallucinating? Lin Mo clenched his teeth, unwilling to accept it, and pressed further, for real? Don't you have an old flame on Modeng Street, not keeping her company? No, I'm home sleeping. Zhang Tiancheng sounded very certain, and then added mysteriously, what's up, Elder Lin, you got plans? I've told you long ago that a man should live a bit more carefree, keep the red flag standing at home, but let the colored flags flutter outside, that's the... You're getting off track, what's the matter, Elder Lin? If it's about borrowing money, just spit it out. I don't have much, but I can manage to pull out 1,000 or 2. It seemed that this so-called intelligence system was not very accurate. Lin Mo had completely given up and casually said, it's nothing, not about borrowing money. While I was resisting the urge today, I overheard someone talking about the cops planning to raid Modeng Street for vice in the next few days. I remember you like to hang out there, so just a heads up, don't get caught. Damn, really? Zhang Tiancheng's tone tightened instantly, and after a few seconds of silence, he said, no big deal if they raid for vice, the Red Romantic Foot Bath Shop's owner has connections upstairs, the cops won't touch them. You're really not on Modeng Street? Really not? Alright then, hit the hay early. Just as Lin Mo was about to hang up the phone, disappointed, suddenly, he heard the loud sound of a door being kicked in, followed by the fierce voices of 2 or 3 men. Freeze, police! Don't move! Who are you on the phone with? Hang it up now! Officer, is getting a foot massage illegal now? Beep, beep beep. The call was disconnected. Ah, this. Lin Mo stared at his phone screen, unsure whether to mourn for his colleague or to be relieved. Thanks, Black Chicken. Just then, footsteps and a woman's coquettish voice came from downstairs. Hey? RWVL.O. Lin looked down the stairs to see, under the faint light of his phone, the nearly 80-year-old Mr. Wang Yuki ascend with a triumphant smile on his face. The next second, their eyes met, and the air fell into an eerie silence. Oh my! Wang Yuki silently turned off the phone volume, pretending to be startled and asked, Lin, you scared me. What are you doing up so late and not sleeping? Lin Mo shook the cigarette in his hand and said, just needed a nicotine fix, sneaked out for a quick smoke. Having said that, Lin Mo looked at Wang Yuki, catching him off guard with a question, and you, enjoying some PK action? Among the 10 pieces of information he had, there was something about Wang Yuki, and since he'd had this chance encounter, Lin Mo wasn't going to miss the opportunity to verify it. Upon hearing Lin Mo's words, Wang Yuki's old face turned red at a visible rate, and he quickened his pace, muttering as he walked, what PK? I accidentally clicked on that, don't talk nonsense. As he spoke, he fumbled to quit the live stream on his phone screen. Whether it was an accidental click, Lin Mo didn't know. But he thought that Wang Yuki's speed at operating TikTok was not inferior to that of a younger person like him. As they brushed past each other, Lin Mo didn't say much else. They lived across from each other, and their communication was not frequent, though Lin Mo would often help fix an appliance or install a light bulb for them. Their relationship wasn't particularly close. Just as Wang Yuki was opening the door to enter his house, he paused for a moment and said with a sigh, Lin, I really envy you young folks. Back in my day, marriages were arranged and we didn't even know what our wives looked like before the wedding night. It's not like now, you all date freely. After that, Wang Yuki closed his door. Chapter 4, A Warm Family of 3. 1. The next day, early in the morning. At 6:30 in the morning, the alarm clock rang on time. Li Jinwen woke from her sleep and, out of habit, pushed with her arm, intending for Lin Mo to turn off the alarm, but her push met with emptiness. Hey! She slowly opened her eyes and found that Lin Mo was not in bed. Where's my husband? Li Jinwen yawned, puzzled, slipped on her slippers, pushed open the bedroom door, and smelled a burst of delicious food aroma. Looking at the dining table, several exquisite dishes were already laid out. Awake already? Lin Mo poked his head out of the kitchen, smiling, and said, Go wash your face, then wake up Xiao Xiao, I just have one more soup to finish. Hey? Li Jinwen looked at the dishes on the table and inhaled the chicken soup scent that filled the air, her brain frantically trying to remember. Why make so many delicious dishes? Could today be some important day? Wedding anniversary? No, that's not it. Xioxio's birthday? That's not it either. My husband's birthday? The first day we met? First kiss? First date? First movie? None of them are right. Li Jinwen now finally understood the nervousness and embarrassment when she asked Lin Mo what the day was, and he couldn't answer. After brainstorming for a full minute, Li Jinwen, who really couldn't remember anything, could only sheepishly say with an apologetic tone, Husband. I'm sorry. I've forgotten what day it is today. Hey? Lin Mo was also taken aback. However, he quickly understood from his wife's expression what she was thinking. This cute and panicked look mirrored his own when he couldn't recall what an important day it was. Indeed. Two types of people won't emerge from the same nest. Lin Mo said with a smile, Today isn't any special day, it's just that it's been a long time since I cooked, and I wanted to make a nice meal for you and Xiao Xiao. Hurry up and wash up. Not any special day? Li Jinwen frowned, not moving to wash up. Instead, she walked over to the dining table to take a close look. Tofu and shrimp pancakes, silky egg custard, stir-fried lettuce, and crispy scallion pancakes. Her expression grew even more puzzled as she went straight into the kitchen, lifting the lid of the sand pot emitting a chicken soup fragrance to take a closer look. Inside was a clear stewed old hen with many side ingredients. The chicken soup isn't ready yet. Before Lin Mo could finish, Li Jinwen was already staring into his eyes, saying, Not counting the time you took to prepare the ingredients, this chicken soup has been stewing for at least 2 hours, right? Lin Mo, not understanding why, could only nod. His wife was right, the chicken soup indeed had been stewing for 2 hours. Li Jinwen pointed at the clock on the living room wall and said, It's only 6:30 in the morning now, and we went to bed at midnight. That means you must have started cooking at 4 in the morning. Do you think that's normal? Looking at his wife's reaction, Lin Mo genuinely felt that having the intelligence system was truly wasted on him. How wonderful to have a wife instead. This analytical ability is simply terrifying. However, Li Jinwen got one thing wrong. Lin Mo didn't get up at 4 in the morning, he hadn't slept at all throughout the night. In the past, he was an optimistic and cheery individual who struggled to survive in Rakshasa City with a bit of brute strength. An NPC like small fry. As time passed and he got older, Lin Mo gradually accepted his ordinary status, choosing to reconcile with life, to let himself off the hook, not to expect too much, but just to run his little household diligently. It wasn't enlightenment, it was helplessness after despair. But the advent of the intelligence system gave Lin Mo new hope for life and directly caused his insomnia throughout the night. In the first half of the night, he pored over the data templates of the system. In the latter half, bored of lying in bed, he simply came to the kitchen, wanting to make a sumptuous breakfast for his family. So this was the scene now unfolding before him. Honey, are you seriously ill? Li Jinwen, looking at the silent Lin Mo, noticed her eyes gradually reddening. You must tell me if something's wrong. Xiao Xiao and I are your most. Li Jinwen's voice abruptly stopped because Lin Mo had kissed her. The best way to stop a woman from talking is with a kiss. Of course. This method only works between couples or spouses. Otherwise, a girl might fall silent, but she's likely to call the police afterward. After the kiss, Lin Mo gently embraced his wife's body and whispered into her ear, "Unless something unexpected happens, you'll have a hard time becoming a widow in the next few decades. I really just had some insomnia last night, then on a whim, I just wanted to drink some chicken soup, and also wanted to make a sumptuous breakfast for you all. Go wake Xiao Xiao up, or she'll be late." "Really? Really? Really? Oh my! But you must tell me if anything happens, don't hide it from me, I wouldn't be able to handle it." All right, are you silly? Hurry up, or the food will get cold." "Okay." Before long, the family sat down together at the dining table. Lin Xiao Xiao, seeing a table full of delicious food, had her eyes shining. Just like her mom earlier, her mouth formed an O shape, and she asked in surprise, "Dad, Mom, what's the occasion today?" Li Jinwen ladled a bowl of chicken soup for Lin Xiao Xiao and said affectionately, "Today? Today is your dad's crazy day." "Hey? Crazy?" Lin Xiao Xiao stared at Lin Mo and finally said after a long while, "Dad, can you go crazy every day? Haha." All three couldn't help but laugh. The morning light streamed in through the small window, adding a few more touches of warmth to this cozy family. After breakfast, Li Jinwen combed Lin Xiaoxiao's hair, while Lin Mo cleaned up and washed the dishes. By the time all the chores were done, it was already 7:20 in the morning. Lin Mo took off his apron, donned a slightly peeling black leather jacket, and said to Li Jinwen, "Wife, I'll take Xiao Xiao today. You can rest at home. I'll pick you up tonight, and we'll go to the parent-teacher conference together. Then, after the conference, we'll take a stroll on the street as a family and buy some clothes for you and Xiao Xiao." The weather was getting colder, but Li Jinwen was still wearing clothes bought the year before last. "I don't need any. I have plenty of clothes," Li Jinwen thought for a moment and said, "but Xiao Xiao does need to buy a couple of items. She's grown a lot this year, and her old clothes are getting short." After saying this, she asked, "So you don't have to work today?" We'll see. There probably won't be anything today, I'll take a day off." Lin Mo nodded, took his daughter by the hand, and said, "Xiao Xiao, say goodbye to Mom." "Bye, Mom." Chapter 5. Profit from the Intelligence System. 1. Lin Mo lived in a rental house in the suburbs, quite a distance from the school. By the time he arrived at Future Star Primary School on his electric bike, it was already 7:50 in the morning. The crowded streets were full of parents dropping off their children, as well as vendors selling all kinds of breakfast. "Xiao Xiao, we've arrived at the school." "Xiao Xiao." Lin Mo, receiving no response, turned his head to look and discovered that Lin Xiao Xiao had her head down, breathing steadily, having fallen asleep in the added seat. Lin Mo couldn't help but sigh upon seeing this. Those living near the school could wake up at 7:30 and still have time for breakfast before going to school and attending class. But for migrant workers like them renting houses, to save some money, they mostly choose to live in the more distant suburbs. Money was saved, but the price was that the child had to sleep 1 hour less than others every day. For adults, it wasn't much. But for a child who was still growing, adequate sleep was very necessary. Sleep earlier. But then there was homework to do at night, and primary school students have a lot of homework. If the homework wasn't done well or grades didn't keep up, the teachers at school wouldn't look favorably upon them. As long as I follow the content written in the intelligence system, find Li Xiaoru's lost dog, and if everything goes smoothly, I should be able to get a reward of 30,000. Once the money is in hand, I'll go back and discuss with my wife about renting a place near the school, so Xiao Xiao won't have to get up so early and can sleep a bit more every day. Lin Mo was making plans for what to do next and, feeling sympathy, gently nudged his sleeping daughter. Xiao Xiao, we've arrived at school. Lin Xiao Xiao woke up startled, opened her weary eyes, mechanically nodded her head, then trudged toward the school mumbling, "Bye-bye, Daddy, be careful on the road." Lin Mo watched his daughter's retreating figure, hastily admonished, "Slow down, don't run, watch out for cars." "Got it. You go to work now." Lin Xiao Xiao verbally complied obediently, but her pace did not slow down at all. This child. Lin Mo sighed helplessly, mounted his electric bike, and prepared to head to the location mentioned in the system intelligence where the pet dog was lost. This was also why he had volunteered to take Xiao Xiao today. And just as he was about to leave, a pure white BMW 5 Series with a Rakshasa A license plate stopped at the school gate. Two people got out of the car. One was a woman in her early 30s, wearing a cardigan and over it, a pricey-looking white coat. And a small chubby boy in neat and tidy school uniform. Lin Mo recognized them as Zhang Ziyu, the boy who often bullied his classmates, and his mother who worked at 6 Fan Gate. Having encountered them, Lin Mo thought he might as well try to negotiate with them. If it can be resolved peacefully, there's no need to go looking for Principal Lu Mihong mentioned in the intelligence system. Lin Mo's request was simple. Just wanted the other parent to educate their child not to bully his daughter anymore. Having made up his mind, Lin Mo parked his electric bike, walked up to the woman with a meek expression and politely asked, "Excuse me, are you Zhang Ziyu's mother?" Zhang Ziyu's mother sized up Lin Mo and asked warily, "What do you want?" "Hello, I'm Lin Zioxio's father." Lin Mo politely extended his hand. "Lin Xiao Xiao." Zhang Ziyu's mother ignored Lin Mo's extended hand and turned to her son, asking, "Son, do you know Lin Xiao Xiao?" Zhang Ziyu nodded, "A girl in our class. She's from out of town and always tattles to the teacher. I really dislike her." Lin Mo's brows furrowed involuntarily, and a fire of anger ignited within him. Any responsible father, upon hearing someone insulting his daughter, could never remain utterly unmoved. But Lin Mo was there to solve the problem, so he still restrained his anger and tried to speak calmly. "Zhang Ziyu, you might not like Lin Xiao Xiao, but is that a reason to bully her? As a boy, it's not very nice to bully a girl, right?" Zhang Ziyu had not yet spoken. His mother quickly shielded her son and said discontentedly, "It's not your place to educate my child, is it?" Lin Mo waved his hand and took a step back, saying, "Zhang Ziyu's mom, you've misunderstood. I'm not here to educate your child but to hope that we parents can all pay attention to our children's behavior at school. The kids are still young. If he develops the habit of bullying classmates now, it will be hard to change when he grows up." Lin Mo's cheeks forced a polite smile. Zhang Ziyu's mom looked at her son and asked, "Did you bully your classmates at school?" "No." Zhang Ziyu's answer was very certain. "Mom knows. Go to school." After watching Zhang Ziyu leave, his mom said impatiently, "You heard him just now, my son wouldn't bully anyone. And besides, get your facts straight. It's normal for kids to roughhouse, what do you mean by bullying? If your child is so precious, why not just keep him at home and not have him school here, hey?" After rolling her eyes, Zhang Ziyu's mom got into her BMW and, without giving Lin Mo another look, she stepped on the gas and sped away. As he watched the car disappear from view, the politeness and courteousness faded from Lin Mo's face, leaving only a cold chill. It appeared that a peaceful resolution to this problem was now impossible. However, as for how specifically to handle it, and how to use the intelligence about the principal's affair, Lin Mo still needed some time to think it through. "First, let's find the pet dog, and while at it, think carefully about how to solve my daughter's problem." Lin Mo mounted his electric bike and, after a ride of about 15 minutes, arrived at the intersection of Jifang Road and Development Road in North City District. It was now around 9 a.m., and the road was busy with lots of cars and people. According to the intelligence, Li Xiru's dog was under a manhole cover at the intersection of Jifang Road and Development Road. However, Lin Mo was unclear about the specific location, as the intelligence didn't specify. But no matter. He would find it even if he had to search slowly. To prevent theft, most manhole covers in Rakshasa City were made of concrete and were extremely heavy, with hardly any edges to leverage. Opening a manhole cover was no easy task. Fortunately, as a construction worker, Lin Mo had all sorts of construction tools on his electric bike. And he didn't need to open the manhole completely. Just shifting it slightly and shining a flashlight down to see if there was a pet dog would suffice. No time like the present. Lin Mo found a short crowbar and began to shift the manhole covers one by one at the intersection of Jifang Road and Development Road. In the process, many passers-by curiously watched what he was doing. Some even made bizarre comments, implying he was from Henan province. This made Lin Mo very embarrassed. But for the sake of 30,000 yuan, Lin Mo could only pretend to be a maintenance worker, prying one manhole cover after another. Finally, after more than an hour's work, with his whole body soaked in sweat and reeking of sewer smell, Lin Mo found a pet dog, its original color indistinguishable, under a dark corner manhole cover with a gap. Woof, woof woof. Chapter 6, Confused Lin Mo 1. Little guy, you're still quite spirited. After confirming the pet dog was still alive, Lin Mo felt a slight sense of relief in his heart. He had been worried that the pet dog had been trapped for too long. If the dog had died, then he probably wouldn't have been able to earn the 30,000 yuan reward. Now it seemed that things were proceeding fairly smoothly. Without wasting time, Lin Mo took off his leather jacket, held a flashlight in his mouth, and climbed down the steel rebar ladder in the well. As soon as he entered the well, a disgusting smell, like that of rotten eggs after fermentation, almost made Lin Mo vomit out his breakfast. It wasn't just the stench. The farther down he climbed, the more damp and greasy it became. And his clothes and shoes quickly got covered in disgusting sludge. He could only hold his breath and hasten his actions. Thankfully, the well wasn't very deep. As soon as Lin Mo reached the bottom, the dirty little dog eagerly and adorably stood up, its two front legs desperately clinging to his arm. The little guy is quite cooperative. Don't worry, you're rescued now. Lin Mo smiled slightly, holding the pet dog with one arm while beginning to climb upwards. In no time at all, they were back on the surface. To prevent the dog from running off, Lin Mo got a rope from the electric bike to tie it up, then restored the manhole cover to its original state. Phew! Having done all this, Lin Mo sat gasping on the curb, taking deep breaths to catch his breath. Unlike the tiredness from pure physical labor during transport, this feeling of having to distract himself from the stench had almost made Lin Mo suffocate in the sewer. But everything had gone very smoothly. After regaining his breath, Lin Mo took out his mobile phone, found the dog owner's number that he had recorded beforehand, and then made the call. The dog-seeking advertisement offering a 30,000 yuan reward was quite a little news story. Lin Mo had found the owner's contact information with a quick search on his phone earlier. Beep. Beep beep. The call was quickly connected, and a woman's voice came through, "Hello." After glancing at the pet dog beside him, Lin Mo asked, "Hello, did you post a notice for a lost dog with a pink collar, a white curly-haired teddy?" The woman's voice became excited as she replied, "Yes, that's my dog. Have you seen it? I know you're anxious, but please calm down for a moment, the dog is safe now. I'm currently at the intersection of Jifang Road and Development Road. If it's convenient for you, please come over now." "Okay, I'll be there immediately." Beep. Beep beep. The call was hung up. Lin Mo, sitting by the roadside, called Li Jinwen to tell her that he would be home for lunch soon. Meanwhile, Lin Mo was already fantasizing about the surprised expression his wife would show once she found out he had earned 30,000 yuan just that morning. Being admired by the woman he loved was definitely the greatest thrill for any man. About 10 minutes later, a cocky Volkswagen Beetle parked by the roadside, and a man and a woman got out of the car, anxiously searching for something. At the same time, Lin Mo's phone rang. Without answering the call, he waved his hand and called out to the young couple not far away, "Are you looking for the dog? Over here." The young couple saw him and the pet dog tied next to him. "You." The woman ran over in a panic, not minding the dirt on the little dog, picked it up in one motion, and with a tearful voice, she said, "Mommy has been so worried, where have you been these past few days?" Honestly, even though it's now very common to treat pets as children, Lin Mo still found it a bit awkward. But that was someone else's business, and it had nothing to do with him. At that moment, a young boy next to him said with a face full of gratitude, "Ever since the dog got lost, my wife has been crying herself to sleep every night." "Where did you find our Yu?" Lin Mo pointed to a nearby manhole cover and pulled out the excuse he had already prepared. "I was passing by this morning and heard a dog barking from inside the manhole. After I rescued it, I realized it looked a lot like your dog, so I gave you a call." "Brother, thank you so much. I won't lie to you, my wife and I don't have children, we treat this dog even dearer than a child." The young boy laughed and pulled out a small stack of money from his pocket and handed it over. "This is a little token of our gratitude, please accept it." Looking at the money he was handing over, Lin Mo's eyebrows couldn't help but furrow. Wasn't it supposed to be 30,000? Added up, this stack of money probably wasn't even 1,000. Lin Mo didn't take the money, but asked with a smile, "Sir, this isn't quite what the missing dog flyer said, is it?" To tell the truth, it was the 30,000 that had made Lin Mo undertake the long journey to rescue the dog. Now he had worked for nothing the whole morning, his clothes and body were covered in mud, and all he got was a few $100 in the end? Anyone would be unhappy about that. "Haha, stop acting." The woman holding the dog came over, snatched the stack of money from the man, and directly placed it on the nearby stone bench. "It's the same old trick of stealing the dog first, then pretending to find it and bringing it back. I've seen this scam plenty. We're not calling the police, and we're giving you money, that's being nice to you. This is all the money there is, take it or leave it. Honey, let's go." The woman, dragging the man, turned around without another word and walked toward their car parked not far away, leaving Lin Mo standing there, dumbfounded. Why did things not play out as he had expected? As the couple walked farther away, Lin Mo could faintly hear the woman laughing and asking her husband if she was very smart and how they had saved a few $1,000s or something along those lines. Lin Mo knew that society could be cruel. But he had never expected it to be this cruel. Even turning a missing dog flyer into a scam? Really? For a moment, Lin Mo felt an impulse to rush over, throw the money back at them, and then drop the dog back into the manhole, before giving the couple a good thrashing. But he couldn't do that. If he really did that, he might blow off some steam, but he'd end up in jail. He now had a wife and children, and aging parents. His days of losing his temper at the drop of a hat were long behind him. In the distance, the Volkswagen Beetle started, and with a push of the accelerator, it left Lin Mo's sight. Watching the Beetle drive away, he instinctively lifted his foot to chase after it, to demand an explanation. But on second thought, he let it go. Eventually, Lin Mo just took a deep breath and laughed bitterly out of extreme frustration. A man with a family, his courage was indeed smaller. He dared not act recklessly. However, if it had been in the past, Lin Mo might have stewed over such an incident, but he was different now. He had the system and an infinite number of wonderful possibilities in the future. It wasn't worth it to get angry over such trivial wrongdoing. Experience teaches wisdom. Moreover, the way he handled this situation was indeed immature and not thorough enough. Chapter 7, Country Folks, have all lost their minds. 1. By the time Lin Mo got home, it was already past 1 in the afternoon. Right now, he was filthy and exuded a distinctly unpleasant odor. Upon hearing the door open, Li Jinwen walked out of the bedroom and immediately asked with urgency, "Husband, what happened to you? Heat up some food for me, I'm going to take a shower, and then I'll tell you about it." "Oh my, did you fall into a cesspit or something? I'll get you some clean clothes." Lin Mo offered a wry smile, without further explanation, then headed straight into the cramped bathroom. Whoosh. The shower head sprayed out hot water, and mist began to rise, quickly reducing visibility within the small room. Lin Mo looked at his blurred reflection in the vanity mirror and furrowed his brows slightly. Through this dog-finding incident, he had learned a lesson. His system could only provide him with information. But how to use that information to maximize his benefits still depended on his own brain. He had been pondering this question all the way back home. Like today, after finding the dog, he could have taken a photo to send to the owner. Then, after negotiating good terms and securing evidence, he could have returned the pet dog to them. The price was negotiable, it didn't have to be 30,000, it could be 5 or 3,000. It was the joy that the system brought that clouded my judgment. Some people in this society are still so ugly. I need to remember this lesson. 20 minutes later, Lin Mo, now dressed in clean clothes, sat down at the dining table. On the table was a bowl of chicken soup, a dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, some greens, and a small bowl of rice. Li Jinwen sat beside him, asking with concern, "Husband, can you tell me now what exactly happened?" Lin Mo took a bite of rice and said with a bitter smile, "It's nothing, I was cycling past a manhole when I heard a dog yapping. I fished the dog out and realized it looked exactly like the one from a lost dog notice I'd seen 2 days ago. So I called the dog's owner." Lin Mo recounted everything that had happened just before in full detail to his wife. "Wow! What kind of people are they? That's so mean." Li Jinwen also turned red with anger. How can there be such people in this world? "Hey, in a big forest, there's all kinds of birds," Lin Mo said with an inevitable wry smile after sharing with his wife. "You're just too kind. You should have thrown their dog back into the manhole and let them go down and get it. There's no need for that. If a dog bites us, can we really bite back?" "Yes, bite back. Bite them to death." "Humph. All right, don't be angry, look at how worked up you are, and I'm the one involved and I'm not even angry. By the way, there's something else I need to talk to you about." Lin Mo then recounted the morning's encounter with Zhang Zihu's mother at the school gate to Li Jinwen. After listening, Li Jinwen's brows furrowed even more deeply. She pondered for a long time before saying, "So what do we do? Should we join the other parents who have been bullied and ask the Education Bureau for an explanation? The school protects her, so the Education Bureau must be the place that would listen to reason, right? Go to the Education Bureau?" Lin Mo shook his head decisively, "No, that won't do, can't go. Xiao Xiao is already in 3rd grade, and in Rakshasa City we have a 5+4 system. That means in just 2 more years, she'll be facing middle school entrance exams. Our residence permit doesn't even have the full 120 points, so whether any middle school would be willing to take Xiao Xiao is already a question. If there's a record of us complaining about the school at the Education Bureau, let alone public middle schools, even those private middle schools that cost tens of thousands a year would be hard for us to get into." Li Jinwen asked again, "What if we made an anonymous report?" Lin Mo smiled and remained silent. Li Jinwen paused for a moment, and then let out a resigned bitter smile, "Then what do we do? Everyone understands the implications of an anonymous complaint. There'll be a way." Lin Mo was truly hungry. He had 2 bowls of rice in succession, followed by a large bowl of chicken soup. Li Jinwen sat next to him, occasionally reminding Lin Mo to eat slowly. After the meal, the two of them cleaned up the chopsticks, washed the dishes, and tidied up the kitchen. As they worked, they chatted sporadically about trivial family matters. Once everything was done, Lin Mo grabbed his electric scooter keys and said to Li Jinwen, "Wife, you get some sleep at home. I'm planning to go see Xioxio's principal. The parent-teacher meeting is at 7:30, if I'm not back by 6:30, you can take a taxi there on your own." Li Jinwen wanted to say something but in the end, she didn't speak up, just nodded, be careful on the road." Li Jinwen had tried to speak with the principal before, but after waiting at the school gate most of the day, she still hadn't caught a glimpse of the principal. Still, knowing all this, Li Jinwen couldn't find the words to stop her husband. What if? What if her husband met the principal? What if the principal was in a good mood today? A word from those in high places could outweigh endless talks of the common folk for days and nights. Even though a primary school principal wasn't much of a big shot. But for the working class struggling for survival in Rakshasa City, it was still a powerful figure. Lin Mo saw the worry in Li Jinwen's eyes, gently hugged her frail body, and after planting a kiss on her forehead, he whispered, "Trust me, I'll do my best to resolve this today. Our days will get better." Li Jinwen wrapped her arms around Lin Mo's waist, An hour later. Under the guidance of a security guard, Lin Mo smoothly entered Future Star Primary School and arrived at the principal's office door. He took a deep breath and knocked on the office door. Knock. Knock knock. Come in, a middle-aged woman's voice answered. Lin Mo straightened out his clothes and, with a bit of nervousness, pushed open the door to the office. The room was quite large, about 30 to 40 square meters in size. The decor was very simple. Besides a desk and a set of sofas for visitors, there were rows of bookshelves lining the wall. At that moment, a woman around 50, still exuding charm and dressed in a sharp suit, was sitting behind the desk, engrossed in something without lifting her head. Lin Mo went to the front of the desk, gave a slight bow, and politely said, "Hello, Principal Lu." Upon hearing movement, Lu Hongmei put down her pen, lifted her head, and took a brief look at Lin Mo, before asking, "Hello, may I know which student's parent you are?" The attitude was very polite. Lin Mo introduced himself, "I'm the father of Lin Xiao from the 3rd grade, 2, class. One moment, please." Lu Hongmei tapped on the keyboard a few times. Due to the angle, Lin Mo couldn't see what she was looking up. After checking the information, Lu Hongmei looked up again and said, "Mr. Lin, what brings you here today?" Lin Mo didn't beat around the bush and said directly, "I came to talk to you about a student named Zhang Ziyu in my daughter's class who often bullies her classmates." At the mention of Zhang Ziyu's name, Lu Hongmei's expression flitted with a hint of discomfort but quickly returned to calm. She picked up an exquisite cup from the side, took a delicate sip, and said, "Mr. Lin, here's the thing, I have a little matter to attend to now, would you mind waiting outside for a bit? Once I've dealt with it, we can discuss this issue." "Sure." Lin Mo was slightly taken aback, but with her putting it that way, he couldn't very well insist on staying, so he nodded politely and then turned to leave. Chapter 8, If you're not polite, don't blame me for being rude. 1. After leaving the principal's office, Lin Mo sat on a chair in the corridor, calm and patient, waiting. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. A good half-hour passed, and there was still no sign of activity from the office. The chairs in the corridor were the usual plastic ones. If you sat on them for too long, they made your back very uncomfortable. Moreover, with Lin Mo's bad back, he could only stand up to move around from time to time before sitting down again. At first, he could scroll through TikTok short videos, read his favorite online novels, and check his chat groups. But when his phone's battery was down to 10%, all he could do was sit in the chair and space out. But in reality, the situation was entirely within his expectations. 50 minutes. 1 hour. 1.5 hours. Waiting is a tedious affair. Lin Mo hadn't slept the night before, and now he was struggling to keep his eyelids from drooping. He dozed off in a daze, slept for a while, but was soon awoken by the soreness and swelling in his waist. He continued waiting until nearly 4 in the afternoon when there was finally some noise from the adjacent office door. Lin Mo stood up from the chair. But it wasn't Principal Li Mihong who came out, rather, it was a female teacher that Lin Mo did not recognize. Lin Mo bowed slightly, almost humbly, and asked with a smile, "Hello, may I ask if Principal Lu is done with her work?" The female teacher smiled apologetically and shook her head, "I'm really sorry to have kept you waiting so long. The principal asked me to tell you she's very busy right now and has 2 more meetings to attend. Perhaps you could go back first and come another day." Oh. Lin Mo was no child, it was clear to him that Lu Mihong was deliberately dragging things out, hoping he would take the hint and leave. These people were all cordial on the surface, offering no clear faults to latch onto. But in reality, their inherent scorn and disdain were already concealed in every one of their glances and subtle movements. Stalling was their magic trick, passing the buck was their way of handling things. You couldn't even lose your temper, lest not only would your issue remain unresolved, but new troubles would also arise. They had a firm grasp on social niceties. Although he was very annoyed inside, his face still wore a kind smile. "No problem, I have a parent-teacher meeting tonight, so waiting a bit longer is fine. Please tell the principal to focus on her work first, work is more important." The female teacher frowned slightly and said indifferently, "All right then, thank you for waiting a while longer. However, even if you continue to wait, the principal might not have time to see you." After speaking, the female teacher turned and went back to the office, not sparing Lin Mo another glance. In the office, hearing the door open and watching a beauty product live stream, Lu Mihong didn't even lift her head as she asked, "Has he left?" "Not yet." The female teacher said with disdain, arms crossed, loathingly responding, "He's like a mangy dog, kicking him out doesn't make him leave." They don't think about it, with so many students' parents, if everyone came to you with a problem, how could you manage? Okay, remember, no matter the occasion, don't belittle students or their parents. If someone records it and posts it online, you're finished. Lu Mihong said casually, waving her hand, "If he wants to wait, let him wait. When he gets tired, he'll leave naturally. Come here and help me decide which eyebrow pencil looks better." The female teacher came over eagerly, glanced at the products in the live stream, and said, "I think these eyebrow pencils are too poor, only 79 yuan, they definitely won't be effective. I just bought 2 from the counter a few days ago, I'll bring them for you to try when I come to work tomorrow." Time trickled away, moment by moment. Lin Mo had already waited for nearly 3 whole hours. Even the most patient person would feel some irritation after being made to wait for an entire afternoon. But Lin Mo didn't. He was calm, as he had anticipated this. Why is it so hard to just solve a problem properly? Do they really have to bully people like this? Then I don't need to hold back anymore. Lin Mo glanced at his phone, which had only 3% battery life left, quickly opened his contacts, found the principal's number, and sent out a text. Ale Fitness Center, Coach Lee, Wednesday night at 9. Lin Mo. Message sending. Sent successfully. After seeing the successful send notification, Lin Mo stretched lazily, trying to find a comfortable position, and slowly closed his eyes. In the office. "Principal, you really shouldn't buy makeup recklessly. You and I have the same oily skin. My husband just came back from France not long ago, and he brought back lots of foreign cosmetics. I'll bring them for you tomorrow when we go to work, so you can try them out. I guarantee you'll be satisfied." The female teacher was very good at flattering, and nearly every sentence she uttered brought a knowing smile to Lu Mihong's face. Buzz. Buzz buzz. Just as Lu Mihong was about to respond, the phone on her desk buzzed with vibration. Lu Mihong picked up the phone without thinking, unlocked it with her fingerprint, and began to read the new message. Ale Fitness Center, Coach Lee, Wednesday night at 9. Lin Mo. The brief message immediately caused Lu Mihong's mouth to hang open, her eyes to bulge, and her body to tremble as if she had seen the apocalypse. The flatterer teacher quickly shut her mouth, watching this scene in astonishment. She had never seen the principal show such an expression. How could anyone know about this? Her affair with the fitness center's coach was not known to anyone. And the careful Lu Mihong never left any evidence behind. Even when booking hotel rooms, she never used her own identification. Usually, she would have the coach book the room, then she would quietly make her way through a secret passage. The reason she was so cautious wasn't entirely to keep it from her husband. More importantly, her status was very special. If the affair were to leak, without saying anything else, her career as the principal of a public school would certainly be over. Lu Mihong's breathing grew ragged. She then noticed the signature at the end of the message. Lin Mo. Lin Mo. Who is Lin Mo? Lu Mihong furrowed her brows tightly, trying to recall every name in her memory. But no matter how hard she thought, she couldn't remember who Lin Mo was. No. If the person left their name, they must want me to know who they are. I definitely know this person. Lin Mo. Lin Xiao Xiao. Suddenly, Lu Mihong violently remembered, just a few hours ago, a student's parent had come to see her. Chapter 9, I'm just a nobody from the countryside 1. Is it him? How did he find out about this? The sudden heavy news made Lu Mihong feel like she was sitting on flames, being violently scorched. The female teacher asked timidly, Principal, what's wrong with you? Lu Mihong, with no mood to chat, hurriedly urged, quickly go see if the parent from just now has left. Ah! What is this all about? The female teacher was utterly confused and had no idea what had happened. Could it be that the parent just now had a terrifying background? That shouldn't be the case. As the principal of Rakshasa City Public Primary School, Lu Mihong was a genuine deputy director-level official, and with the resources at her disposal, even some director-level officials meant nothing in front of her. Who could be so powerful as to scare her like this? Even though she was completely baffled, the female teacher still obediently walked to the office door, opened it a crack, peeked out, then closed it again and whispered, Principal, he is still here, but he seems to have fallen asleep. Lu Mihong's brows were unconsciously furrowed into a shape, and she said in a deep voice, Call him, no, invite him in. Forget it, I'll go myself. Lu Mihong stood up from her chair, not bothering to smooth out her somewhat creased top, and walked straight to the office door. Looking at Lin Mo, she asked, Lin Mo? You're called Lin Mo, right? What do you mean by this? However, Lin Mo appeared not to have heard her, keeping his head down and his eyes closed, as if he truly had fallen asleep. You. Lu Mihong had just received the information, so she was certain that Lin Mo was not asleep at all. In her view, Lin Mo's current behavior was nothing but an act. A parent of a student from out of town daring to put on airs in front of her made her extremely angry. But there was nothing she could do. With the leverage in someone else's hands, Lu Mihong felt constrained and dared not express her anger. All she could do was suppress her internal fury and say calmly, Mr. Lin, if you have any requests, we can go to my office to discuss them slowly. Lin Mo remained with his eyes closed, unmoved. The female teacher, witnessing this scene, became even more convinced of her previous thoughts. This parent called Lin Mo must have a terrifying influence that overshadows the principal's. Otherwise, Lu Mihong wouldn't be acting like this. The female teacher hesitated for a moment, then asked in a low voice, Principal, should I wake him up? Lu Mihong lowered her voice, no need. You go to the school gate and get ready to welcome the parents coming for the meeting. Remember what just happened, you're not allowed to tell anyone, otherwise, you can stop working here. The female teacher was startled, promptly nodded timidly, and turned to leave this place of trouble. In the corridor, only Lu Mihong remained standing at the office door, and Lin Mo sitting in the chair pretending to sleep. Lu Mihong was very clear about Lin Mo's purpose. It was to exact revenge for making him wait for hours. So there was nothing she could do but to wait by his side obediently. A few minutes later, really unable to bear the back pain any longer, Lin Mo slowly opened his eyes. He took out his phone and saw that it was already past 5 o'clock in the afternoon. It's so late already. It's time to go. Lin Mo rose to his feet, completely ignoring Lu Hongmei as if she was thin air, and made his way towards the staircase. Before he even took a step out, Lu Mihong's voice had already risen, "Mr. Lin, please wait a moment." Lin Mo turned around, surprised to see Lu Mihong, and smilingly said, "Oh? I'm sorry, I didn't see you there. Are you free now, Principal Lu?" "Mr. Lin, I apologize for taking up your time. If you don't mind, let's talk in my office," Lu Mihong said, her heart boiling with anger, yet feeling like she had exhausted all her strength punching into a sandbag. "Really? Are you free now?" Lin Mo asked, nodding with delight. "Yes, I'm finished with my tasks." Lu Hongmei clenched her teeth. The two of them walked into the office, one after the other. Lu Mihong had barely reached her desk to sit down when she noticed Lin Mo standing by the door, looking at her expressionlessly. The atmosphere turned bizarre. Lu Mihong, who had already sat down halfway, finally realized something and stood up again, politely moving a chair for Lin Mo in front of the desk. "Mr. Lin, please take a seat. Would you like something to drink?" If she was going to manipulate the situation, she needed to make the other party completely submissive. Lin Mo, having lived for 30 years, understood these basic psychological tactics. It's just that he never liked to interact with people in this way. "You needn't trouble yourself, I'm not very thirsty. How could I be after only a few hours of waiting?" Lin Mo sat down, maintaining a very polite tone as he spoke. Lu Mihong quickly poured a cup of warm water for Lin Mo, then returned to her seat. After brewing her thoughts for a while, she asked, "How did you find out about that matter?" "Ah? What matter?" Lin Mo pretended to not understand. Lu Mihong also realized that her question was redundant and decided to be direct. "Mr. Lin, as long as you agree to keep this a secret for me, you can name your terms." Lin Mo smiled, still speaking very politely, "I think you've misunderstood. I just wanted to discuss the bullying incident involving Zhang Xia from the 3rd grade, class 2, towards a student from out of town." Upon hearing this, Lu Mihong was just as astonished as when she received the earlier text message, inadvertently blurting out, Is that all?" Lin Mo nodded, "The matter was quite simple to begin with, it was you who made it complicated." They locked eyes. The room fell into a brief silence. After a dozen seconds, Lu Mihong answered solemnly, "Mr. Lin, I assure you, as long as I remain the principal of this school, your daughter will never be bullied by anyone again. But I beg you, I love my husband very much. Would you please not divulge this matter to him?" This was the first time Lin Mo had seen, in reality, a person he considered significant, pleading for mercy. She appeared as humble as a fierce dog with its tail between its legs. The situation was progressing very smoothly. But that was to be expected. For the principal of a public primary school in a prosperous city leads a stable and enviable life. Yet, if her affair were exposed, her career and family would undoubtedly come to an end, and she would also face social condemnation, not to mention her lover being implicated. Even though Lin Mo held no concrete evidence, did he need it? Some secrets are powerful just by being known. Having achieved his goal, Lin Mo didn't want to waste any more words. He slowly got up, looking into Lu Mihong's eyes, filled with shock and fear, and said, "Principal Lu, I don't understand what you're talking about." "What matter?" Chapter 10, If you want to buy osmanthus, you end up buying alcohol. 1. Principal Lu was by no means a simple or foolish person to be able to become the head of Future Star Primary School. Upon hearing Lin Mo's words, she let out a sigh of relief as if a heavy burden had been lifted and forced a smile, saying, "A slip of the tongue, a slip of the tongue, it was my mistake. Mr. Lin, I am here on behalf of Future Star Primary School to assure you once again. There will absolutely be no bullying or mistreatment of students in our school. Please be assured of that." Lin Mo nodded slightly and said indifferently, "That would be the best outcome." "Then Principal Lu, I won't take up any more of your time, goodbye. Mr. Lin, let me see you out." Principal Lu followed Lin Mo respectfully and escorted him out of the office. Only when Lin Mo was out of sight did she finally breathe a sigh of relief. Thankfully. Although her affair had been discovered, it seemed that he had no intention of blackmailing her over it. This was a stroke of luck amid misfortune. Principal Lu thought to herself that to ensure his absolute secrecy, it wasn't enough to just meet his demands. She must also offer something advantageous. Only then could she truly rest easy. What should she give Lin Mo? Money? That's not quite right. If she took the initiative to give money, it might encourage Lin Mo to develop a habit of constantly asking her for money. Once Pandora's box is opened, it wouldn't be so easy to close. So what should she do? After much consideration, Principal Lu felt it was best to think about it from the perspective of Lin Mo's daughter, Lin Xiao Xiao. Got it. Suddenly, as if having an epiphany, Principal Lu quickly walked to her desk, picked up the phone, and dialed the homeroom teacher of Class 3 Grade 2. After leaving the office building, Lin Mo glanced at the time on his phone. It was already past 6 p.m. The parent-teacher meeting was about to start. My wife should be nearly at the school by now, I'll wait for her at the entrance. Having made up his mind, Lin Mo sent a WeChat message to Li Jinwen with the last 1% of his phone battery, and then he headed toward the school entrance. Future Star Primary School was extensive. Walking on the school's playground and watching groups of adorable children around, Lin Mo couldn't help but slow down his pace. He was in a very good mood now. Not only had he resolved the issue of his daughter being bullied, but more importantly, the experiences of the entire day had given him a more comprehensive understanding of the intelligence system. What he knew so far was: the intelligence system's information refreshed every morning at dawn, providing a total of 10 pieces of intelligence per day. The sources of these pieces of information were people he had met, events he had encountered, or places he had been to that day. Moreover, 8. You watched international news today and obtained related intelligence. Victory Bird will initiate a ground offensive against Hamas on October 27. Based on this piece of intelligence, one could infer that even the information learned over the internet was recorded and could be transformed into intelligence. So the question was, what was he most in need of now? Without a doubt, it was money. For a man who was struggling in Rakshasa City, 30 years old without a car or house, and with only a little over 100,000 in savings, making money was the most important thing. Therefore, how should he maximize the use of the intelligence system to obtain intelligence that could lead to making money? Should I make frequent visits to the mint or the banks? Haha. The sudden idea that popped into his mind made Lin Mo laugh and scratch his head. Although this idea is absurd, the logic behind it should be correct. After all, the intelligence system refreshes intelligence based on the places visited. No need to rush, as the intelligence refreshes every day, and there will always be opportunities to make money. Just like today, I could have made a profit by looking for that lost pet dog, it's just that I missed the opportunity. I don't want to think about it anymore, just study it for a few more days and see what the intelligence says tomorrow. Lin Mo had already reached the main entrance of the school. The students were leaving school one after another, and the outside was full of parents picking up their children. After waiting for about 10 minutes, a familiar figure appeared in Lin Mo's view. The person was dressed in a black long coat paired with wide-legged jeans and wore delicate makeup. Even when walking among a group of rich wives driving luxury cars, she was a very eye-catching presence. Lin Mo approached with a smile and said, "Wife, it's been a long time since I've seen you dressed up so beautifully." Li Jinwen glanced at him and said, "Are you suggesting that I don't look good on other days?" Great! Another question that presages doom. Lin Mo quickly shook his head, took the initiative to take Li Jinwen's handbag, and said with a smile, "My wife is the most beautiful presence no matter where she is." Li Jinwen nodded in satisfaction and said, "That's more like it, time is almost up, we need to hurry to the parent-teacher meeting." Lin Mo nodded and took her hand. Hand in hand, the two walked through the autumnal campus. Lin Mo said with emotion, "Since we graduated from college, it's been a long time since we've strolled in a school like this, hasn't it?" Li Jinwen nodded slightly, also recalling past scenes in her mind. "In college, I always thought life was boring and only wanted to graduate quickly to start a new chapter of life. It's not until turning 30 that I realized those boring days were actually the happiest moments of life. Intending to buy fragrant osmanthus wine, I end up with, it's nothing like, the wanderings of my youth." When they were about to reach the entrance of the teaching building, Li Jinwen asked softly, "By the way, husband, how did it go talking with the principal?" Lin Mo replied, "It went smoothly." Smoothly? Li Jinwen paused, clearly not quite believing her husband's words. "Yes, it went smoothly," Lin Mo nodded again. "What a joke! She's also spoken with the principal before, how could it possibly go smoothly?" However, Li Jinwen didn't ask further, simply assuming that her husband had encountered some setback and didn't want to tell her about it. A man needs his dignity. She understood that. Some 10 minutes later, the classroom of Grade 3, Class 2, was filled with parents there for the parent-teacher meeting. Everyone was sitting in their child's seat in the class. Seated at the front were the local elite wives of Rakshasa City, discussing high-end topics such as finance, stocks, or luxury brands that Lin Mo had never even heard of. Those sitting at the back were mostly students from other places. For this unspoken rule, all the parents from outside the city, Lin Mo included, felt there was nothing unacceptable about it. In fact, if it weren't for the state's mandate of 9 years of compulsory education, whether they could study in Rakshasa City at all would be a big question mark. Just being able to attend school was already beyond most migrant workers. To expect more was just asking for trouble. As soon as 7:30 arrived, the classroom quieted down. A middle-aged woman around 40 years old walked in and stood at the podium. "Hello everyone, I am the homeroom teacher of Grade 3, Class 2. We've all met before, so I won't introduce myself again. First of all, I would like to thank everyone for taking the time out of your busy schedules to attend the meeting at school, and also thank you for your continuous support and love for our work. Your presence is a great support and close cooperation with the school, the biggest encouragement and spur for the entire teaching staff to do their jobs well, and a concrete manifestation of your comprehensive care for your children." Applause. More applause. Thunderous applause broke out. After the classroom quieted down again, Mr. Wang began his endless speech. The focus was on 2 aspects. 1. What preparations the students should make at the critical moment of moving from 3rd to 4th grade. 2. How parents could better cooperate with the school to help their children improve in all aspects. These were all issues that had been discussed time and again. About half an hour later, Mr. Wang finally finished speaking. After taking a sip of water, he looked around at all the parents in the room and said in a slightly more serious tone, "What I've just talked about pertains to teaching. Next, I want to discuss a problem with everyone." Chapter 11, 2-Level Reversal of School's Attitude. 1. Bullying classmates. School bullying? Such content had never been discussed in a parent-teacher meeting before. A parent sitting in the front row couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Wang, what do you mean by this? Does our class have a problem with school bullying?" All the parents seated here had only one child, who isn't treated like the apple of their eye. Hearing that their child might be bullied, it was difficult for parents to remain calm. A buzz of discussion started in the classroom. Mr. Wang raised his hands in a calming gesture, signaling everyone to quiet down. When there was complete silence, she continued, "Although it hasn't escalated to the level of bullying, any small sign is worth paying attention to. According to the information I have, Zhang Ziyu has often scribbled on the clothes of students from other places, and he has made statements like foreigners don't deserve to study in the same classroom with him, many times. This has had a very negative impact on the mental and physical development of our students. I want to take this opportunity to restate the school's position. In our school, there should be no distinction between locals and outsiders. Everyone has been selected by the school to enter Future Star Primary School. We are all equal. I hope that from now on, you will nurture the right values in your children." Before she could finish speaking, Zhang Ziyu's mother angrily stood up, demanding, "Mr. Wang, criticizing our child in public, what is your intention? Even if our girl did something wrong, are you suggesting they did nothing wrong? This is favoritism, you know. And I don't believe that there's not a second student in the class who has done something similar to what my girl did. Why are you only talking about my girl?" Mr. Wang adjusted her glasses, calmly responded, "Ziyu's mother, I am not aware of other classes, but in my class, the only case of bullying foreign students that's been found is your child. If you don't believe me, I can pull up the surveillance." Angered, Zhang Ziyu's mother stood up and headed straight for the classroom door, saying as she walked, "I'm not discussing this with you, I'm going to talk to your school leaders, to demand an explanation from your principal. What kind of teacher is this, showing favoritism all the way to basket prison?" Clap, rustle rustle rustle. As Zhang Ziyu's mother left the classroom, a parent sitting in the back row started to clap, and soon thunderous applause filled the room. Li Jinwen looked astonished, as if he had won the lottery, saying in surprise, "Just like that, the issue's resolved." Lin Mo touched his nose, smiling, "It looks like it's been settled." After the parent-teacher meeting concluded, Lin Mo and Li Jinwen, with Lin Xiaoxiao in tow, prepared to leave the school. Just as they stepped out of the classroom, the homeroom teacher, Mr. Wang, came over with a smile. "Mr. and Mrs. Lin Xiaoxiao, could you please come with me for a moment? There's something I'd like to discuss with you." Lin Mo and Li Jinwen glanced at each other, not understanding what was needed but still followed with their child. The small group entered the nearby empty office. After closing the office door, Mr. Wang addressed them, "Lin Xiaoxiao's mom, Lin Xiaoxiao's dad, has your Xiaoxiao attended any public speaking training classes?" "No," Li Jinwen said, shaking his head in bewilderment. Lin Mo patted Lin Xiaoxiao's head and said with a smile, "This kid has always been outgoing, loves to talk. If she's talking too much in class, I'll scold her when we get home." Li Jinwen also spoke with gravity, "Xiaoxiao, have you been talking excessively in class, disrupting the teacher's lecture?" Lin Xiaoxiao's face filled with grievance, and she spoke with a crying tone, "I don't know, I didn't." Mr. Wang quickly clarified, "You've misunderstood. I'm not looking to criticize Lin Xiaoxiao. On the contrary, her performance is quite good. I've noticed that Xiaoxiao's speaking abilities are very impressive. There's a primary school speech competition coming up, organized by the Education Bureau, and I'd like to recommend Xiaoxiao for it. I wanted to consult your opinions." "What?" Upon hearing this, both Li Jinwen and Lin Xiaoxiao opened their mouths wide in shock. Opportunities to participate in such competitions did arise occasionally within the school, but they were usually just hearsay, never an opportunity to actually register and participate. And now the school was proactively offering them this chance? It was unbelievably amazing. Mr. Wang wasn't surprised by Li Jinwen's reaction and continued to explain, the competition is a great opportunity to practice. If you manage to win a place, it will considerably increase the chances of Xiao Xiao getting into a public middle school after the entrance examination. After all, as you know, there are too many people applying for public schools every year. Even foreigners with a score of 120 points have to go through a series of selections. Li Jinwen and Lin Mo understood this all too well. Middle school is an extremely important stage, and public middle schools in Rakshasa City care most about their student intake. Without a good intake of students, even a Heng Shui middle school would be doomed to fail. So how do you determine whether the student intake is good or not? One aspect is certainly the performance in primary school. But when the grades are all acceptable, the main criterion becomes how much the parents are willing to invest in education. The best reflection of the parents' investment intentions is the child's specialties, what competitions they have participated in, and what rankings they have achieved. Therefore, competitions that seem unrelated to academics have always been a battleground for parents. Some more authoritative competition slots even arose where one had to pay to get in. It was precisely because he was in such a deformed educational environment that Li Jinwen was so surprised when the homeroom teacher took the initiative to let his daughter compete. Li Jinwen grinned from ear to ear as he turned to his daughter and asked, "Xiao Xiao, do you want to participate in the speech competition?" Lin Mo shook his head helplessly with a hint of irritation and said lightly, "Look how anxious you are. This is so sudden, Xiao Xiao needs to go home and think it over. You agree, don't you, Mr. Wang?" "Hat? You're playing hard to get with such a great opportunity? Do you know how many parents would kill for this chance, even willing to pay for it?" Internally, Mr. Wang cursed, but his face still wore a beaming smile as he adjusted his glasses and said, "Mr. Lin is right, let the child think it over. Xiao Xiao, can you give your teacher an answer during class tomorrow?" At that moment, she was utterly baffled herself, clueless as to what the principal was thinking, suddenly showing such concern for a child from another region in their class. When enrolling, the school conducted a comprehensive investigation of parents. After enrollment, they also gleaned more background information about the parents from the children. Mr. Wang remembered very clearly that when the children were asked to draw the insignia of their family car, Lin Xiao Xiao had drawn a Sparrow electric scooter. Not exactly the hallmark of a well-connected family. But there was no helping it. Since the principal had spoken, he had to follow through. Lin Xiao Xiao nodded emphatically. Lin Mo, holding his daughter's hand, waved and said, "Goodbye, Mr. Wang. Xiao Xiao, say goodbye to your teacher." "Goodbye, teacher." "Goodbye, be safe on the road." 15 minutes later, Lin Mo rode the Sparrow electric scooter on the bustling road. Lin Xiao Xiao sat behind him and his wife in front, their faces brimming with joy, a family of 3 in pure bliss. He owned very little. And this second-hand Sparrow electric scooter bore all the joy of his life. "Honey, tell me, what exactly did you talk to the principal about?" "I just told the truth." "Really? Did you give her money?" "Do I have money? Moreover, would she even care for the little we have?" The couple's voices were very low, nearly whispering in each other's ears, and with the wind's noise, Lin Xiao Xiao at the back could barely hear them. "Ah, that's also true. All our money is with me." "Then I really am curious, how did you convince the principal to help us? Really want to know." "Yep. I played the handsome man card." "Cut it out. Come clean." "Haha, okay, okay. It was a coincidence, really. I happened to pass by the home in one day and saw the principal slip into the hotel with a young man. I couldn't tell if he was her husband, but would a married couple need to sneak around? Also, there's no need to be so secretive, so I bluffed her today, telling her you wouldn't want your secret to get out to your husband, would you?" And to my surprise, it worked. What? For real? That actually happened. As if it were fake. I was out of options and had to resort to such a strategy. We're not breaking the law with this, are we? What law could we be breaking? Besides, I didn't blackmail her, I just asked her to look into the matter of Xiao Xiao being bullied. Right. No wonder our usually snooty homeroom teacher was so polite today. Honey, you really pulled it off. I was puzzled why you suddenly offered to talk with the principal. So you had an ace up your sleeve? Had, of course. Alright, enough about that. Xiao Xiao, what do you feel like eating tonight? You can choose McDonald's or your favorite spicy hot pot. Chapter 12, Intelligence System refreshes for the second time. 1. A rare family outing had everyone in high spirits. Especially Lin Xiao Xiao, who, wielding Li Jinwen's phone, ceaselessly captured videos and photos, eager to record every single detail of the day. By the time they returned home, it was already 11 o'clock at night. Whew! I'm dead tired. After setting down the various bags, Lin Mo plopped onto the couch and murmured, I truly can't understand why you women get so pumped up by shopping, as if you've been injected with chicken blood. Xiao Xiao, aren't you tired at all? Lin Xiao Xiao shook her head earnestly, not tired at all, I'm not tired when I'm with mom and dad. Hearing this, Lin Mo's mouth curled up slightly, and with the speed of lightning, he took off his socks and said, since you're not tired, the job of washing socks today is yours. Realizing she had been tricked, Lin Xiao Xiao collapsed onto the couch as if deflated and said breathlessly, Dad, you can't do this to your daughter, your socks stink so much. They do not stink. Lin Mo frowned and asserted seriously, it's been the same smell for so many years. You need to reflect whether you wash your parents' clothes often enough. Li Jinwen, witnessing the playful father and daughter, had a face filled with blissful smiles. All right, enough noise, both Xiao Xiao and Dad did well today, so I'll take over washing the socks. Lin Mo raised both hands and cheered, hooray for mom. Lin Xiao Xiao too took off her shoes and socks, shouting, hooray for mom. After their playful antics, Lin Mo quickly washed up and returned to the bedroom, while Li Jinwen was bathing their daughter. Lin Mo was feeling very sleepy. After all, he hadn't had a proper night's sleep in over a day. Picking up the charging phone beside him, he glanced at it, and it was 11:40 p.m. Time for the intelligence system to refresh. Looks like going to sleep before midnight is impossible now. Lin Mo yawned, and with some time to spare, he began checking WeChat. First was the work group chat. The group was discussing one issue, where had Zhang Tiancheng gone? A grown man had vanished for an entire day, couldn't be found at his rental place, and his phone was turned off, which had made their boss extremely worried. He was even preparing to report it to the police first thing in the morning. After some thought, Lin Mo tagged the boss in the group chat and said, Broly, Zhang had an emergency and had to rush back to his hometown, he asked me to tell you, but I forgot. The boss replied quickly, oh, you scared me to death. That guy too, he should have said something in advance, not to mention turning off his phone. Did he tell you how many days he'll be away? Their industry allowed for a lot of freedom. Typically, the boss would notify available people to tackle a job, and the payment would be shared among everyone, with the boss taking a small information fee. Thus, it was common to have situations where people couldn't be reached. How many days would he be gone? Lin Mo didn't know how many days soliciting prostitutes would get one detained. After pondering for a moment, he responded, not sure, seems like his uncle-in-law passed away, he'll probably be busy for at least a couple of weeks. Boss, okay, I got it. By the way, tomorrow morning there's a job hauling sheet materials, are you free? Even though he had activated the system, Lin Mo wasn't planning to give up his original job just yet. Earning a bit more was always welcome, and this kind of money felt solidly earned. In case the intelligence system didn't provide information about making money in the future, he wouldn't be cut off from an income. With this in mind, Lin Mo decisively answered, "I'm free, just send me the address and time later." After leaving the work group chat, Lin Mo scrolled down and found that the family group chat was also bustling. Looking at their messages, he found out that one of his cousins had just bought a BMW 3 Series sedan. Everyone in the group was jokingly asking him to send red packets and treat them to a meal. A weak mother turns to trade, a strong father becomes an attendant at court, the family's expectations remain with the hometown, the poor travel far and wide. This cousin of Lin Mo's had some foundation at home and had always been the pride of the family in front of relatives. Each year during the Spring Festival or Qingming Festival, when returning to his hometown, the cousin would adopt a condescending attitude at the dinner table, teaching Lin Mo how to conduct himself, and telling him that if he couldn't make it in Rakshasa city, he could follow him. It seemed that every family with workers abroad had a character like this. Lin Mo had long since become accustomed to this. But truthfully, every time he saw others getting on better and better while he and his wife still huddled in a rented room to make a living, Lin Mo's mood inevitably grew heavy. As long as I make good use of the intelligence system, days like these should end very soon. A hint of confidence appeared on Lin Mo's face. He exited the family group chat page, slowly closed his eyes, and waited for 12 o'clock to come. Time passed by, little by little. And when the second hand, minute hand, and hour hand intersected once again, a pleasant electronic tone sounded in Lin Mo's mind. Ding! Today's intelligence has been refreshed. 1. You viewed the family chat group yesterday and obtained related intelligence. A towing team will tow away Lin Chenghu's 3 Series BMW sedan through the back door at 10 p.m. tonight. 2. You talked on the phone with Zhang Tiancheng yesterday and obtained related intelligence. Zhang Tiancheng was fined 2,000 yuan and detained for 5 days for attempted solicitation. 3. You paid attention to international news yesterday and obtained related intelligence. The Allied forces will occupy the Old Street area soon and discover a large amount of wild equipment in the jungle. 4. You went to Wanda Plaza yesterday and obtained related intelligence. Your classmate Su Yanli will go to Wanda Plaza for a job interview tomorrow afternoon. 5. You passed by a computer store yesterday and obtained related intelligence. Due to special reasons, the consumer flagship graphics card RTX 4090 will experience a large-scale fluctuation. 6. You watched the weather forecast yesterday and obtained related intelligence. Rakshasa City's weather forecasting system will be greatly off, and Rakshasa City will have a sudden rainfall at 10 p.m. today, with the 24-hour rainfall reaching 55 mm, yet the Rakshasa City weather forecast reported it as a clear day. 7. You saw your neighbor Wang Yuki yesterday and obtained related intelligence to support a female anchor in climbing the leaderboard. He plans to mortgage his property to the bank. 8. You put Wang Chong's phone number on the blacklist today and obtained related intelligence. Unable to borrow money to pay off his gambling debts, Wang Chong will commit theft tomorrow night at the Disney Visitor Center. 9. You met Lin Xiaoxiao yesterday and obtained related intelligence. Lin Xiaoxiao really wants to join a speech contest, but in order to not increase the family burden, she has decided to give up this opportunity. Chapter 13 Ratings 292 CHS. Ad. 12. Utilization of new intelligence. 1. Lin Chenghu's BMW 3 Series is actually a car for undercover use. Hehe, that's quite in line with his propensity to show off. Lin Mo looked at the first piece of intelligence information, pondering whether to inform his cousin about the vehicle being towed. However, he quickly dismissed the idea. Firstly, he couldn't explain the source of the information. Secondly, he knew his cousin's character well. Compared to the car being towed, he would probably be more bothered by losing face in front of himself. Let go of the desire to help, respect others' destinies. With such an attitude, Lin Mo continued to browse through the intelligence. It turned out Zhang Tiancheng got 5 days of detention, just as he had thought. It was a lesson for him, too. Su Yanli is going to Wanda to find a job. Isn't she on vacation in Sanya? Lin Mo opened his social network, scrolled down, and soon found the exquisite afternoon tea photo Su Yanli posted yesterday afternoon. It seems like everyone is quite keen on creating their own persona. Lin Mo suddenly realized that the intelligence system brought more than just changes in his life. Even without significant intelligence, it was quite interesting just to peek at real-life situations or secrets of the people around him every evening. What is this called? Peeping desire? Lin Mo wasn't good at psychology and couldn't find a precise term to describe his feelings. He continued reading. After skipping over the war news, the potential price fluctuation of the 4090 graphics cards caught Lin Mo off guard. It was a huge business opportunity. If I stock up on some 4090 graphics cards, wouldn't I make a fortune? Lin Mo was initially excited, but, after thinking it over, he felt this opportunity didn't really relate to him. He only had about 100,000 yuan on hand. All in, he could only buy a dozen or so 4090 graphics cards at most. What could that amount do? The graphics card market in Grand Xia country was completely chaotic. The so-called market price was merely a consensus reached by a few major card dealers. If the prices didn't go up and instead there was a reverse price drop, Lin Mo's 100,000 yuan would completely go to waste, his entire family's savings. Moreover, the rise and fall of graphics card prices and their sale wasn't something that happened overnight. Better to play it safe. Lin Mo regretfully set aside this piece of information and continued to look further. The rest of the intelligence didn't seem to offer direct ways to make money, which disappointed him somewhat. It's not like there are lost dogs every day that I happen to encounter, right? Most of the time, life is just ordinary. Lin Mo comforted himself while preparing to close the system interface and get some sleep. But just then, he suddenly noticed one of the least conspicuous pieces of intelligence. 6. You watched the weather forecast yesterday and received the following intelligence: Rakshasa City's weather forecasting system will be greatly inaccurate. At 10 p.m. today, Rakshasa City will experience widespread rainfall, with a 24-hour precipitation of 55 mm. However, Rakshasa City's weather forecast is reporting a clear day. It's going to rain tomorrow night. Isn't the weather forecast clear skies? Lin Mo took out his phone, opened the weather app, and took a look. It indeed showed clear skies for Rakshasa City tomorrow. Weather forecasts aren't 100% accurate, and it's normal for them to be wrong. How do I make use of this information? The first thing Lin Mo thought of was to buy some umbrellas and sell them near places without shelter right before it rained. Buy at 5 yuan, sell at 10 or 15 yuan, he was sure to make a profit. Just not that much. Is there no other way? Lin Mo lay on the bed, his eyes lifelessly staring at the ceiling above. At this moment, Li Jinwen walked in from outside and, seeing his expression, smiled and asked, "What's the matter? Too excited to sleep?" After all, today was the day the big trouble of their daughter being bullied had been resolved, and she was in a very good mood. Lin Mo gathered his thoughts, shifted his body to the side, and asked in a low voice, "Is Xiao Xiao asleep yet?" Li Jinwen stretched lazily and lay down beside Lin Mo. "Not yet, she's all excited. I doubt she'll fall asleep anytime soon. I'll take her tomorrow, you get some more sleep." Lin Mo nodded and fell back into deep thought. Li Jinwen nudged him gently and asked in bewilderment, "What are you thinking about that's got you so absorbed?" Lin Mo muttered, "I'm wondering, if it suddenly started raining, who would need an umbrella the most? Are you nuts? Seriously, help me think about it. I have a feeling it's going to rain tomorrow." Li Jinwen looked through the window at the star-filled sky and felt Lin Mo's forehead with the back of her hand. "Honey, you're not feverish, are you? I just checked the weather forecast, it's going to be sunny." Lin Mo shook his head, I'm not messing with you. A friend of mine has arthritis, and he always hurts before it rains. He told me he was in so much pain just now that he had to go to the hospital. I'm sure it's going to rain tomorrow. Quick, help me think, if it really does rain, who would need an umbrella most? Li Jinwen, seeing her husband mumbling to himself, also began to believe him a bit and started thinking with a frown. After a while, she had a flash of inspiration and said, I don't think it necessarily has to be umbrellas. What do you mean? Lin Mo perked up. Li Jinwen said proudly, how much can you make selling umbrellas? If it really does rain tomorrow, buy a lot of disposable raincoats and sell them to the people going to the concert. They won't want to leave, or if they do leave they don't want to walk in the rain, so if there are raincoats available when it suddenly starts to pour, they will definitely buy them. Lin Mo, listening to his wife's plan, lit up and couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. Brilliant. Jiajiazhuang kind of brilliant. Indeed, having the intelligence system to myself is a complete waste. If it were up to me to think of something, I might not have come up with the idea of selling raincoats at a concert until tomorrow night. Dear me! Lin Mo wrapped his arms around Li Jinwen a little tighter and kissed her fiercely, praising, Wife, you're simply my lucky star. Li Jinwen wiped off the saliva on her cheek with disgust and countered, Hey, you're not really planning to go and sell disposable raincoats, are you? Lin Mo said very seriously, Yeah, why not give it a try? After all, those things aren't expensive, and you can get them from the wholesale market and even return them if they don't sell. Go to sleep. Lin Mo kicked off the covers fiercely and hugged Li Jinwen tight, closing his eyes contentedly. After a long while, just as he was about to fall asleep, Li Jinwen's voice drifted softly. Husband, I gave you such a great idea, how are you going to thank me? Ah? You want me to thank you like that? Count how long it's been since we, you know. What's that? You know, that thing. I really don't know what you're talking about. Humph, forget it then, let's sleep. Li Jinwen broke free from his embrace and turned away, her back to Lin Mo, visibly annoyed. Lin Mo smiled slightly, covered both their heads with the blanket, and once again wrapped his arms around his wife. Chapter 14, An Ordinary Yet Fulfilling Day. 1. The following day, early in the morning, Li Jinwen rode his electric bicycle to school, while Lin Mo took the bus to the job site the boss provided last night. The bus was packed with people, and describing it as a sea of humans was no exaggeration. Lin Mo gripped the overhead handrail tightly, making sure not to be swept away by the crowd, his other hand holding his phone as he searched for nearby open-air concerts. Rakshasa City was an international metropolis where, weather permitting, such events were never in short supply. Regrettably, an open-air concert in North City District, where Lin Mo lived, had just concluded yesterday. And the nearest one this evening was in Eastern New District Shattown. That is to say, the location of Disney. It's over 50 kilometers from Chuansha, and I need to head over tonight. If I miss the last metro, it will interfere with Zioxio's classes tomorrow, he thought. To make the round trip on the same day, I'd at least need a car. I'll rent one. With that thought, Lin Mo didn't hesitate for long. He opened the Shenzhou car rental app, found a 24-hour self-service pickup point near his home, and then selected the cheapest Toyota Corolla rental available. The cost was 58 yuan for the daily rental fee, plus a 50 yuan basic service fee, a 20 yuan car preparation fee, and 90 yuan for comprehensive worry-free premium insurance, totaling 218 yuan. If Lin Mo had been 20 years old, he would have paid without a second thought. But now at 30, after seeing the price, he went to the Xianyu app, spent a few yuan on a Shenzhou car rental discount coupon, and managed to book the car for 180 yuan. Years of living in an expensive city like Rakshasa had trained Lin Mo to discover various little tricks for saving money in everyday life. After booking the car, Lin Mo searched Xianyu for a while longer and bought 2 concert tickets at half price, spending a total of 420 yuan. Lin Xiaoxiao was still quite small, just 1.2 meters tall, barely qualifying for free admission and saving some money. Having made all the necessary preparations, the bus arrived at its stop. Lin Mo got off with the flow of people and, according to his boss's instructions, entered a weather department complex nearby, quickly finding Building 4, Unit 2, Apartment 602. Knock, knock knock. A woman in her 50s opened the door and sized Lin Mo up before asking, "Are you the one here to clear the silt?" Clearing silt meant removing construction debris. Typically, a bag of construction debris weighed around 100 pounds, with charges starting at 4 yuan on the 3rd floor, 5 yuan on the 4th floor, and so on. Lin Mo nodded and politely replied, "Yes, that's me." "Oh, you look quite sharp," the woman said, pointing to the bags of construction waste behind her. "Did they tell you the price?" 5 yuan per bag, just move them down to the garbage truck." "Hey? 5 yuan? And he had to load them too?" Something was off about this price. Lin Mo explained, "Sister, I can't work for that price. It should be at least 7 yuan per bag on the 6th floor, otherwise, please find someone else." He was well aware that the lady was trying to drive the price down and had long become accustomed to such dealings in his life. Real life is not TikTok. Where recording his experiences as short videos would lead commenters to sympathize with him en masse and be willing to employ his services for a higher price. But in the real world, there are many who live in multi-million-dollar homes yet haggle over mere pennies. At least in the eyes of many. Someone like him earning a few hundred a day just by exerting himself was considered an unreasonable existence. The middle-aged woman, surprised, said, "Oh, 7 yuan? With that many bags, wouldn't that be 600 or 700 yuan? You guys make too easy a living, don't you? Hey buddy, let me make a deal with you, how about 6 yuan per bag, hey? We've got a lot of folks doing renovations here. You cut them a deal, and I'll make sure they all come to you later on. Isn't that a good way for you to make some money?" Lin Mo shook his head firmly, "Sis, this is an industry standard, I can't break the rules. The market price must not be broken, otherwise things will only get worse over time. Especially since this job is not an easy one. Out of 100 guys who try to make a good income by carrying loads, 90 can't even last the first 3 days." Seeing Lin Mo's firmness, the middle-aged woman waved her hand and said, all right, 7 yuan per bag then, but you must finish before 2 p.m. If you delay the entry of electricians and plumbers, I'll deduct from your pay." "Sure, I'll be done around 2. After the middle-aged woman left, Lin Mo took off his clothes until he was left in just his shorts, then draped a towel over his shoulders and got down to work. Carrying loads is exhausting work. Lin Mo, who only weighs 140 pounds, had to carry 2 bags of construction waste at once, which means shouldering nearly 100 kilograms down the stairs. The intensity of such work is unimaginably tiring. About 2 hours later, Lin Mo was covered with dust, and beads of murky sweat trickled down over the dust. In the end, the sweat mixed with the dust seemed to form a layer of grey armor. His lower back started to burn fiercely, and his legs began to shake. Several times, as Lin Mo turned corners in the stairwell, he would accidentally bump into the construction waste he was carrying, resulting in fine cuts and scratches on his back. But to Lin Mo, these were just the normal pains of life, nothing worth fussing over. Whew! By 1:30 in the afternoon, without even stopping for a meal, Lin Mo finally completed the day's work. However, when it came time to settle the account, the difficult-to-please middle-aged woman still found various excuses. This wasn't done well, that wasn't clean enough, and docked him 30 yuan, leaving him with just over 600 yuan in earnings. On the way home, the chilly autumn wind blew against his face, the weight of life bending his shoulders. But grasping the red bills in his hand and thinking of his wife and child's smiling faces, he remained optimistic, feeling that all the sacrifice was worth it. After arriving home, taking a bath, and changing into clean clothes, Lin Mo first went to the pickup spot to get his car, and then drove to the wholesale market. Having previously run a street stall, he was fairly familiar with the wholesale market. After comparing goods at several shops, and inquiring about the prices at different stores selling rain gear, Lin Mo ultimately bought 500 disposable raincoats at the price of 4 yuan each. He also made a deal with the store owner that if he couldn't sell them, he could return them. But that would incur a damage fee of 50 cents per item. I hope the plan goes without a hitch, otherwise, with 500 raincoats, I'd lose 250 yuan, not to mention the car rental fee. Lin Mo took a deep breath. Once he had the raincoats loaded into the trunk of the car, it was already past 4 p.m., with 2.5 hours to go before Lin Xiaoxiao got out of school. What should I do now? Sitting in the car, Lin Mo pondered for a moment and eventually decided to visit a nearby antique market. Freoval.cm. He wasn't particularly interested in antiques, but he wanted to test whether he could get some information about antiques when the news refreshed the next day. After all, that's where the real hefty profit lies. If he could snag a heavyweight antique at a low price, then he could completely leave his current life behind. Of course, it's a nice thought, but whether or not it's possible, Lin Mo had no idea. Chapter 15. A heavy rain seems really about to come. 1. 7 p.m. Lin Mo drove the rented car with his wife and child, setting out from their home towards eastern New District Sha Town. As soon as they started, his wife Jinwen in the passenger seat couldn't wait to ask, "Honey, tell me the truth, why did you suddenly think of taking me and the child to a concert today?" Lin Mo smiled faintly, proudly saying, "Didn't you say yesterday that if it suddenly started raining, we could sell raincoats at the concert and make some money?" Hey? Jinwen was stunned for a moment before she recalled the conversation they had before falling asleep the previous night. She looked up at the cloudless sky and frowned, "I was joking with you, and look at the weather, does it look like it's going to rain? Isn't this nonsense? Renting a car and wholesale buying raincoats, how much is this going to cost? With that money, we could get a personal speech teacher for Xiao Xiao to help her perform better in her competition." Lin Mo understood his wife's mood very well. To be honest, had it not been for the intelligence provided by the system, with today's weather, Lin Mo himself wouldn't believe it could suddenly rain tonight. "Don't worry, trust my instinct," he assured. "Besides, I've made an arrangement with the boss that, if we can't sell the raincoats, we can return them. It won't cost much." Lin Mo looked at his daughter sitting in the back seat through the rearview mirror and asked, "Xiao Xiao, tell mommy, would you rather go to the concert with mommy and daddy, or do you want to train your speech skills more?" Without giving it much thought, Lin Xiao Xiao firmly replied, "Of course I want to go to the concert with daddy and mommy. At her age, as long as it wasn't for studies, even if you took her farming, she'd be over the moon." Jinwen huffed disdainfully and said, puffed up with anger, "You two just gang up on me then, I really want to see if it rains tonight. If it doesn't, you're going to cry." Lin Mo quirked an eyebrow and responded defiantly, "What if it does rain?" "Jinwen, if it rains, whatever you say goes." Lin Mo had a brainwave, "How about this, if it rains, you have to agree to a request of mine, deal?" "What request?" "I'll tell you when the time comes." "What if it doesn't rain?" "If it doesn't rain, I'll have Lin Xiao Xiao wash your socks for a month." "Dad, you're tricking me again." "What's the trick? You also want to go out and have fun, can't you take on a little risk?" "Fine, I really want to see what kind of tricks you and your daughter can pull off." The car's Bluetooth was on, streaming soothing music. It seemed like the three of them had endless topics to talk about. The once dull journey turned into one full of joy and laughter. About an hour later, the family arrived at the concert site. Although the weather had started to cool down, there were a lot of people, and the atmosphere was very lively. Looking into the distance, the spectacular Disney castle, illuminated by colorful lights, shone with dazzling brilliance. Lin Xiao, holding one hand of Lin Mo and the other of Jin Wen, happily hopped along as they walked, occasionally leaving the ground with both feet. Gazing at the distant castle, she said with longing, "Daddy, can you take me to play at Disney amusement park? The cost of Disney is actually not that high. If you purchase their discounted tickets on Xianyu, 300-something yuan would be enough." But the hidden costs were too high. First, the park prohibits bringing in outside food, and the prices inside are very expensive, even the cheapest grilled sausages cost 38 yuan each. Plus, you can't see everything in one day, which leads to the issue of lodging and staying overnight. On top of that, add the loss of income for not working 2 days, and it all adds up to a number that, for their family, is very hard to part with. If it had been in the past, even if Lin Mo had the desire, he wouldn't have had the time to spare. To earn more money, he hardly had any days off throughout the year. Even when he wasn't working construction, he would go to a courier service point to work as a daily paid loader. Now, though, he had more confidence than before. "Sure, next time we have a day off, I'll take you and Mom to Disney for fun," he said. Hearing her husband agree so readily, Li Jinwen quickly added, Hey, there's a condition. You have to get good grades on your final exams, then Mom and Dad will take you to play." The smile on Lin Xiaoxiu's face hadn't fully bloomed before it wilted again. "Wife, is it necessary to link everything to studying? How can that not be the case? She's in 3rd grade now, and in just 2 more years, she'll be moving up to junior high. What if her grades aren't good enough and no school wants her? Besides, haven't we suffered enough from our own lack of education? Do you want Xiao Xiao to continue living our lives?" This was almost an unsolvable topic, and every time it came up, Lin Mo didn't know what to say. Li Jinwen wasn't always this assertive. She used to be a NAVE girl who yearned for romance. They dated for 2 years and have been married for nearly 10. Lin Mo watched the once shy and innocent girl become a housewife who haggled in the market, fought over every penny, and spent each coin with the utmost care. If they could, who would choose to grow up? Li Jinwen also wanted to be a princess who could be forever happy without worrying about the trivial matters of life. But their living conditions didn't allow for that. With that thought, Lin Mo smiled and said to Li Jinwen and Lin Xiao, "Today's a day for fun, let's not talk about these unhappy things. Let's go and relax together." After the ticket check, the family entered the main venue of the concert. Soon, they were swept up by the crowd's energy and started having a great time. After nearly 2 hours of non-stop play, the worn-out trio finally found a spot in a rest area to sit down. "Woo!" Li Jinwen wiped the sweat from her face and glanced at the time before saying, "Honey, it's almost 10 o'clock. Should we head home? Xiao Xiao has school tomorrow, let's not delay her classes." Lin Mo also checked the time and saw it was 9:55 p.m. If the intelligence system was right, in about 5 minutes, it should start raining. There's no rush to go back. Have you forgotten our main business here? We came to sell raincoats, remember? It was okay until he mentioned raincoats, but once he did, Li Jinwen's brow furrowed. With a sigh of resignation, she said, "Husband, does this look like it's going to rain? I've been checking the weather forecast over a dozen times on the way here, and it's constantly been clear skies. If we leave after the concert ends, we're definitely going to hit traffic. I'm not criticizing, but you could have discussed with me before buying the raincoats. This is such a waste of money." Indeed. The night sky was still clear, not looking like it would rain at all. Just as Lin Mo was about to say something, suddenly, a huge dark cloud drifted over, followed by a bolt of lightning that cut through the silent night sky. Chapter 16, More than half an hour, net profit of 11,730 yuan. 1. Upon hearing the sudden thunder, both Li Jinwen and Lin Xiaoxiao were momentarily stunned. What's happening? Is it really going to rain? Could it be a mistake? This kind of weather, how can it possibly rain? Just a moment ago the sky was clear with scattered stars. Haha! Lin Mo snapped his fingers, laughing heartily. Wife, what did you just say? Your husband didn't hear you clearly. That, Li Jinwen was at a loss for words. Lin Xiaoxiao stared with big excited eyes, exclaiming, Daddy, I'm going. You are my hero. Enough with the flattery, hurry, 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 we need to move fast. There's a distance to the parking lot from here, we can't miss the prime opportunity. Lin Mo, in a great mood, scooped up Lin Xiaoxiao in one arm and held Li Jinwen's hand with the other, sprinting towards the concert hall's exit. Li Jinwen was also excited. An unexpected heavy rain could indeed mean a windfall. The sky was growing darker. And the vendors inside the venue started to curse under their breath as they began to pack up their tables and chairs. By the time Lin Mo and his family ran to the parking lot, the pitter-patter of raindrops had started to fall. Lin Mo opened the trunk, took out a raincoat for himself first, and then said, You two wait for me in the car, and after we sell the raincoats, we'll head back. Li Jinwen also put on a raincoat and said, I'll help you. Otherwise, with so many raincoats, how long will it take you to move them all? Lin Xiaoxiao was also excited and said, I want to help too, I want to help. The weather had turned chilly, and the rain felt cold against their skin. But at that moment, the mood of this family of three was excellent. The feeling was similar to hitting the jackpot, making everyone as if they had been injected with adrenaline. All right, then let's all go into action as a family. Lin Mo moved boxes of raincoats out of the trunk, placed them on a small cart they had prepared earlier, and then took out the payment codes for Alipay and WeChat that he had printed previously, hanging them around his neck. Let's go! Lin Mo pushed the cart, with Li Jinwen by his side, and Lin Xiaoxiao running ahead as the family of three headed for the nearest concert hall exit. By the time they arrived at exit number 2, a steady stream of people had begun to exit. Most had come to the concert for the fun of it, and without any big stars performing, the downpour made many wish to leave. Those with cars were better off, they ran straight to the parking lot upon leaving. The other visitors, who planned on taking the subway, were less fortunate. After all, it was at least a kilometer's walk to the subway station from there. They couldn't just stand there, either. If the rain didn't stop, they might miss the last train home, which would only complicate matters. Arg, I told you not to come to this concert. What's there to see? There's no idol, and you insisted on coming. Now look what happened. Honey, I didn't know it would rain. Damn it, didn't the weather forecast say it'd be clear? It's still saying it's clear. So why is it raining now? What should we do now? Honey, look at how heavy it's raining. Why not skip going home and come to my place instead? My house cat can do backflips. While some were merry and others were miserable, the exit was bustling with activity. Just as Lin Mo and his family unloaded the raincoats from the cart, a sharp-eyed woman quickly asked, Excuse me, are you selling raincoats? Lin Xiaoxiao nodded, Yes, pretty sister. That's wonderful, the woman eagerly asked, How much for one? I need one. Lin Mo pulled out a raincoat and handed it over, smiling, Beautiful, 30 yuan each. 30. The woman paused, dissatisfied, Isn't this just a few yuan for a disposable raincoat? Why are you selling it so expensive? Lin Mo, still smiling, replied, Take a look at the quality. The cost price is over 20 yuan, I need to make some profit, right? It sounded convincing, but there was no such quality. Indeed, they were just disposable raincoats that cost a few yuan each. But then, no businessman is without guile. If you don't make money when you can, why go to all the trouble of renting a car and buying tickets? Fine, 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 it's not easy at this late hour. The woman was about to say something else, but the man beside her quickly pulled out his phone, scanned the code, and paid in one go. I've paid. Give me 3 raincoats. Alipay incoming payment, 90 yuan. Lin Mo took out 3 raincoats and handed them over. The woman also paid 30 yuan and took away 1 raincoat. Soon, the crowd around Lin Mo grew larger, and the sound of money being collected was incessant. Some complained that he was selling them for too much. Others marveled and asked how the boss knew it would rain today. Awesome! Of course, there were also those who took a raincoat without paying, but there were too many people, and it was impossible to manage. The 500 raincoats were sold out in less than half an hour, the scene nearly chaotic as a robbery. Even the 2 raincoats that Lin Mo and Li Jinwen were wearing were bought by people. By the time they got back into the car, all 3 were drenched. They looked as if they had just been fished out of water. However, despite their bedraggled appearances, smiles of joy beamed on their faces. Lin Mo took out the clean clothes he had prepared in advance and passed them to Li Jinwen in the front passenger seat, and to Lin Xiaoxiao in the back, and asked pridefully, "How about that, am I awesome or what, your husband, your father?" Li Jinwen kissed him on the left cheek and nodded, saying, "My husband is the best. I want a kiss too, I want a kiss too." Lin Xiaoxiao from the back seat leaned in and kissed Lin Mo on the right cheek, admiringly saying, "Dad, you're the most awesome person I've ever seen. Nobody else knew it was going to rain, only you did." With their faces full of smiles, after changing into dry clothes and wiping themselves down, they drove home in the car. The rain fell harder and harder, making it nearly impossible to see the road outside clearly. But in the cramped car, Lin Mo felt more and more confident about his future. Li Jinwen took out her mobile phone to check the day's earnings, smiling and asking, "Husband, how much did you spend on the cost?" Lin Mo thought for a moment and answered, "Less than 3,000 yuan, I guess." Li Jinwen's smile was so wide she almost couldn't close her mouth, and with a raise of her eyebrow, she said, "Then guess how much money we made." Lin Mo guessed a number roughly, over 8,000? 10,000? Just now, it was really too chaotic, with people from all directions wanting to buy raincoats. Lin Mo felt that there must have been quite a few people who sneakily took raincoats without actually paying. He couldn't have stopped them in that situation. Plus, if a dispute had arisen, it was possible all his raincoats would have been snapped up in the altercation. Not to mention the rule of law society. After some music festival ends, aren't there heaps of luggage, tents, and phones lost? To Lin Mo's surprise, Li Jinwen showed him the number on the calculator app of her phone and said, "We've collected a total of 14,730 yuan, subtract the 3,000 yuan cost you mentioned, and we've made a profit of 11,730 yuan in less than an hour." Oh? Lin Mo was somewhat surprised. He had thought many would take advantage of the chaos. The quality of young people today is pretty good. Haha, not bad at all, to have made so much. Lin Mo laughed. Lin Xiaoxiao also said, "Over 10,000, isn't that like half a month's income for Dad? Wow, we only sold for such a short time." "Heh, girl, remember this is business, sell what people urgently need, and you can make a lot of money. You need to study hard, with knowledge, you can seize such opportunities even better." Lin Mo took the opportunity to teach Lin Xiaoxiao a few lessons. "Tisk, the last time I was this happy was counting gift money on our wedding night." Li Jinwen held the phone, taking a long time to recover from the surprise, muttering to herself, "If only we could make this much money every day, that would be great. That way, we could soon have a home of our own in Rakshasa City." Buying a house in Rakshasa City. was a necessity for them but also a dream so seemingly unobtainable. Lin Mo didn't even dare to imagine. If that day really came, what the scene would be like when he took his wife and child into their own home. Just fantasizing about that moment made his eyes slightly redden. Chapter 17, Today's intelligence has been refreshed 1. By the time the three returned to their cozy little home, it was nearly 11 p.m. Li Jinwen took Lin Xiaoxiao to take a bath. Although they changed into dry clothes, they had gotten rained on, and it was crucial to wash up quickly to avoid catching a cold. Especially with the arrival of autumn and winter, when the number of people catching colds increases, one could not be too careful. Meanwhile, Lin Mo sat at the dining table, opened Meituan takeout, and ordered a sumptuous dinner. On the one hand, they hadn't eaten dinner and were indeed very hungry, and on the other, it was also a way to celebrate today's earnings. For a family like theirs, making over 10,000 yuan in a day had only happened twice. Once was today. The other time was when Lin Mo went out to eat, and a fight broke out at the next table. He kindly intervened, ended up getting hit by a beer bottle, and received 10,000 yuan in compensation. After all three had finished their baths, the takeout had arrived. Steamy garlic crayfish, mouth-watering assorted barbecue, and several bottles of Wuzhou beer filled the entire table. Li Jinwen was drooling with desire, but still couldn't help complaining, late at night, why buy so much to eat? Xiao Xiao will get indigestion from eating too much. It doesn't matter, we don't eat like this every day. Lin Mo laughed heartily as he opened a bottle of beer, poured himself a glass, and poured one for his wife as well. We had such a great haul today, how can we not celebrate a bit? Exactly. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded vigorously, her little hand already impatiently reaching for a skewered sausage. Slap! Li Jinwen gently slapped the back of her hand and chastised, so hasty, do you not have any ladylike manners left? Go get mom's phone. Lin Xiaoxiao stuck out her tongue and obediently got up to fetch the phone. After receiving the phone, Li Jinwen took several photos from different angles and then started taking family selfies. Take one photo, not satisfied. Take another, still not satisfied. Xiao Xiao, stop moving around. Husband, your expression is too stiff, smile a bit. Ah, can't you two cooperate with me a little? Lin Mo and Lin Xiaoxiao exchanged glances, both showing a helpless, wry smile. No way around it. No matter the age, there are two things women just cannot tolerate. There's glass on the roadside, but they can't see their own peerless beauty clearly. Holding a camera that promises impeccable beauty, yet unable to capture the desired effect no matter what. Finally, after a few minutes of fussing, Li Jinwen got a few photos that she was somewhat satisfied with. She saved them in the album, then casually opened a few photos from several years ago, pointing at the people in them and sighing, ah! I looked so beautiful back then, and your dad was quite handsome, too. It's a pity, time spares no one. Lin Mo looked at the beautified photo that was a bit unrealistic and couldn't hold back his comment, wife, is there a possibility that we never looked like what's shown in your photos? Lin Xiaoxiao couldn't help but laugh, haha, Dad, you're so funny, I'm about to laugh until I cry. Li Jinwen had a face full of black lines. A while later, the well-fed family of three began to clean up the kitchen. Lin Mo did the dishes, Li Jinwen mopped the floor, and Lin Xiaoxiao took care of the garbage. After everything was done, they said good night to each other and retreated to their own rooms. Li Jinwen was exhausted, and after having a little drink, he soon fell asleep. Lin Mo was also tired, but looking at the time, it was nearly the moment for the information refresh. He yawned, forcing himself to stay alert. To make time pass faster, he casually opened his WeChat moments and found that the first update was from his wife. I hope our family can always stay happy like this. Beneath the caption were several photos. Lin Mo began to look through them one by one. The first photo was taken in the car when they were heading to the music festival, the second and third were pictures from the concert, and the ones that followed were of them dressed in raincoats, standing at the entrance selling raincoats. There were photos of Lin Xiaoxiao handing out raincoats clumsily to customers and others of Lin Mo holding up a QR code for payment, his mouth wide open as though he was shouting something. The last two were pictures of them having dinner that evening and a long list of payment receipts screenshots. How long has it been since my wife posted on her moments? Lin Mo clicked on her profile picture and saw that her moments were visible for the past 6 months, but she had only posted twice. One was this evening's update. And the other was a post promoting some event as required by the school. She used to love posting on moments. Perhaps life has become too monotonous now, really nothing worth sharing. Once I make money, I must take them to travel all over the place, to make up for so many years of neglecting them. Lin Mo liked his wife's moments post and glanced at the time again, looking forward to midnight. I deliberately spent 2 hours at the antique market today, hoping to get some useful information. Best case scenario, I find a major overlook and make a fortune in one fell swoop. Ding! When the clock struck midnight, the electronic sound in Lin Mo's mind rang on time. And at the same time, 10 pieces of the latest information appeared right before his eyes. Today's information. 1. You visited Hepping Street Wholesale Market yesterday and obtained related information. Rain Gear Supply Store owner Zhang Dihei will receive a counterfeit 100 yuan note today. 2. You visited Hepping Street Wholesale Market yesterday and obtained related information. Fishing gear store owner Song Changhe will divorce his wife today. The divorce agreement will be signed by the river, and Song Changhe will obtain a wave of traffic exposure by using the divorce certificate as a fishing nest. 3. You saw Li Jinwen yesterday and obtained related information. Li Jinwen's savings amount to 172,800 yuan. 4. You visited Shatown Music Festival yesterday and obtained related information. Due to weather conditions, the Chuansha Music Festival will be suspended temporarily. 5. You passed by Tingchao Village yesterday and obtained related information. The relevant department in charge of house requisition will visit Tingchao Village for on-site inspection today, and the district will be demolished soon. 6. You saw Lin Xiaoxiao yesterday and obtained related information. Lin Xiaoxiao will get the 10th place in the comprehensive test score in her class today. 7. You went to Dongta Road Antique Market yesterday and obtained related information. North City District will conduct special inspections on antique and used goods markets in the jurisdiction, especially focusing on the origin and sales of ancient books. 8. You went to Dongta Road Antique Market yesterday and obtained related information. Employee Li Chunwan of Ancient Porcelain Elegant Gathering will accidentally break a Qing Dynasty jade bracelet today. 9. You used Shenzhou car rental yesterday and obtained related information. Anbakai Fund will officially start its acquisition plan today. Shenzhou car rental will become a wholly owned subsidiary of Anbakai Fund, and will delist from the Xiangjiang Stock Exchange in the coming days. Chapter 18, The Law of the Intelligence System 1. Tingchao Village is getting demolished. Lin Mo's eyes lit up the moment he got the news. In the recent modern history of Grand Xia country, if you were to talk about the most profitable business, there's no doubt it was demolition. A house gone, a Lamborghini won. A house down, a Palomela owned. A house moved, a Range Rover Sport driven. With a demolish spray painted, a big Mercedes advanced. These aphorisms didn't just come out of nowhere. But as Lin Mo, filled with enthusiasm, opened the property rental and sales website and saw the housing prices in Tingchao Village, his excitement calmed down in an instant. The average price was 80,000. Which meant that his wife's savings of 170,000 could only afford 2 square meters. Moreover, most houses in Tingchao Village were self-built by the rural community and couldn't qualify for bank loans, they had to be purchased outright. The cheapest listing online was also more than 5 million. Even if I sold my kidneys and borrowed money from all my friends and relatives, I wouldn't be able to buy a house in Ting Chau village before the news of the demolition spread. Lin Mo's plan to secure a loan for a down payment and then receive a demolition subsidy was thoroughly dashed. At the same time, he also realized, although the system will give me advantageous information, only when I have enough money can I make bigger profits. The restriction of the 4090 graphics cards was like that, and today's demolition news is the same. It seems I must earn my first pot of gold in the shortest time. Only with money in hand can I make more money. Otherwise, it's all small fry. Starting tomorrow, I must try to find various ways to make money using the system. After making up his mind, Lin Mo slowly closed his eyes. As for selling the information, Lin Mo had considered it, but quickly dismissed the idea. Who would believe him given his status? And to whom could he sell his information? It's better to think of ways to earn that first pot of gold as quickly as possible. The opportunity to obtain such information will surely come again. As he pondered this, without realizing it, Lin Mo soon fell asleep. He had spent the previous day dredging, stocking up, selling raincoats, and driving for several hours, from the morning until almost midnight without much of a break. Lin Mo truly was exhausted. The next day, early morning, Lin Mo drove his daughter Lin Xiao to school, then filled up the rented car with gas and returned it to the rental company. Even though the car he rented was very ordinary, a mere runabout, Lin Xiao liked it a lot as it was much more comfortable for her when she dozed off. "Dad, it would be great if our family had a car. Does Xiao like riding in sedans?" "Yeah. I like it. We'll have one very soon." "Really?" "Yeah. Though a car is a depreciating asset and making money to buy a house was the priority, the conversation with his daughter made Lin Mo consider buying a car first. When he walked out of the parking lot, it was just past 8 in the morning. Today, he hadn't received any construction work. And under normal circumstances, Lin Mo would opt to work as a sorter at the express delivery distribution center. Although the pay wasn't great, it was better than doing nothing. But today, he had no plans to go to work. After 3 days of refreshing the intelligence, Lin Mo could now be sure of one thing. If he controlled the number of people he met and the places he visited each day, he could get a rough idea of the direction of the intelligence. For instance, he spent 2 hours in the antique market yesterday, and the next day he received 2 pieces of intelligence related to the antique market. Lin Mo planned to see if he could get more relevant intelligence if he spent a whole day engaging with various industries that could profit from the intelligence. After all, the income from using the system's intelligence completely outstripped that from working. Earning over 10,000 in half an hour yesterday was the best proof. First, go buy lottery tickets. Lin Mo found a lottery outlet, bought a lottery ticket, and spent another 100 yuan on some scratch cards. He didn't win anything on the scratch cards, but Lin Mo didn't mind. He sat in the store, pondering which other industries could make money from intelligence. As he pondered, Lin Mo thought of the intelligence he had previously gathered while searching for dogs. Although he had only made a few hundred yuan that time, there was no doubt it was a feasible path. Lin Mo opened Douyin and started looking up news about missing children. The rewards for finding people were much higher than those for finding dogs, and more importantly, Lin Mo was also a father, despising traffickers with a passion. Provided he could get some information related to traffickers, not to mention making money, he would willingly offer it to the police even at a loss, to ensure those scum received the punishment they deserved. The police. Lin Mo quickly associated it with another idea. Not only could he try to obtain information about missing children, but weren't fugitives also a viable option? You should know. The rewards for some major criminals are also very high. And he only needed to provide the intelligence, without worrying about the credibility of the police force. Agreeing on 30,000 but ending up paying a few hundred was highly unlikely to happen. For the next few hours, Lin Mo stayed at the lottery shop, contemplating all sorts of ways to make money. After reviewing all the wanted notices issued by Rakshasa City Police and a bunch of missing family pleas on Douyin, Lin Mo began to watch football matches. He hadn't been into football before, but he knew that football match outcomes could also be profitable. Although it was gambling, as long as he knew the final result, it wasn't called gambling, it was called investing. It wasn't until 12 noon that Lin Mo left the lottery shop. He found a place to grab some food, and in the afternoon, he enthusiastically headed to the antique market and browsed around. He had always been quite interested in antiques. By around 5 or 6 in the evening, Lin Mo left the market reluctantly, returned home to mount his electric motorbike, and went to pick up Lin Xiaoxiao from school. Over the next few days, Lin Mo's routine became very regular. In the mornings he'd send Lin Xiaoxiao to school, then go the lottery booth, scroll through Douyin for news on missing children or wanted criminals. Close to lunchtime, he'd watch a couple of football games. In the afternoon, he'd directly spend his time in the antique market, discussing antiques with some stall owners. After a while, he had become a regular. And Lin Mo also found out that these antique sellers were really good at boasting. Picking up just anything, they'd claim it was used by Kangzi, or was owned by Qin Shi Huang's wife. As soon as they spoke, they'd refer to their items as unique treasures, with the prices often being in the tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. Some even displayed along the river during Qingming festival on their stall, constantly telling people that the one in the Palace Museum was a fake, and that theirs was the real deal. In any case, during the few days Lin Mo spent there, he hadn't seen them sell anything. In their own words, their business meant not needing to open for 3 years, but once they do, they could live off the profits for the next 3 years. During these days, Lin Mo had also already received dozens of pieces of intelligence from the system. Most were related to the lottery, football, and antiques. This alone proved his theory was correct. Unfortunately, among those profitable pieces of intelligence, none could be cashed in immediately, all required a certain amount of startup capital. In the evening, Lin Mo asked while riding his bike, "Xiao Xiao, has Zhang Zihu been bullying you these past 2 days?" The reason he suddenly brought this up was because he had just received some intelligence concerning Zhang Zihu yesterday. Lin Xiaoxiao shook her head and replied, "No, he hasn't come to school these past few days, don't know what he's up to." "Not going to school? That couldn't be better." Lin Mo remembered Zhang Zihu's mother worked at 6 Fan Gate, and his father was an important figure who occasionally appeared in North City District news. The reason for attending Future Star Primary School was simply because it was close to his home. Lin Mo had been worried that if the principal couldn't suppress the other party, whether he should use the intelligence to deal with them. Now it seemed, though, that he no longer had to worry about that. About 15 minutes later, Lin Mo arrived home with Lin Xiaoxiao. Chapter 19 Enough Ratings 292 CHS Ad 18, Household Department Guangxu Yuanbao with Dragon Pattern 1. What happened? Lin Mo frowned slightly and said to Lin Xiaoxiao, "Xiao Xiao, go wash your hands first, we'll get ready for dinner soon." After Lin Xiaoxiao entered the bathroom, Lin Mo then followed Li Jinwen into the bedroom. Li Jinwen closed the bedroom door behind her, and asked seriously, "Husband, are you keeping something from me?" "Hey?" Lin Mo shook his head, puzzled, and replied, "Not at all." "Really?" "Yes, really. What could I possibly hide from you? Then tell me honestly, what have you been busy with these past few days?" "Oh, that matter." Lin Mo's previous jobs were mostly paid daily, or at least would settle in 2 or 3 days, and every night he'd hand over the money he earned to his wife to manage. This week, however, he was trying to better understand the intelligence system, so he hadn't gone to work. It was normal for Li Jinwen to have doubts. Rather than doubt, it was actually concern. She was worried her husband had something troubling him. After all, her husband had been acting a bit out of the ordinary lately. Lin Mo chuckled and said, I thought you were making a fuss about something serious. I just had a bit of back pain recently, so I thought about taking a few days off. Besides, I suddenly feel like, as we're getting older, earning a living from physical labor isn't the way to go. We have over 100,000 now. I was thinking we could look for a small business to run. At 30, one should be at the peak of physical health, but long periods of heavy manual labor had given Lin Mo many hidden ailments. You can't tell now. But in a few years, when the symptoms start showing up, the money he'd make wouldn't be enough to cover medical expenses. Even without activating the intelligence system by chance, Lin Mo had been thinking about finding a small business to run. It was better than being at the beck and call of others. Really? Could there be any doubt? You scared me. I thought with all your secrecy, you were up to something. You're overthinking it. Could I possibly find someone else behind your back? Besides you, who else would put up with me? That's not necessarily true. My husband is so outstanding, if someone can't see that, they're blind. Stop flattering me, I won't fall for it. Hehe, by the way, have you thought about what you want to do? Not yet. What about a breakfast stall? I've heard that selling breakfast can be quite profitable, and didn't brother Lee and sister-in-law get enough to buy a house back in their hometown? Let me investigate for a couple more days, then I'll decide. Come on, let's go eat. After dinner, while Lin Xiaoxiao was doing her homework, Li Jinwen started discussing with Lin Mo about what kind of small business would be a safe bet. She had long been reluctant to let Lin Mo continue working in construction. Although it paid more, only the two of them knew how hard and exhausting the work was. More than once, Li Jinwen watched her husband's back riddled with scars in the deep of night, feeling a silent sorrow and concern. She knew this wasn't a job one could do forever. It was completely depleting his body. She did not want Lin Mo to actually collapse one day. Lin Mo's father was in a similar situation, doing too much physical work when he was younger, which led to a body full of pains and ailments in old age. Husband, I really think selling breakfast is a good idea. We could start with a stall. If you don't want to get up early, then we could set up a stall to sell clothes. I have a friend who wholesales clothes, we could get stock from her. We could also. Li Jinwen went on non-stop, sharing all her ideas with Lin Mo. She didn't have any grandiose plans, they were all common, simple business ideas one could run with a stall. The couple were both down-to-earth people, though they did fantasize about getting rich quickly. When facing daily life, they were incredibly practical. Lin Mo didn't say anything, just quietly listened to his wife's enthusiastic future life planning. If it were before, he might have considered those street vending businesses, but now, with the intelligence system, Lin Mo naturally had a bit of ambition of his own. They talked for an hour or two, and only after Lin Mo comforted Li Jinwen did she slowly close her eyes and fall asleep. Lin Mo stretched, glanced at the time on his phone. It was past 11 p.m., almost midnight. He was also very tired, but he wanted to check tomorrow's intelligence before sleeping. This had become his daily routine. Thump! 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 Just then, a gentle knocking suddenly arose. The soundproofing of these rental houses was extremely poor. Even in the bedroom, one could hear the knocking from outside. Who could it be at this late hour? Lin Mo wondered as he put on his pajamas, and after reaching the living room, he asked aloud. Realizing it was old man Wang Yuki from across the hall, Lin Mo then opened the door. Seeing Lin Mo, Wang Yuki said apologetically, Lin, the light in my house is broken, could you help me change it? Neighbors helping each other out wasn't a big deal. Just give me a moment, let me change my clothes. After changing, Lin Mo took a flashlight and followed Wang Yuki into his home. In these old neighborhoods, the voltage was never stable, so it was normal for families to keep a few spare light bulbs. The broken light was in the bedroom. Wang Yukai handed a new bulb to Lin Mo, who replaced it in under 2 minutes. The room was bright once more. Wang Yukai offered a cigarette, saying politely, "Lin, sorry to trouble you. If you weren't living across from me, this old man would have been in a fix. I've quit smoking, uncle. You go ahead and smoke." Lin Mo looked around, asking curiously, "Where's my auntie?" "Not at home." Wang Yukai lit his cigarette and shook his head. "She's not home, hasn't been feeling well lately, so she went to stay with my eldest son for a while." Based on what Lin Mo knew, Wang Yukai had 3 sons, all quite wealthy. He himself was part of Rakshasa City's first generation affected by housing demolition and still received a pension of over 10,000 a month, so he wasn't short on money. If he hadn't saved some money, he couldn't have that broadcaster sweetly calling him black chicken. Lin Mo wiped his hands and asked with a smile, "Then why don't you go there too and enjoy the good life? Living in this old neighborhood isn't very comfortable. To young people like you, this may be an old neighborhood." Wang Yukai took a deep drag on his cigarette, his voice tinged with melancholy, "But to me, this is the house I worked hard to buy when I was young, I can't leave it. Back then, a bit of effort might land you a place, but now, even these old houses aren't something the average person can afford." Lin Mo didn't say much more. As he was about to leave, he inadvertently noticed a crystal-clear guanyin pendant hanging around Wang Yukai's neck. Lin Mo had seen him wear it before but never paid much attention. However, after a week of learning, Lin Mo had gained a basic understanding of various antiques and collectibles. He laughed and said, "Uncle, that pendant around your neck, is it a high-ice jadeite?" "Oh, you know about this stuff too?" Wang Yukai teased with a laugh, "But you're wrong. This isn't high ice, it's just a regular sticky jade worth a few tens of thousands. I have a friend who owns an antique shop. If you like, I can have him look for one for you." Goodness! Saving up for a whole year might net me a few thousand, but he has tens of thousands hanging around his neck. This was the down-to-earth lifestyle of Rakshasa City's first demolition generation. Lin Mo once again felt the gap between people. "Let's forget about it, I can't afford such luxuries. Though, if I were to come across an antique by chance, I could sell it to your friend. Go to bed early. I'm going back to sleep too." After bidding farewell, Lin Mo tiptoed back to his place and had just settled down in his bedroom when the mysteriously charming electronic sound began playing in his mind. Today's intelligence. 1. You visited a lottery shop yesterday and obtained relevant intelligence. Fui Yuan Road Lottery Shop will issue a scratch card with a 100,000 yuan jackpot tomorrow. 2. You watched La Liga yesterday and obtained relevant intelligence. From 2016 to 2018, Barcelona club paid a total of 1.4 million euros in referee consulting fees to a company called dazzling 95 SL. 3. You met Li Jinwen yesterday and obtained relevant intelligence. Li Jinwen plans to use his capital to open a breakfast shop. 4. You checked the family group chat yesterday and obtained relevant intelligence. Wang Chong has been officially arrested by the police for theft. 5. You met Wang Yukai yesterday and obtained relevant intelligence. Wang Yukai will pass away due to illness 217 days later. 6. You visited Dongta Road Antique Market yesterday and obtained relevant intelligence. Among the coins sold tomorrow at stall number 84, there will be a household department Guangxu Yuanbao with dragon pattern. 7. You passed by Future Star Primary School yesterday and obtained relevant intelligence. Zhang Zia will officially return to school today. 8. You browsed WeChat Moments yesterday and obtained relevant intelligence. Zhang Tiancheng, who was caught for an attempted solicitation of prostitution, was released from jail 3 days ago. 9. You read an online novel yesterday and obtained related news. Tian Kentudo will be doing a live broadcast on TikTok at 7 p.m. tomorrow. 10. You viewed a police wanted notice yesterday and obtained relevant intelligence. Class A fugitive Liu Honghe will be captured today. Looking at the string of intelligence provided by the system, Lin Mo, as usual, read each piece carefully, and then a slight smile crept across his lips. A household department Guangxu Yuanbao with dragon pattern? Lin Mo remembered the stall owners talking about it. It was a silver coin worth millions. If the condition was good, people would even clamor to pay 1.5 million for it. Chapter 20, Death Information, Antique Market. 1. Lin Mo felt an indescribable excitement within, and right now, he really wanted to wake up his wife, who had fallen asleep, to tell her the great news that a large sum of money was about to come into their home. 1,000,000 yuan. Apart from when he visited the grave, Lin Mo had never seen so much money. Stay calm, stay calm. Hiss, who? After all, I am someone who owns an intelligence system, I must not let the excitement of 1,000,000 yuan keep me awake. Lin Mo took several deep breaths of fresh air, trying hard to pull his gaze away from the information and reviewed the other intelligence again. Winning 100,000 in scratch lottery is relatively good news, but the problem is, Lin Mo couldn't possibly buy all the scratch tickets in the lottery shop, as they have an endless supply of them. Moreover, there could also be other people buying them. It's only worth a try. Old Mr. Wang only has 1 year of life left. Learning about the impending death of someone close, Lin Mo felt an unexplainable tightness in his heart. However, since it was due to illness, there wasn't much he could do about it. But then, Lin Mo thought that he needed to conduct an experiment on old Mr. Wang Yuki, because he wanted to know if he could extend his life by advising Wang Yuki to pay more attention to his health and get more medical check-ups. The reason for this idea was because not only Lin Mo's parents, but also his in-laws, were no longer young. The thought of one day seeing the news of their impending deaths on the intelligence system was just too unbearable. I have to do this, but there's no need to rush. Lin Mo continued looking through the other intelligence, but found that it was mostly useless information. Sleep. Tomorrow morning, straight to the antiques market. Who was the owner of booth 84 again? Seems like it was a man over 60 years old. After closing his eyes, Lin Mo found that he was unable to sleep, tossing and turning restlessly. Too excited. Today's intelligence was, one could say, the most valuable piece of information he had received since activating the system. After tossing and turning for over an hour, Lin Mo finally drifted off into a drowsy sleep. Even in his dreams, his mind was filled with that dragon-patterned Guangxu Yuanbao. The next day, early morning. By the time Lin Mo woke up, Li Jinwen had already taken their child to school, and there was breakfast left for him on the table. Wolfing down a few bites, Lin Mo called for a ride-hailing service and headed straight to Dongta Road Antique Market. He did not want to miss out on the tube coins containing the Guangxu Yuanbao to someone else who might get there first. Tube coins refer to a cluster of copper coins stuck together by rust in a shape resembling a tube. Because the exterior is covered in dirt and bronze rust, it's impossible to distinguish what types of copper coins are present from the appearance alone. Originally, merchants would clean them and sell these copper coins individually. However, people later found that selling an entire cluster of coins was more profitable, as it brought in more money. It's somewhat like gambling on stones or opening blind boxes. Everyone wants to turn the lowest cost into highly valuable copper coins. By tapping into this gambling mentality, more and more merchants began to sell tube coins, even going as far as creating fake tube coins for sale. Some low-quality individual copper coins are worth only a few yuan, but when clustered and added with some dirt, they can sell for a double-digit price per piece. Why not? By the time Lin Mo arrived at the antique market, it was just after 8 a.m. This place does its business in the afternoon and evening. In the morning, not to mention customers, even the stall owners were few. The owner of booth 84 wasn't there yet. Having spent a week at the antique market, Lin Mo was well aware of this. He walked into a familiar lottery shop, printed a set of numbers, bought 100 yuan worth of scratch tickets as usual, and then sat in the store waiting. Today was a lucky day for him. The scratch-off lottery ticket he bought actually won a prize. Although it was only several hundred yuan, it still made Lin Mo very happy. After all, he'd spent 700 or 800 yuan on scratch-off lottery tickets this week alone, and except for a few 20 yuan wins, the rest were usually losses. It seems my luck is not bad today. Lin Mo opened his phone and started watching a La Liga soccer match. He'd started watching soccer just to gather information and make money. But as he watched, Lin Mo was gradually caught up in the tense and exhilarating atmosphere of the game. While not exactly a soccer lover, at least he could now distinguish which jersey represented which club, unlike when he first started watching and couldn't tell them apart at all. Often, when he thought a goal was scored, he'd cheer along, only to find out that it was actually the opposing team who scored. It was quite embarrassing. Lin Mo stayed in the lottery store until noon, even ordering his meal through Meituan delivery. His gaze was impatient, frequently glancing towards stall number 84. Even the lottery store owner couldn't help asking curiously, "Bro, you look a bit off today. Waiting for someone?" Lin Mo realized his own excitement and casually replied, "Not waiting for anyone. Just feeling quite happy since it's my first time winning." The owner laughed it off and didn't say much more. However, Lin Mo's brows furrowed unconsciously. "No way. The store owner just reminded me. I'm too excited, I've made my sudden wealth too obvious. This will attract too much attention, I need to be more careful. Besides, the owner of stall 84 is a sly old hand. The moment he sees something off about me, he might just hike up the price." Once Lin Mo realized this, he took deep breaths continually, trying to calm himself down as much as possible. But actually, that's easier said than done. Imagine, a man who's been poor for 30 years, with a wife and child, suddenly getting news that he could make millions. It's no wonder he's excited. Those who can have thunder in their hearts but maintain a calm facade are fit to be great generals. Lin Mo was no general, he was just an ordinary migrant worker. A million is just the beginning. In the future, I can earn 10 million, 100 million. Right. Don't take this small amount of money too seriously. It's just a tiny milestone on my path to success. When reporters interview me one day, today's event will just be a very minor talking point." Lin Mo imagined a future self basking in endless glory, trying to brainwash himself with this thought. It has to be said, this tactic was quite effective. At least when Lin Mo opened his eyes again, there was a look in his eyes that suggested he was contemplating the world, like Wang Yuki in Bright Sword, dressed in his new military uniform. After another 3 hours, around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, the antique market stall owners gradually started to show up, setting up their stalls one by one. However, there were still hardly any customers. After setting up their stalls, those owners on good terms with each other sat together, bragging and chatting. Like usual, Lin Mo wandered around the market, occasionally greeting some owners he was somewhat familiar with and having a short chat. Finally, close to 4 p.m., a familiar figure riding an electric tricycle stopped in front of stall number 84. The golden sunlight cast upon his stooping back, seemingly plating the old man with a layer of gold armor. "Old baby, you've finally arrived." Lin Mo's lips curved upward and he let out a sigh of relief. However, he didn't go straight over. He didn't keep his eyes fixed on the man, but instead, continued to casually stroll along the stalls. Chapter 21, Spend 55,800. 1. Dongta Road Antique Market is not large. In just over half an hour, Lin Mo had made a round through the market, and now stood in front of stall number 84. But as Lin Mo looked at the items on the stall, his brow furrowed involuntarily. What a sight! Usually on any given day, there were only 3 or 5 tube coins on the stall, yet today there was a huge pile, at least 20 or 30 strings. It looks like the old man has restocked, and among this new batch is hidden that Guangxi Yuan Bao. Moreover, it's very likely not all there might be more on the electric tricycle next to the stall. This is going to be tricky. Lin Mo's initial plan was simple. Pretend to stroll around casually, then stop in front of stall 84 to chat for a bit before spending 1,000 or 1,800 yuan to buy all the tube coins on the stall. But now, upon seeing this, not to mention that 1,000 yuan definitely wouldn't cut it. The key issue was how to outright say he wanted to buy all the tube coins. The stall owner was no easy man to fool, and should he sense the slightest hint of something amiss, Lin Mo wouldn't be able to buy a single tube coin. What should I do? Lin Mo pondered over his next move and casually asked, "Old man, where did you get all these tube coins from?" The stall owner was a skinny old man in his 60s, with very spirited eyes and a bamboo smoking pipe in his hands. He took a puff and said with a smile, "Ha ha, youngster, these are all good stuff. Are you interested in buying a couple of strings to play with?" "Forget about it," Lin Mo waved his hand and said, "I'm well aware of your tricks. Aren't you just sticking a pile of copper coins together then aging them a bit to deceive people?" With a bold idea already taking shape in his mind, Lin Mo continued, "I'm not interested in tube coins, but I am looking for a specific copper coin. I don't know if you have it here." If he didn't invest some capital, he couldn't expect to quietly walk away with all the tube coins. There's no reaping without sowing. "You've been wandering around the market for over a week now, essentially looking for something, right?" The stall owner's eyes flashed with cunning as he put down his smoking pipe and said earnestly, "Tell me, what kind of copper coin are you looking for? Even if I don't have it here, I could help you find out about it." At the antique market, items displayed on the stalls are generally meant to bamboozle tourists, or are outright fakes waiting for the treasure help gang or someone hoping to find an undervalued item to bite. But that doesn't mean they don't have genuine items in their possession. "I'm looking for a Xiang character B dragon." After cramming for a week, Lin Mo had gained a rough understanding of copper coins. The Xiang character B dragon is also a type of dazzling copper coin. Its back features a dragon resembling the Chinese character B, with the entire body of the dragon interconnected, uninterrupted by the dragon head, and in the center, stamped with a Xiang character. Typically, a Xiang character B dragon has a market price between 50,000 to 80,000 yuan depending on the condition. The better the condition, the higher the price. "Xiang character B dragon," the stall owner repeated, then said, "Wait a minute, let me check for you." He opened the locked suitcase beside him, revealing neatly encapsulated, exquisitely conditioned copper coins inside. These were the real valuable items. After searching for a while, the stall owner shook his head and said, "I don't have the Xiang character B dragon, but I do have a dazzling copper coin Bing Guiyir Xiang broom dragon." The broom dragon's tail features a particularly large hollow section, giving it a broom-like appearance, which is the reason behind its name. "Let me take a look first." Lin Mo took the copper coin from the stall owner's hand and scrutinized it carefully. He actually didn't understand anything about real or fake, he was just pretending. However, these valuable copper coins usually come with certificates from the National Appraisal Centers, which in the jargon are referred to as being entered into the album. As long as the trading channels are okay, you can't really buy fakes. It's also impossible to pick up an overlooked bargain because the prices of copper coins are relatively stable, what each type is worth is almost immediately apparent. After looking over the coin, Lin Mo handed it back and asked, "How much for this one?" 70,000, and that's the final offer. The stall owner put the copper coin away and added, "If you know enough about these copper coins, you should realize that the price I'm asking isn't high." "Come on, you don't think that price is high?" Lin Mo shook his head and countered with an offer of his own, 50,000 is the highest I can go. The stall owner frowned. This copper coin was collected while picking through goods in the countryside, costing only a few hundred yuan, so it was quite the steal. Typically, a dazzling copper coin of the Bing Guiyir with the Xiang broom dragon would sell for a bit over 50,000, which meant that the price Lin Mo offered was just right. He wanted to sell, but he wanted to push for a bit more as well. After considering for a moment, the stall owner said, "All right, I see you really want it, 59,800. You make a profit, and so do I, how's that?" Lin Mo continued to shake his head, joking, "Your price is still too high. Even at nearly 60,000, if you threw in all the tube coins on the stall, it still wouldn't be worth it." Lin Mo's heart suddenly tightened. All the groundwork he had laid was so that he could reasonably acquire all the tube coins on the stall without raising suspicion. Not waiting for the stall owner to respond, Lin Mo continued, "Here's the deal, I'm not one to dawdle. 55,800, plus 2 dazzling copper coins from the Imperial Treasury as principal coins, 10 yuan and all the tube coins on the stall. If that works for you, I'll transfer the money." The cost for a single dazzling copper coin as principal money of 10 yuan is around 2,000 to 3,000 yuan. The stall owner of course didn't want to engage in business that would cause a loss, and he refused. "That's definitely not going to work, no chance for negotiation. If you're willing, you can take all these tube coins. Not just those on the stall. I have some more here." While speaking, the stall owner took out a large bag of tube coins from his electric tricycle. "I'll tell you, these are definitely not fakes, they are fresh pickings I collected just recently. I'm getting on in years and can't be bothered to deal with these things, there might even be some real treasures in there." Seeing the new bag of tube coins that the stall owner had just brought out, cold sweat almost broke out on Lin Mo's forehead. The system only mentioned that stall number 84 had a Guangxu Yuan Bao, but it didn't specify which tube coin it was. Even if he managed to wrap up all the coins on the stall, if the Guangxu Yuan Bao turned out to be on the tricycle, the loss would be substantial. Luckily, Lin Mo had considered this possibility before and had successfully used a roundabout tactic to get the stall owner's remaining stock. "RUVEL.M. Okay then." Lin Mo was overjoyed inside, but he hesitated for a long time on the outside before reluctantly taking out his phone and saying, "So be it, the dazzling copper coin plus all the tube coins, a total of 55,800. Even though the savings were in Li Jinwen's hands, Lin Mo could log into his wife's Alipay directly, so he was able to make the payment. While making the payment, Lin Mo made sure to ask twice, and he searched on the owner's electric tricycle, making sure there were no tube coins left behind, before entering his payment password. Meanwhile, Chapter 22, Open the Tube Coins. 1. Dear user, your postal savings bank card ending in 5116 had an expense of RMB 55,800.00 at 6:24 am on November 10, leaving a balance of 117,000.56 in your demand account. Sitting on the electric scooter and looking at her phone, Li Jinwen's face immediately turned grave. What's going on? Over 50,000 deducted? Was the account hacked? Her first thought was not that Lin Mo had spent it. The money at home was saved for buying a house, and neither of them would likely make such a large expense. Even if there was one, she felt Lin Mo would consult her first. Li Jinwen quickly dialed the postal bank's customer service to verify if it really had been hacked so she could recover the funds immediately. After getting through, Li Jinwen voiced her concerns. The customer service representative checked and then told her that the expense occurred via Alipay and there was no hacking involved. She advised Li Jinwen to check her Alipay transaction history. After hanging up, she quickly opened her Alipay account and indeed found a recent payment record. Could it really be my husband? How could this happen? Li Jinwen then hurriedly called Lin Mo. Dial tone, ring, ring. The call was quickly answered. Hello, what's up, wife? Lin Mo's voice came through. Li Jinwen hastily asked, Husband, what were you doing just now? I saw a message about spending over 50,000. Oh, that. It's too complicated to explain in a few words on the phone. I'm a bit busy right now, let's talk when I get home. Xiao Xiao is about to get out of school, right? Too complicated to explain? The money was earned by her husband, and Li Jinwen was of course not afraid of him spending it. As long as it was spent appropriately, they could slowly save up again even if it was gone. But Li Jinwen was worried because Lin Mo had been acting a bit off lately. It would be troublesome if he were conned. A husband who's just tried earning 10,000 in half an hour is at peak confidence. It's easy for someone to get carried away and invest in all sorts of messy things. Great joy can easily be followed by great sorrow. Li Jinwen still vividly remembered how flashy her second uncle was after a property demolition compensation and how miserable he became a few years later. Their small family had very poor risk tolerance. If things went south and they lost their savings, potentially racking up debt, it could mean never turning their lives around. No, I have to have a serious talk with my husband. Suppressing the mix of emotions within her, Li Jinwen solemnly instructed, "All right, husband, I'll be home after picking up Xiao Xiao. Don't go anywhere and wait for me at home." "Okay, I'll head home soon too. Don't worry, I haven't been spending recklessly. Be careful on the road." "All right, see you at home." On the other end. "I'm sorry, wife, it's not that I don't want to tell you, but even if I did, you would have to believe me, right?" "Heh. Just wait, I'm about to make you a little rich lady with assets over 1,000,000. Lin Mo looked at the hung-up phone and sighed helplessly. He had no choice but to act first and explain later, since preemptively informing his wife would surely have been met with opposition. Even if he explained at length, it might not be sufficient. So, he had to just go ahead with it. More than 50,000 was indeed no small sum for them. If possible, he did not wish to hide anything from his wife or cause her worry and fear. But due to special reasons, he had to resort to some special measures. Lin Mo carried 2 bags of tube coins and didn't go home immediately, but instead went to buy some tools needed for opening the tubes. It wasn't complicated, just a few chisels, some soaking chemicals, and several large plastic basins with a water hose. Opening the tubes didn't require much skill, but it required patience and meticulousness. After all, these copper coins had been buried for who knows how many years, mostly corroded, and too much force could easily cause them to break. With any kind of antique, the last thing you want is for it to be damaged. If there were marks left by the chisel or it was snapped in half, its value could instantly reduce by half. The condition is very important. In others' eyes, the tubes Lin Mo was carrying were worthless, but he was well aware that among them was a Guangxu Yuan Bao worth over 1,000,000. It must be handled with care. After purchasing these items, Lin Mo went to a print shop at the entrance of the market and printed a huge stack of reference charts for the copper coins and a price list for their purchase. The information was all found online and wasn't hard to come by. Once he had prepared everything, Lin Mo excitedly got into a ride-share car and rushed home. The weather was getting colder, and the landscape trees by the road had already turned yellow. Sitting in a ride-share car with the air conditioning on, Lin Mo couldn't help but recall an incident from Lin Xiaoxiu's early childhood. At that time, his daughter had just started school, and he and his wife had nearly spent all their savings to get her enrolled. One day, when he and Li Jinwen went to pick up Lin Xiaoxiu from school and were hurrying to the bus stop, it suddenly started raining. Lin Xiaoxiu clenched tightly around his neck and asked him with a sob in her voice, "Daddy, everyone else rides in cars, why don't we have one? Can we buy one too?" His daughter's innocent words left Lin Mo silent for a long while. Guilt, powerlessness, hating oneself, and heartache for his wife and child. That night, Lin Mo sat alone at the entrance of the staircase, smoking many cigarettes, to the point that his eyes watered. "Once I make money this time, I must get a car for the family." Lin Mo clutched the copper coins in his hand tightly, imagining a scene where his family of 3 rode in a car and went out to have fun. Some images are very healing just by thinking of them. Half an hour later, the moment Lin Mo got home, he immediately got busy. First, he moved the sofa and the dining table in the cramped living room to the corner, then turned on the air conditioning and connected the hose he bought to the water heater, starting to fill the plastic basins with hot water. For normal tube coins opening, it wouldn't be necessary to go to such trouble, simply prying them off one by one with a chisel would do. But if he wanted to ensure the tube coins remained as intact as possible after being separated and avoid some losses from breaking, they needed to be slightly soaked in hot water. The water couldn't be too hot, about 70 degrees would suffice. Having finished these tasks, Lin Mo washed his hands and went into the kitchen to start cooking. His wife and daughter would be back soon, and it was too late to cook anything elaborate, but fortunately, there were tomatoes and eggs in the fridge, and there was a box of instant noodles on the shelf nearby. Chopping vegetables, frying eggs, adding broth, and putting in the instant noodles. Shortly after, the aroma of tomato and egg instant noodles filled the entire kitchen. Creak! The door was pushed open, and Li Jinwen walked in with Lin Xiaoxiao. Li Jinwen's gaze instantly fell on the pile of stuff in the living room, and her brows furrowed involuntarily. Upon hearing the noise, Lin Mo peeked out from the kitchen and hurriedly called out, "You're back? Go wash your hands, the noodles are almost ready." Wow! What are these? Chapter 23, Republic of China Xuanqi Currency. 1. Lin Mo said with a smile as he waved his hand, "Go wash your hands and get ready for dinner first, I'll tell you after we eat." Okay. It sounds really interesting. Lin Xiaoxiao put down her backpack and dashed toward the washroom. After Lin Xiaoxiao entered the washroom, Li Jinwen could no longer contain her inner confusion and asked Lin Mo with a worried look, "Husband, can you tell me now what you spent the money on? And, what about that pile of stuff in the living room? Where did it come from?" Lin Mo had already anticipated that his wife would ask about this matter immediately upon returning home. Such a large flow of funds was not a small matter for their family. "Don't worry, let me show you something first." Lin Mo took out the Daking copper coin with the Xiang word and a broom-shaped dragon from the center of 1893 from his coat pocket and explained, "I spent the money on this thing, and as for those items in the living room, they're actually all free gifts." Li Jinwen took the copper coin and inspected it carefully for a long time but couldn't discern anything special about it. She frowned slightly and asked with some dissatisfaction, "Why did you buy this? It's not nourishing like food or drink, and besides, is it worth over 50,000 yuan?" Lin Mo nodded sincerely, "Of course it is. This is a very rare Xiang broom dragon, and it comes with a certificate from the National Appraisal Center. It can sell for 50 to 60,000 without a problem." Li Jinwen did not understand antiques, but she occasionally came across antique blogger videos on TikTok. She expressed her concern hesitantly, "But husband, what if it's a fake? And certificates can be faked too, right? Even if it's the real thing and it's worth 50 to 60,000 yuan, what's the point if you spent over 50,000 to buy it? I would of course support your hobbies, but our financial situation can't afford such high-end interests. And besides, if you wanted to use the money, shouldn't you have discussed it with me first? You have no idea, when I saw the bank's withdrawal SMS." Li Jinwen, her grievances and worries spilling over, her eyes slightly reddening, blurted out all her thoughts in one breath. By then, Lin Xiaoxiao had finished washing her hands and came out of the washroom. Lin Mo glanced at Lin Xiaoxiao and hastily said, "Wife, don't worry, there's a bit more to this matter. Let's eat first, and I'll explain everything to you slowly afterward, okay?" "Wow, what's the matter, and you can't talk about it in front of the child?" Lin Xiaoxiao sidled up, asking with a mischievous curiosity. Lin Mo frowned and said, "Go on, no one's as curious as you. Hurry up and serve the noodles for your mom." "Wife, let's go, eat the noodles first. And after dinner, I'll explain everything to you properly." Before long, 3 steaming hot bowls of noodles were dished out. Li Jinwen, holding her chopsticks, tried several times to say something but was interrupted by Lin Mo's gaze, signaling her to eat first. Considering the presence of the child, she also refrained from speaking further. In the odd atmosphere, the family finally managed to get through dinner. Li Jinwen took the initiative to start cleaning up the bowls and utensils, and at the same time, she said, "Xiao Xiao, go do your homework, you don't have to clean up the table tonight." "Okay then, Sai, nobody tells me anything." Lin Xiaoxiu's eyes were full of curiosity, but being aware of the situation, she wisely did not challenge her potentially temperamental mother. She looked at the pile of items on the table with a reluctant gaze before reluctantly going back to her room. Once she returned to her room with her homework, Li Jinwen stopped what she was doing and asked in all seriousness, "Husband, can you tell me now?" "Yes, of course." Lin Mo smiled and nodded, saying, "Wife, look, I spent over 50,000 yuan on a Xiang Broom Dragon copper coin valued at over 50,000. That's not a loss, right?" Li Jinwen knew some antiques were very valuable, but she still didn't believe the copper coin in Lin Mo's hands could sell for that much money. However, she still believed her husband was not one to act recklessly, so she patiently continued, and then the important part comes." Lin Mo pointed to the tube coins soaking in the plastic basin and said, "Aren't these pretty much gotten without spending money? Even though most of the copper coins might only be worth a few bucks or even be worthless, but a little amount adds up. Moreover, if we were to find even more valuable copper coins, wouldn't we be striking it rich?" Li Jinwen's face darkened even more. Wasn't this gambling? She took a deep breath before saying, "Husband, it's not that simple. What if all these copper coins, including the one in your hand, are fakes? Even if we step back a bit, even if they are real, isn't it odd that someone would sell them cheaply instead of making money themselves? And, doesn't this sound a lot like gambling to me?" "Exactly. Without the intelligence system, the nature of opening tube coins is gambling, no different from scratch cards." "Oh. That's not right either. Scratch cards are even more reliable than opening tube coins. After all, you are opening tube coins blindly, what you get is what you count, people don't make fake tube coins blindly. With scratch cards, if you're lucky, you might actually win big. But with tube coins, most are fakes, and even if they are genuine tube coins, anyone with a discerning eye can roughly guess the price by looking at the two exposed coins on the top and bottom." Although the stall owner number 84 said he was too old and lazy to deal with them, Lin Mo didn't believe half a punctuation mark of what he said. The truth is more likely than not that he just misjudged. Lin Mo knew that he couldn't explain this to his wife, he certainly couldn't tell her about the system, right? He could only helplessly act coquettishly and plead, "Wife, trust me this time, let's try opening them. What if we earn money?" After speaking, he handed over the copper coin price list he had printed in advance. "Let's open them together and then estimate the potential value. Trust me, it'll be fine, the worst we can lose is a few $1,000s, you can deduct it from my living expenses." With things having reached this point, Li Jinwen knew it was too late to say more. Even if she wanted to persuade Lin Mo to stop thinking about these get-rich-quick schemes, she would have to wait until they had completely lost money to say it. Fortunately, they had only spent 50,000 yuan, although it hurt, it wasn't going to ruin them. "Deduct my head." Fine, we'll do it your way." Li Jinwen nodded and added, "I can help you with it, but if we lose money, you have to promise me that you'll discuss everything with me beforehand and not keep anything from me." Lin Mo smiled and made an okay gesture, "No problem, absolutely no problem. First, I'll open a few coins so you can learn how it's done, then you can give it a try." Lin Mo pulled up a chair beside the plastic basin, casually picked up a stack of tube coins, and gently used a chisel to pry off the topmost coin bit by bit. As he worked he told her, "These coins have been buried for so long that they've become brittle, you must be careful when prying them. If you can't open it, let me do it. Be very careful, do not force them, we'll try not to break any. Nobody cares if an ordinary copper coin breaks, but Lin Mo was worried that his wife might break the one worth 1,000,000. After explaining the key points, Lin Mo gently wiped the copper coin in his hand with a cloth, pointed to the barely discernible text on it, and said, "This one is called Republic of China Xuanqi currency, worth probably around 2 yuan. Every time you open a coin, let me have a look at it before you continue, I'll do the sorting, then we'll sell them." Chapter 24 Enough ratings. 292 chs. Ad. 23, Ecstatic. A Guangxiu Yuan Bao worth 1,000,000. 1. Under the careful tutelage of Lin Mo, Li Jinwen was still anxious, but her demeanor had eased considerably. The two began to busy themselves. While opening tube coins, they sorted the cleaned copper coins by different values and arranged them in categories. The atmosphere could hardly be called harmonious. Li Jinwen wasn't much interested in talking because she always felt that gambling like this wasn't good. She was also the kind of person who was honest and upright. To break the ice, Lin Mo asked with a smile, "Wife, if, and I mean if, we really made a few hundreds of thousands, or even 1,000,000 or 2, do you have any dreams you want to realize? I remember when we were dating, didn't you always tell me you wanted to travel to holy places, or maybe we could buy a car and go on a road trip?" Li Jinwen's face lit up with longing as she remembered her old dreams, but she ultimately sighed and said with a wry smile, "Good things like that happening to us ordinary folks? How could it be possible?" Lin Mo pursued further, "What if? It's just a fantasy right now, just small talk." Biting her lip, Li Jinwen thought seriously for a moment before saying, "If we really made that much money, I'd like to buy a house on Minghai Island. The average price for a second-hand home there is over 10,000 per square meter, around 1,000,000 should be enough to buy a small house of a few dozen square meters. That way, we could move our household registration to Rakshasa City and fulfill my parents' dream." Good heavens! Minghai Island? Lin Mo couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth when he heard this place name. The low housing prices were fine, but the location was truly remote. Minghai Island is an island out at sea, you have to take a ferry to come and go. It's only a few kilometers away from Kidong City in Suab Province, much closer than to the city center of Rakshasa City. To buy a house in such a place would mean continuing to live in a rented home. But honestly, Li Jinwen's considerations were very practical. If life went without surprises, their best outcome would be to work hard for another 20 years and then buy a small house on Minghai Island. Most ordinary people working in Rakshasa City make the same choice. Regardless of whether the living conditions are good, at least when they return to their hometown, they can proudly tell others that they own a house in Rakshasa City, rather than having relatives always asking how their job in Rakshasa City is, how much their monthly salary is, how much they pay for rent, and questions of the like. Minghai Island is nice, too. The scenery is quite beautiful. But if we really make money, I would like to buy a car. Nothing fancy, just one for commuting. Would you have any objections? Lin Mo tentatively expressed his thoughts. To see what his wife's opinion was. If his wife was set on buying a house, then he had no other choice. Li Jinwen pursed her lips and said, "Oh, really dreaming, hey? If we could really make that much money, I wouldn't care if you bought a car, a plane even. That might not be enough, our money wouldn't even cover fueling a plane," Lin Mo said with a laugh, shaking his head. "I just want to buy a family car to make it easier for you to take Xiao Xiao to school. Plus, electric cars are quite nice these days, exempt from purchase tax, and they even throw in a license plate, which could save us over 100,000. The license plate management in Rakshasa City is different from the imperial capital. In the imperial capital, it's a lottery system, those with luck get to drive. In Rakshasa City, it's an auction, and aside from plate MOC, all other license plates go to whoever has more money. But there's also a general price range. For example, the prices for license plates MOA and MOB hover around 100,000 yuan. Why is MOC so cheap? Because MOC can go anywhere in the country except inside the fifth ring of Rakshasa city, and it's often joked about as being even worse than an out-of-town license plate. Oh, don't get your hopes up. If we can just earn back what we spent, I'll be very happy. Li Jinwen pried open another copper coin and then asked, Yongzheng treasure, how much is this one worth? Lin Mo took the copper coin and compared it to the printed photos of the coins before saying, Wife, you're in luck, this should fetch about 500 yuan. They had been busy for most of the day, and almost all were copper coins worth a few yuan and nothing more, not even discovering any worth a few tens. This Yongzheng treasure coin, valued at around 500 yuan, was the most valuable copper coins they had found so far. Aren't they all the same? Li Jinwen looked at the other copper coins and then back at the Yongzheng treasure coin and asked, why is there such a big difference in price? Just as Lin Mo was about to explain, Lin Xiaoxiao ran out of the room. Seeing her busy parents, she immediately rolled up her sleeves. Dad, Mom, I've finished my homework. Li Jinwen glanced at the wall clock and frowned, you finished in just half an hour. Don't you usually have to write for over an hour? This. Lin Xiaoxiao spoke with a sly gleam in her eye, Mom, I really finished, if you don't believe me, why don't you go check? Having said that, she widened her big, pitiful eyes and looked at Lin Mo, pleading. All right, I guess she just wasn't in the mood to do her homework properly. Lin Mo said with a smile, making peace, then continued, Xiao, do you see these copper coins laid out separately? Lin Xiao nodded vigorously, excitedly saying, I see them. It's the same old story. As long as it's not about studying, kids this age are willing to do anything. Lin Mo went on, so, you will be responsible for recording the different copper coins and then use the prices listed here to calculate the total price. Any problems with that? No problem, mission guaranteed to be accomplished. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded vigorously, brimming with enthusiasm as she started to count the coins. You're just spoiling her, eventually you'll spoil her rotten. Come on, I've been spoiling you for so many years, did you turn bad? Hey, is that the same thing? Haha, never mind whether it's the same or not, let's get to work, or none of us are going to get any sleep before midnight. The family chatted and laughed as they sorted through the tube coins, the atmosphere becoming increasingly joyful. Lin Xiaoxiao stared at the copper coin material beside her and wondered, Daddy, what is zhe? This was basic knowledge about copper coins, which Lin Mo of course knew. Zhe, zhe san, zhe ten all refer to the original denominations of the coins. The larger the face value, the greater the purchasing power at that time. It's like how we regularly use denominations like 10 cents, 1 yuan, 5 yuan, 10 yuan, 100 yuan, and so on. In addition, the most commonly minted coin was the ping money, also known as 1 coin, which was the smallest denomination currency. Lin Mo launched into a spirited explanation, imparting all the antique knowledge he had to Lin Xiaoxiao. Li Jinwen watched her husband brimming with confidence and was reminded of the Lin Mo from their college days. Back then, it was this charisma that had attracted her. Only, life had been too tough after that, and too difficult, and although her husband remained optimistic and upbeat, that confidence from his younger years had become a rare sight. He was like a gem that had tumbled down from a mountain, smoothed by life even as it polished away his dazzling edges. Maybe she had been too cautious, too. She should let him be freer. Not always realistically talking about buying a house. Li Jinwen felt a tinge of sadness within. After another busy hour, the tube coins had significantly diminished in number. Yet the million-valued copper coin that Lin Mo was anticipating still hadn't appeared. Meanwhile, Li Jinwen was a bit worried about whether these dirt-covered copper coins could actually be sold. As she lost herself in random thoughts, Li Jinwen picked up a stack of tube coins, first cleaned the dirt off them, and carefully used a scalpel to separate the coins. She looked at the coin she had just freed. It was one worth a few yuan. Li Jinwen didn't think much of it, tossed the coin into the corresponding area, and then proceeded to open another coin. Pat-a-tat. The coin she had pried off accidentally fell to the ground. After picking it up, Li Jinwen wiped it with her hand, and the vague outline of a dragon pattern appeared on the coin. It was quite beautiful, completely different from the styles of the previous coins. She flipped the coin over, wiped it a bit, and the text became visible. She unconsciously muttered to herself, Guangxu Yuanbao Hu Ku Ping Yi Liang Department. Whoosh! Almost the moment her voice dropped, the entire room fell completely silent. Lin Mo, who had been talking, suddenly fell mute. Hey? What's happening? Li Jinwen, puzzled, lifted her head and saw her husband with a look of wild joy, staring in shock at the coin in her hand, as if he had discovered some treasure. Chapter 25, What 100 plus bucks? It's over $1 million. 1. Li Jinwen was somewhat puzzled and asked, Honey, what's wrong with you? Lin Xiaoxiao also looked at him with a face full of curiosity. What's up? Dad. Lin Mo had known all along that there were Guangxu Yuanbao among the copper coins, but he still pretended to be very shocked and said, Let me see the copper coin in your hand. Sure. Li Jinwen handed over the copper coin. Under the illumination of the light, the dragon pattern on the copper coin full of verdigris seemed to emit a dazzling glow. Over $1 million. Even though he knew the price of Guangxu Yuanbao, the moment he took it, Lin Mo's hand still couldn't help but tremble slightly. Wife, if I'm not mistaken, this could be a very valuable coin. Hang on, let me check again more carefully. Xiao Xiao, quickly bring over the printed materials about the copper coins. After getting the stack of materials Xiao Xiao handed him, Lin Mo quickly began searching through them. Li Jinwen and Lin Xiao Xiao were both staring at him, their expressions filled with surprise and doubt. The air in the cramped living room seemed to have frozen. This is it. Lin Mo slapped the found materials onto the ground and pointed at the data, saying, Wife, this is a Guangxu Yuanbao made by the Imperial Mint, it can sell for over $1 million. How much? Li Jinwen was taken aback by this unexpected figure, 100 and something. Not 100 and something pieces. It's 100 and something million. Millions. Not pieces. Lin Mo repeated. Lin Xiao Xiao, already in the 3rd grade and having a certain concept of money, also slowly formed an O shape with her mouth when she heard over $1 million. You're joking, right? This isn't funny at all, don't make such jokes next time. I'm not joking with you, look for yourself. For real? Yes, for real. Li Jinwen skeptically took the material Lin Mo had printed out earlier, carefully checked it, and found that it was indeed the Guangxu Yuanbao she held in her hand. But how could she believe that such a tiny Guangxu Yuanbao could sell for so much money? Wasn't this happiness too sudden? No, that's not right. There must be some mistake. Li Jinwen, unable to believe it, asked, Honey, this couldn't be fake, could it? Can it really be sold? You couldn't have been duped, right? It's not one of those scams where they pretend to sell you a bunch of stuff, and then after you discover a treasure, they tell you to auction it off and then charge you a hefty processing fee. After all, being a parent and in his 30s, he had to think more comprehensively about issues. Moreover, over $1 million was a figure Li Jinwen had never encountered before, so her first reaction naturally was whether she could have been deceived. And indeed, she had seen similar scams on TikTok before. No way, I wouldn't take it to an auction anyway. Lin Mo also knew that his wife might not believe such a thing in a short time, and continued, Let's do this, we'll photograph all the copper coins later and post them on Xianyu to see if anyone is interested in buying. Oh, right, besides Xianyu, we should also post them on some antique appraisal forums, there might be more potential buyers there. You and Xiao Xiao go take the photos, and I'll handle the rest. Lin Mo spoke very earnestly, but not only Li Jinwen but also Lin Xiao Xiao felt that this whole affair was simply too magical. To use a popular internet phrase, poor people live with fear and trepidation, carefully navigating through life as if on thin ice, even their dreams are cautious. Over 1 million falling from the sky? Unthinkable even in dreams. Hurry up, what are you dawdling for? I'm not lying to you. Lin Mo urged. Seeing her husband so serious, Li Jinwen didn't say anything more, quickly picked up her phone, and with Lin Xiao Xiao, started photographing all the copper coins. Meanwhile, Lin Mo was a bit shaky when he started opening the tube coins. For him, over 1 million was just as much an astronomical figure. After roughly another hour of busy work, the tube coins were all opened, and the photos were all taken care of. Now it was past 11 p.m. Lin Mo looked at the Guangxu Yuanbao in his hand and said excitedly, "Wife, daughter, we're going to be rich. Once this Guangxu Yuanbao is sold, we'll buy a car." Let's wait until it's sold. Li Jinwen couldn't help dousing the excitement with a dose of realism. After an hour of cooling down, she felt even more skeptical about a copper coin selling for over 1 million. Glancing at the time, she urged, "Xiao Xiao, come take a bath with me or you won't be able to get up tomorrow." But in truth, although she voiced her disbelief, deep down she was filled with trepidation. Lin Mo didn't bother to explain further, selling the coin would be the best explanation. He took on the cleaning of the house, washed the dishes, and made sure to store all the copper coins properly. By the time he finished bathing and stepped into the bedroom, it was almost 12 o'clock. At that moment, Li Jinwen was lying in bed, intently staring at her phone screen. These Guangxu Yuanbao coins are worth so much, the last one sold for 23 million yuan. 8th place, Guangdong Shao character Guangxu Yuanbao, mint standard 1 tael, estimated price 825,000 yuan. You're from the imperial capital, right? Okay, I'll help you appraise it. Buddy, your Guangxu Yuanbao is fake at first glance, we can't have that. Lin Mo didn't even have to look at his wife's phone to know that she was researching about Guangxu Tongbao, he could tell just by the sound. He laughed and lay down on the bed, teasing, "Comrade Li, didn't you disbelieve? Why are you so seriously looking it up? I'm afraid you'll be cheated." Li Jinwen put down her phone and said, "Everyone online is saying Guangxu Yuanbao are valuable, but there are also many fakes, and most are obviously fake. Husband, I saw there are many appraisal broadcasters online. Do you think we should find one on TikTok to help us take a look through a live stream? I think this one named Haidong seems pretty impressive. Also, I saw you listed it for 1.4 million on Xianyu, isn't that a bit too pricey? Even if it's real, I think 1 million would be enough, right?" Lin Mo stretched on the bed, casually hugging Li Jinwen's delicate body, and said, "If you want to connect for a live appraisal, just do it. But do you think they're even broadcasting at this hour? Let's talk about it tomorrow. Besides, didn't we already list it on Xianyu and the Antique Forum? Maybe someone will buy it tomorrow." Li Jinwen complained after opening the software, "It hasn't passed the verification yet, plus I always feel that people online aren't very reliable. Shouldn't we get a professional institution to authenticate it tomorrow?" Common sense told Li Jinwen that such windfall was unlikely to land on her. But who doesn't harbor a subconscious yearning for a sudden fortune? Common sense and subconscious tugged at each other, creating a conflict that manifested as indecision. Lin Mo, trusting the intelligence system, naturally didn't have such conflicts. However, Lin Mo completely understood his wife's state of mind at that moment. He nodded and said, "Okay, we'll see tomorrow." If we need to get authentication, we'll get it. Once the coin is recorded, the price might even increase. But that's all for tomorrow. There's no rush tonight. Wife, it's a beautiful evening, we can't let it go to waste. Li Jinwen shifted her body to dodge Lin Mo's restless hand, and said discontentedly, "Stop it, I'm really bothered right now. By the way, did you put that valuable coin away properly?" Lin Mo pulled open the drawer of the bedside table, pointed inside, and said, "Here it is, right inside. You can't keep it there, give it to me, I'll put it in the pocket of my pajamas." "Isn't that a bit much? Didn't you say you don't believe it? Just in case, give it to me quickly." All right, here you go." After securing the 2 copper coins, Li Jinwen resumed scrolling through TikTok, occasionally checking whether the Xianyuan antique forum listings had been approved. "Hurry up and sleep, silly girl, what's real can't be faked, and what's fake can't be real." Lin Mo turned off the bedroom light, looking up at the pitch-black ceiling, already contemplating which car to buy once the money was in his account. Even though he urged Li Jinwen to sleep early, he himself was too excited to fall asleep. That was 1,000,000 yuan. 1,000,000 yuan. 1,000,000 yuan. Ding! Chapter 26, Honey, wake up, something big has happened. 1. Today's intelligence. 1. You visited a lottery store yesterday and gathered the following intelligence: the Fui Yuan Road Lottery Store's scratch-off tickets will reveal a jackpot of 100,000 yuan tomorrow. 2. You watched the La Liga match yesterday and gathered the following intelligence: Barcelona's player Pedro Gonzalez will injure his calf today. 3. You met Li Jinwen yesterday and gathered the following intelligence: Li Jinwen's parents will visit Rakshasa City to see you soon. 4. You checked the family group chat yesterday and gathered the following intelligence: your father, Lin Changshui's contractor ran off, and he's trying to find a way to claim unpaid wages with his co-workers. 5. You met Wang Yuki yesterday and gathered the following intelligence: Wang Yuki will pass away from an illness in 216 days. 6. You visited the Dongta Road Antique Market yesterday and gathered the following intelligence: among the antiques for sale at stall number 34 tomorrow, there will be a colored glaze vase worth 50,000 yuan mixed in. 7. You passed by Boai Road yesterday and gathered the following intelligence: Su Boai lost a gold ring worth 10,000 yuan at the intersection of Boai Road and Chongming Road. 8. You looked at your friend circle on social media yesterday and gathered the following intelligence: your sister Lin Xiu is struggling whether to accept a colleague's proposal. 9. You checked the police's wanted list yesterday and gathered the following intelligence: Class A fugitive Liu Honghe escaped police capture and is currently hiding in Building 11 of Yuanda Future City Complex. 10. You met Lin Xiao yesterday and gathered the following intelligence: she will experience some unpleasant events soon. After reading today's intelligence, Lin Mo took out his phone and prepared to call his father immediately. His father, Lin Changshui, had also worked in Rakshasa City when he was younger. As he grew older and could no longer find suitable work, he had no choice but to turn to laboring on construction sites. Gradually, other people from their village, around 50 to 60 years old who couldn't find work, also started to rely on Lin Changshui and work with him. In time, Lin Changshui became something of a contractor, but he never exploited his fellow villagers for profit. In fact, he wasn't really a contractor, just the leader of a worker team. The actual contractor ran off, and it had come to the point of needing to collect owed wages. Lin Mo guessed that a significant amount of money must be owed. If it was just a few thousand yuan or about 10,000, Lin Mo knew that these rural migrant workers, all honest people, wouldn't make a fuss. If they weren't paid, they would let it be. It's too late, Dad must be asleep by now. If I call him now, he probably won't get a good night's sleep, especially since he already has trouble sleeping. I'll wait until tomorrow, I'll contact him first thing in the morning. Lin Mo took a deep breath, decided to ask his father for details tomorrow, and then continued to read the other pieces of intelligence. As for his sister possibly dating someone, Lin Mo didn't really mind. She's already entered society. If someone wants to date, let them date. What matters is that the person is reliable. The only thing that Lin Mo was anxious about was the last piece of intelligence about his daughter. She would experience some unpleasant events soon? That was far too vague. It had no clear direction. What kind of unpleasant event will happen? Could it be that she'll fail a speech contest? Or, is Zhang Zihu going to bully her again? If it's about failing a speech contest, Lin Mo felt that it wasn't a big deal. Nobody's life is smooth sailing all the way. Setbacks are not necessarily bad. Haha, if Zhang Zihu dares to bully my daughter again, she can't blame me for using the previous piece of intelligence I obtained to let her family taste the bitterness of falling apart. Lin Mo had learned a piece of intelligence regarding Zhang Zihu's family a few days ago. If Lin Mo told that to Zhang Zihu's father, it would likely turn their household upside down. The rest of the intelligence combined could also earn me a fair amount of money. Overall, today's intelligence was a mix of good and bad, but the intelligence related to making money seemed more prevalent. Does this have something to do with the accumulation of my own wealth? The intelligence system is very simple, so simple it only has one function, and that is to refresh daily, providing 10 pieces of intelligence. But this system was far from simple. Some hidden settings and rules still required Lin Mo to fathom over a long period. Forget this for now, sleep. After going through all the intelligence, Lin Mo stretched and was about to close his eyes to sleep when he noticed Li Jinwen still sneakily holding her phone and refreshing the admin page of the antique forum repeatedly. Enough, Li, it's time for bed, it's so late already. He snatched the phone from her and, taking the opportunity, hugged his wife tight, consoling her, wait until tomorrow, you'll have all the time to verify the authenticity of those coins. But... sleep. Lin Mo hugged her even tighter, not giving Li Jinwen any chance to speak further. He knew all too well that if he didn't intervene, his wife would be too excited to sleep all night, just like the day he had first acquired the system. Husband. Husband. Husband, husband. Lin Mo felt like he had just fallen asleep when Li Jinwen's anxious voice reached his ears. Wife, I beg you, let me sleep a little longer. He turned over half-conscious, too sleepy to even want to open his eyes. Husband, open your eyes quick. Hurry. Li Jinwen pushed Lin Mo again, noticing he still didn't seem to wake, and, desperate, she opened her mouth and bit down on his shoulder. Ah! Lin Mo let out a cry of pain, instantly wide awake, pleading, let go, it hurts, let go quickly. Li Jinwen released her bite, wiped the saliva from the corner of her mouth, and thrust the phone screen in front of Lin Mo's eyes. Husband, look quickly. What is it? Since it was too close, Lin Mo couldn't make out what was on the phone screen. Confused, he took the phone, rubbed his eyes, and then held the phone at a distance for a better look, finally understanding why his wife was so excited. There wasn't any news on the Xianyu back end, but the post on the antique forum had blown up. 99 plus. He casually opened a few messages, and almost all of them were about buying the household department Guangxu Yuanbao he held. Briefly checking the seller's IP addresses, there were from out of town and local alike. Some wanted to discuss the price, while others directly stated they could rush to Rakshasa City tomorrow to meet with Lin Mo and negotiate. Did not expect this thing to not only be valuable, but also in such hot demand. As Lin Mo was thinking this, without having the chance to speak, Li Jinwen asked anxiously, Husband, what do we do now? Do what? That Guangxu Yuanbao is really worth over 1 million. It looks like they are all vying for it. Isn't that a good thing? Ah, it is a good thing, but what should we do now? Lin Mo knew Li Jinwen was completely overwhelmed by joy, and her not reacting like Fan Wei who won the 3 million lottery and going crazy was already a sign of her mental strength. That's a good thing. Lin Mo said with a smile, "Silly wife, there's nothing to panic about. We just need to find a buyer nearby Rakshasa city, talk about the price, and sell the Guangxu Yuan Bao to them today." Chapter 27, Expansion Ideas for the Intelligence System. Alright, I'll listen to you. I'm going to wake Xiao Xiao up now. Put these 2 coins away and then quickly contact some local buyers. Li Jinwen carefully handed the 2 Guangxu Yuan Bao to Lin Mo. One, which Lin Mo had purchased, was worth over 50,000, and the other, unearthed from the tube coins, was worth more than 1,000,000. After calming his excited emotions, he opened the bedroom door and walked out. "Xiao Xiao, when did you get up?" Li Jinwen's surprised voice came from outside the door. "Mom, you guys woke me up. What are you doing so early in the morning?" Recalling how she had just bitten her husband in her urgency, Li Jinwen scratched her head and then waved her hand, saying, "Such a nosy kid, why do you want to know everything? Hurry up and wash your face, get ready for breakfast." "Oh, okay, I got it," Lin Xiao Xiao pursed her lips, replied with a sense of grievance, and turned to enter the bathroom. Inside the bedroom, Lin Mo didn't rush to choose buyers but picked up his phone to call his father, Lin Chongshui. Beep. Beep beep. The call was answered quickly. "Hello, what's up, son? Calling so early?" His father's familiar voice rang in his ear. Although Lin Mo wasn't a left-behind child growing up, his parents were often busy with work and rarely spent time with him. It was precisely for this reason that Lin Mo insisted on keeping his daughter with him and was willing to do the toughest and most exhausting scaffolding work, just to have more time to spend with his daughter. Lin Mo cleared his throat and asked straightforwardly, "I heard last night that the foreman above you ran away and you are trying to find a way to get your wages. Who told you about this?" Lin Changshui's tone suddenly tensed up. "Never mind who told me, just tell me if that's true. Don't listen to idle talk from outsiders. There is indeed a bit of trouble with the construction payment, but we'll get it soon." "Really? Of course, can I lie to you? The project belongs to Lvgai Group, they are very strong. They won't owe us this bit of money. Don't believe the nonsense from others. I'm doing all right. But how about you? Are you in need of money right now? I still have a little saved up here." Being a father himself, Lin Mo understood his own dad's feelings well. No matter how tough things got, he didn't want to trouble his children. "It's good if you're all right." Lin Mo didn't challenge Lin Changshui's pride, knowing he wouldn't get anything else out of him, and just reminded him, "I'm doing quite well lately and don't need money. I've just earned some, so if you need it, you must tell me. And I've heard before, Lvgai Group isn't simple, they have connections in both the underworld and legitimate businesses, with large conglomerates backing them up. If you run into any trouble, you must come to me for advice. Don't act recklessly." After a few seconds of silence on the other end, Lin Changshui's voice came through once again, "Act recklessly? I know, I get it. My son has grown up and become sensible. All right, I won't keep you, I've got something else here, so I'm hanging up now." Beep. Beep beep. The call ended. Why did he hang up on me? Now when I don't mind his rambling, he's annoyed by me. Sigh. Lin Mo sighed and muttered to himself, "I'll call mom tonight, see if I can find out anything. If that doesn't work, I'll have to pay more attention to the information about my dad and see if I can learn something from the intelligence system." At that thought, Lin Mo was reminded of another idea. Recently, he'd been pondering whether focusing his attention on one person, one matter, or one object would allow him to narrow down the scope of the intelligence system's insights. For example, if he didn't interact with anything else for an entire day but kept an eye on the information about his dad. Would the 10 pieces of intelligence that refreshed all relate to his dad? This was a direction for exploring the intelligence system, and Lin Mo decided to find time to test it. But the current priority is to sell the Guangxu Tongbao. With a sum of money in hand, even if my dad really runs into any trouble, I'd be able to help him get through it. With money, everything is easier to deal with. Coming back to his senses, Lin Mo switched to Li Jinwen's phone to start looking at buyer information on the forums. Naturally, the first to be filtered were local buyers from Rakshasa City. It would be convenient for face-to-face transactions and save time waiting. While sorting through candidates within this scope, Lin Mo quickly noticed a user with the nickname Rakshasa City Yi Auction Co., Limited. The other party did not offer a price but expressed their welcome for him to discuss the matter in detail at their store. After wandering around the antique market for over a week, Lin Mo's ears were practically calloused from hearing the words Yi Auction so much. Most shopkeepers would add a line when quoting a price, mentioning how similar items had sold for so much at a Yi auction event. Later, through casual conversation, Lin Mo gradually learned that, besides holding auctions, Yi auction also bought premium goods. As long as the item was top-notch and had no issues, the payment would be made very quickly, and the price was negotiable. Their reputation in the industry was excellent, with virtually no bad press. Yi auction seems like a good option, although I don't necessarily have to sell to them, but at least I can get an idea of what they think it's worth. Once he made up his mind, Lin Mo yawned, stretched lazily, and got out of bed to wash up. Afterward, he took great care in choosing his clothes. Just as clothes make the man, and a saddle makes the horse. If you want to sell something for a high price, personal packaging is essential. If he wore the clothes he normally did when doing physical work, he'd probably be taken for an easy mark. He needed to dress more shrewdly. Which outfit should he wear? Lin Mo searched his wardrobe for quite a while, but apart from various work uniforms, there were only some knockoff clothes bought from Pinduoduo, none of which were presentable. Wearing these to the auction house definitely won't do, I'll go buy a new suit. Having decided, Lin Mo casually dressed, went out for breakfast, and after the three-member family finished their meal, he and Li Jinwen took Lin Xiao to school. Lin Mo had originally intended to ride an electric bike, but Li Jinwen, quite firmly and out of character, insisted on taking a taxi. The reason was simple. One can suffer hardships, but a Guangxu Yuan Bao worth over $1 million absolutely cannot have any problems. Bye-bye, Mom and Dad. Bye, Xiao. After watching their daughter enter the school, Li Jinwen excitedly asked, "Husband, did you find a good buyer?" Lin Mo nodded. "Then should we hurry over?" Lin Mo shook his head and countered, "You're going to go dressed like that? Shouldn't you dress up a bit, wear something slightly nicer?" Li Jinwen thought about it and realized he was right. She should change into a different outfit, especially since they were conducting an antique deal worth over $1 million. It definitely wouldn't be appropriate to be looked down on from the outset. The two were in agreement and hurried to the nearby Wanda Plaza, where each bought an expensive but comfortable outfit. After leaving the shopping mall, Lin Mo joked, "Wife, just in case, if our stuff turns out to be fake, or we can't sell it, the few thousand yuan we spent on clothes will have been wasted." For some reason, seeing his wife's worried look, Lin Mo found it quite amusing. Perhaps it was a bit of malicious pleasure. But he just thought that his wife was being incredibly cute being like this. What he didn't expect was that Li Jinwen would lift her head proudly and say, "Husband, are you silly? I specifically told the shop assistant that we wanted to buy the display items the model was wearing, which saved us several hundred yuan. And I checked just now, within 7 days we can return them, as long as we don't get them dirty or cut off the tags." Hey? There was such a tactic? Lin Mo shook his head helplessly, a bitter smile on his face. Then he took Li Jinwen's hand and hopped into a taxi, heading straight to the Yi Auction's North City District store. Upon seeing the words auction, Li Jinwen couldn't help frowning and asked anxiously, "Auction? Husband, it isn't one of those scam companies that charge auction fees, is it?" By now she had mostly come to believe that the Guangxu Yuan Bao they had was truly valuable. But until the cold hard cash was in her account, Li Jinwen remained very uneasy. Cautious, timid, the mindset of the petty bourgeoisie. Don't worry, they don't just do auctions, they also purchase prime goods, reassured Lin Mo as he pulled Li Jinwen's hand and strode inside. In a lower voice, he added, if you're really anxious, and they mention anything about paying a fee, just pull me and run. Chapter 28, A Windfall of 1.2 million, fulfilling the wishes of 2 generations. Although she said that, Li Jinwen was still somewhat worried, but out of trust for her husband, she didn't say anything more. Before entering Yi auction, Lin Mo thought for a moment and then cautioned, wife, there's one more thing I need to tell you. These antique dealers are all cunning, no matter how much they offer later, you must hold firm. Don't talk carelessly, no matter what. Li Jinwen said anxiously, ah? Is it that troublesome? Maybe I should just not go in and wait for you at the door, to avoid the risk of saying something that could lose us a lot of money. Silly, listen to what you're saying. We don't have to sell to them, Lin Mo said as he tightly held his wife's hand, pulling her inside while comforting her, without you there, I'd feel less confident. Besides, we might get richer and richer in the future, right? We'll have to learn to face all sorts of situations, and you can't always wait outside for me, can you? All right then, 111 just watch my mouth. Li Jinwen nodded firmly. After entering Yi Auction Co., Limited, they were greeted with a splendid and majestic lobby. There were many glass cabinets around the lobby, each displaying a variety of antiques. Scholars' rocks, jade, paintings, calligraphy, porcelain, you name it. It was almost like a small museum. When they saw someone enter the company, a service staff member in her early 20s, dressed in a fancy cheongsam came over, bowed slightly and respectfully asked, Sir, Madam, hello. How can I assist you today? Li Jinwen, who rarely frequented such places, felt very uncomfortable and restrained, darting her eyes about, unable to look at the staff member. This was quite normal. Wealthy people who visit a noisy vegetable market might feel uncomfortable watching others haggle and argue fiercely. It wasn't a question of inferiority or anything else. It was simply discomfort. Lin Mo was also a bit uncomfortable but coped better than Li Jinwen. Without showing his unease, he squeezed her hand a little tighter and casually said, We're here to get something appraised, your company's back office sent me a message. He took out his phone, found the message from the Antique Forum's back office, and showed it to the staff member. Apparently not the first time she encountered such situations, the attendant smiled and nodded, I see. In that case, sir, madam, please follow me. Under her guidance, Lin Mo and Li Jinwen were led to a VIP room. The attendant asked politely, what would you like to drink? Tea, hot water, or a beverage? Hot water is fine. I'll have hot water as well. Okay, please wait a moment. I will notify the manager to come here immediately. After pouring 2 cups of hot water for them, the attendant left the room. Watching her leave, Li Jinwen murmured, Husband, the salaries must be pretty good for a job here, right? I wish I could find a job like this. Lin Mo chuckled and said, Look at you, aiming so low. If you really want, I'll give you an auction house in the future. You can be a service staff or the boss if you wish. Oh, stop it, Li Jinwen rolled her eyes at him, this location alone must cost them millions in rent each year, right? Just as Lin Mo was about to speak, the door was pushed open, and a man in his 50s, very plump, bald, and dressed in a suit and tie, walked in. Sorry to have kept you waiting. I'm Song Dajin, the manager of Yi Auction. You can call me Manager Song. And your name is, sir? It was hard not to feel charmed by the distinguished appearance of this man in his 50s, who so readily lowered his posture upon meeting. Lin Mo certainly couldn't bring himself to actually call him Manager Song, as basic etiquette demanded more formality. He stood up, extended his hand, and said politely, "Good to meet you, Manager Song. My last name is Linear. Please take a look at this coin. See if your company is interested." After sitting down, Lin Mo wasted no time, taking out the household department Guangxu Yuanbao and placing it on the table without handing it over directly. Antiques shouldn't be passed between hands, just in case there's an issue during the handoff which makes it unclear who's responsible. This type of practical knowledge was something he had picked up from watching a couple of antique appraisal videos on TikTok. "All right, please give me a moment." Manager Song put on knitted white gloves before picking up the Guangxu Yuanbao to examine it closely. After also testing it with instruments, a good while later he confirmed, "There's no problem with the item, it is indeed a household department Guangxu Yuanbao." Hearing this, Li Jinwen's excitement increased, her grip on Lin Mo's hand inadvertently tightening enough to make the back of his hand ache. Lin Mo felt his instructions at the entrance were well placed. If he hadn't specifically told his wife how to behave at the entrance, she might have let out an excited shout by now. More than $1 million dropped from the sky. A little house on Minghai Island. Settling in Rakshasa City. The wishes of 2 generations, for 2 lifetimes, were about to be fulfilled. In such a moment, who could not be excited? Even Lin Mo, who had known about the Guangxu Yuanbao from the start, was feeling more agitated at this moment than he appeared. Manager Song noticed this scene but didn't say much, simply continuing, "Mr. Lin, do you intend to entrust us with the auction, or?" Based on previous experiences, your Guangxu Yuanbao could be auctioned for about 1.2 million. But since your piece has some minor flaws, I personally think it could fetch about 1 million. Still going for auction? Upon hearing this, Li Jinwen's brows furrowed slightly. She really wanted to ask if they could sell it directly to the auction house. She wouldn't mind if they offered 800,000 instead of 1 million. In her view, this thing called Guangxu Yuanbao was not as valuable as having several 100,000 in hand. She didn't have that kind of cunning. At this moment, however, Lin Mo gave a slight smile, stood up after putting away the Guangxu Yuanbao, and with a slight bow, said politely, "There's no need for an auction for now. I'm thinking of selling it directly, but I feel that your establishment might not be quite suitable." Manager Song immediately stood up as well, smiling and saying, "Mr. Lin, if you're looking to sell directly, we can certainly discuss that." "Indeed we could discuss, but I don't think it would be very fruitful," Lin Mo said with a smile, not forgetting his manners. "You just mentioned the auction could reach about 1 million, so your purchase price definitely wouldn't exceed that, right? And as far as I know, the market price for this Guangxu Yuanbao should be around 1.4 million, and I'm not hiding the fact that there are others willing to pay a higher price. Manager Song, who do you think I should sell this Guangxu Yuanbao to?" Despite Manager Song's very courteous demeanor and submissive posture, there was a trap hidden in his words. He was laying the groundwork for the acquisition by quoting an auction price of 1 million. Manager Song was an old hand in the game. He could tell that this couple likely had little contact with the antiques industry and probably had just stumbled upon a lucky find, eager to liquidate. Yet, in Manager Song's heart, the actual transaction price of the household department Guangxu Yuanbao was indeed around 1.4 million. Of course. That's just business. Nobody sets up shop for charity. How do you make money if not a bit cunning? For a manager like him, the lower the transaction amount, the higher his commission. "Mr. Lin is certainly forthright," said Manager Song, not upset at Lin Mo for seeing through his little ploy but instead demonstrating even more professionalism. With a smile, he continued, "Let's not beat around the bush, then. We can offer 1.2 million. That's the highest price our auction house can give. Of course, others might bid higher, but they definitely won't pay as quickly as we do. We have a variety of payment options, cash, US dollars, gold, whatever you prefer." Lin Mo nodded slightly upon hearing this. 1.2 million was indeed a tempting offer. Possibly more if bargained. However, Lin Mo had many more things to do, and he didn't want to drag things out over the Guangxu Yuanbao. Rather than spending more time searching for another reliable buyer, Lin Mo would much prefer finding a long-term, high-quality business partner. The Guangxu Yuanbao was just the beginning of his treasure hunting, not the end. With the intelligence system, he would inevitably come across similar information and purchase more valuable items. Having Yi Auction as an outlet would be convenient in the future. More importantly, he could choose not to sell at all but to auction the items through Yi Auction, potentially increasing his profits even more. Chapter 29, The Principal Called, Is There an Accident? 1. Ah! Li Jinwen froze for a moment, then feigned calmness and said, well, okay then, it's a deal, we'll sell it to you, you guys, transfer the money to us. Okay, please wait a moment, Manager Song stood up and left the VIP room. Once the door closed again, Li Jinwen, both anxious and angry, said, what are you doing, why did you suddenly make me decide? I had no idea what to say, it nearly killed me. Lin Mo couldn't help laughing, teasing her, it's nothing, just thought that you just now looked so silly, haha. You're laughing. Li Jinwen's cheeks were bright red as she placed her small hand on Lin Mo's waist. Ow, ow, let go, it hurts. Still laughing now? Not laughing. I was wrong, dear wife. I really was wrong. Humph. Li Jinwen glared at Lin Mo, but then quickly asked anxiously, husband, don't you still have a Guangxu Yuanbao worth around 50,000? Why not sell it as well? Lin Mo took out the sweeping dragon from his body and said seriously, I want to give you this coin as a keepsake, after all, this is the first time we've made so much money. But... no buts. We have some money now, you don't need to live so frugally, we'll make much more in the future. That's not what I meant. Wife, I know what you're thinking, you think it's too valuable, and you want to exchange it for some money, right? Husband, that's really not what I mean. I just think it's old and not good looking when worn, and others can't tell how much it's worth. I want you to sell it. If you want to give me a gift, you should buy me gold rings, necklaces, and bracelets. Hey? Lin Mo was completely stunned. He had never expected this to be what his wife was thinking. Humph! Li Jinwen let out a cold snort, and said with a hint of grievance, what, do you think I'm unsophisticated, that I don't know how to spend money? When we didn't have money before, of course, I had to be thrifty. Now that we have money, I can spend money well, okay? And don't forget, you didn't buy me the traditional 3 pieces of gold jewelry when we got married, now it's time to make up for it. Indeed. Who doesn't know how to spend money? It's all about being frugal, not wanting this and that, this being too expensive, that being too expensive, calling this a stupidity tax, that a stupidity tax, saying this doesn't fill you up, that doesn't fill you up. But if you really do have money in hand, who wouldn't want to live a little better? Buy the biggest ones. Lin Mo gently hugged Li Jinwen, kissed her cheek and said, wife, from now on, I won't let you struggle with money ever again, I swear. I believe you. After a while, Manager Song came back in with a contract and a laptop. Li Jinwen, with great patience, read through every single clause before handing it over to Lin Mo, whereupon they signed their names. Since it was a public-to-private transfer, the transfer was very fast, and it wasn't long before Li Jinwen's bank card received a notification SMS. Dear valued customer, your China Post Savings Card account ending in 5116, received a transfer of 1,245,000 yuan at 6:24 am on November 11, with an available balance of 1,362,000.56 yuan. The reason it was 1.245 million yuan received is that Lin Mo had also sold the sweeping dragon to the auction house. The price was 45,000. It was 5,000 less than the normal transaction price. This was the auction house's profit. Pleasure doing business with you, here's my card. If Mr. Lin has anything else to sell in the future, be sure to contact me first. Sure. This way please, let me escort you out. Song Dajin escorted Lin Mo and Li Jinwen to the store entrance and waited until they turned the corner before he put away his smile and turned back to his company. Hiss. Li Jinwen took a deep breath, still shaken as she said, that was nerve-wracking. I kept worrying we'd run into the type you see in novels, those who look down on people. Haha, Lin Mo laughed and said, what are you thinking, attitude is the cheapest tool. Even if they despise you in their hearts, they'll still treat you as beloved as their own father on the surface. Besides, we were not there to cause trouble, so of course, he was nice to you. Just as Li Jinwen was about to speak, her phone rang with a short, unknown number. She casually answered the phone and said, hello. Good day, may I speak with Ms. Li? This is Ping Finance. We currently have a high-interest scheme for large deposits, do you have time to discuss it? Beep, beep beep. Li Jinwen hung up the call. She hadn't walked 2 steps forward when the phone rang again. Good day, Ms. Li. This is Oxen Insurance. We're now offering you. Beep, beep beep. After hanging up again, the calls kept coming. Good day, Ms. Li. I'm Li from Rakshasa City Unju Real Estate. We have a property in Chang'an for just over 1 million RMB. In less than 10 minutes, Li Jinwen had received at least 8 calls. Honey, what do we do? It seems like our information has been leaked. Haha, you say that as if our information has always been secure. It's just that we didn't have so much in savings before, so no one noticed us, that's all. So what do we do? We can't keep taking these calls all day, can we? Simple, just download an anti-fraud app. Really? Will that work? Trust the government. Come on, let's go look at cars together. They casually hailed a taxi and Lin Mo led Li Jinwen to the largest car market in North City District. Li Jinwen's phone had the National Anti-Fraud app installed, and it must be said that the frequency of calls did indeed drop significantly. It was kind of useful. But it couldn't completely block all calls. Li Jinwen sighed and said helplessly, honey, I think I'm starting to experience the troubles of the wealthy. Lin Mo smiled and comforted her, there, don't worry about such trivial things. Look, decide what car you want. Once we've bought it, I'll buy you 3 pieces of gold jewelry. What car? Li Jinwen shook her head and said, I don't know much about cars. That Wuling Hongguang Mini seems good, a friend of mine bought one not long ago. Shall we just go for that one? The Wuling Hongguang Mini was indeed a good car, low-priced, new energy, and even came with a Rakshasa City license plate. It was a very good choice. However, Lin Mo felt the car was too small. The back seat was cramped, and it wasn't suitable for carrying much. After some thought, Lin Mo pointed to the Bid Force shop not far away and suggested, why don't we go to Bid first? I've heard their electric cars are pretty popular lately. Plus, we don't necessarily have to buy an electric car, we can also consider petrol cars. After all, if we're going to take long trips, electric cars still leave a bit to be desired. Li Jinwen nodded, okay, I'll leave it to you, I don't know anything about cars. The Bid Force shop was crowded, to the uninitiated, it might look just like a market. Nearly every table was occupied by a salesperson, writing configuration lists and calculating on-the-road prices for customers. After Lin Mo and Li Jinwen entered, no one offered them tea or even greeted them. Customer service was indeed pretty average. But Lin Mo was there to buy a car, not enjoy the service, so he quite enjoyed the lack of staff fussing around him. He pulled Li Jinwen to the front of a car and, after opening the door, said, "Please get in, princess. Let me tell you about this car's features and price." As a 30-year-old middle-aged man, Lin Mo often watched various car reviews during his idle moments, dreaming of one day owning a new car himself. He certainly didn't have as much money as the rich, but he likely knew more about cars than they did. This was a common situation, leading to many jokes online, like the one about a wealthy person who, after buying a car on a poor friend's recommendation, couldn't help but remark, "You poor blokes are really something. You don't have money, but you sure know more than anybody else." Just as Li Jinwen had settled into the car and Lin Mo was about to introduce the interior, his phone suddenly rang. Checking the caller ID, he saw it was Principal Lu Mihong from Future Star Primary School. "Why would she suddenly call me?" "Hold on, wife. It's the principal from our daughter's school." Lin Mo's brows furrowed slightly, and without hesitation, he answered, "Hello, Principal Lu. This is Lin Mo speaking." Chapter 30, Small Fry, Big Shot? 1. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo's heart tightened, and he hurriedly asked, "Principal Lu, please be clear, what happened to Xiao Xiao?" Li Jinwen, who had been curiously examining the car's interior, quickly got out of the car and came over, looking at Lin Mo with an anxious face. "Mr. Lin, I know you're anxious, but please don't panic," Lu Mihong hastily explained. "Xiao Xiao is fine, she just had a little fall. Please come over, and when you get to the school, I will explain in detail." Had a fall? If it was just a fall, did the principal need to personally make this call? "All right, I'll be there immediately." Lin Mo knew he wouldn't get much information over the phone, so he quickly pulled Li Jinwen and rushed outside. "What happened to Xiao Xiao?" "I don't know, the principal said she fell." "Is it serious?" "The injuries shouldn't be serious, but I'm certain there's more to it, or else the principal wouldn't have called us to the school." "Don't worry, we will know what's going on once we get to the school." The two of them ran to the side of the road, hailed a taxi, and rushed to the entrance of Future Star Primary School as fast as possible. The security guard had already received the information. When Lin Mo stated his name, he was allowed through the school gates immediately. The couple walked swiftly, crossed the school playground, entered the administrative building, and arrived at the principal's office door. Thump, thump thump thump. Trying to be patient, Lin Mo knocked on the door. "Come in." Upon hearing the response, he pushed the door open and walked in. Before he could speak, he heard Lin Xiaoxiu's voice, full of grievance and with a hint of crying, as she ran towards him. "Daddy! What's wrong? It's okay, let Daddy see, where did you fall, is it very serious?" Li Jinwen was so worried that she squatted on the ground, asking Lin Xiaoxiu about her injuries. After checking, it turned out that there were indeed no serious injuries, just a coin-sized red mark on her forehead. This somewhat relieved Lin Mo and Li Jinwen's anxiousness along the way. Lin Mo's expression wasn't good as he turned to Lu Mihong and asked, "Principal Lu, what happened?" Lu Mihong hesitated, then after a few seconds, spoke with an apologetic tone, "Ms. Lin Xiaoxiu, could you wait outside for a moment? The principal has some things to discuss with your dad." "Xiaoxiu, be good, wait here for a moment." Li Jinwen took Lin Xiaoxiu's hand, placed her on a chair near the door, and then returned to the office. After the door was closed, Lu Mihong, with a look of regret, began, "Mr. Lin, it's like this. Zhang Zia was playing with a remote control car and accidentally hit Lin Xiaoxiu's foot, which caused her to fall. But as you both saw, the fall wasn't that serious." Upon hearing Zhang Zia's name, Li Jinwen grew anxious. She frowned and demanded, "How serious should it be considered serious? Does my daughter have to suffer some grievous harm first? Also, playing with a remote control car in the school? Was it really an accident, or was he intentionally bullying my Xiao Xiao? Women are typically gentle, but fierce when it comes to their children. Knowing that her daughter had been bullied by Zhang Ziyu once again, it was hard for Li Jinwen to stay calm. Moreover, such incidents were truly frightening. No one could guarantee that Zhang Ziyu wouldn't come up with some scheme that would cause her daughter more serious injury someday. Wife, don't panic yet. Lin Mo took a deep breath, struggling to remain calm, and addressed Principal Lu. Principal Lu, since it's just us here, I would like to hear the truth. Was it really an accident? Lu Mihong showed a troubled expression, but after struggling for a few seconds, she sighed and said, Zhang Ziyu insists it was an accident, but some other students in the class said it was intentional. Lin Xiaoxiao herself said that Zhang Ziyu deliberately drove the remote-controlled car under her feet, causing her to fall. Hearing this, both Li Jinwen and Lin Mo's expressions darkened. Don't be too anxious yet. Lu Mihong advised, the reason one asked you here is to discuss how we can thoroughly resolve this issue. I have an idea, let's hear what you think. Lin Mo nodded, please, go ahead. Lu Mihong continued, here's what I think, what if we agree to move Lin Xiaoxiao to a different class? She's currently in 3rd grade, 2, class. How about moving her to class 3? Class 1 is also an option. Class transfer? Upon hearing this suggestion, both Lin Mo and Li Jinwen furrowed their brows. Indeed. Moving Lin Xiaoxiao to another class would likely resolve the issue of her being bullied. 5. However, like most primary schools in Rakshasa City, Future Star Primary School's classes are also tiered. Take the 3rd grade, which has a total of 8 classes. Class 1 is the experimental class, comprised entirely of students with the top academic records, who can complete the curriculum of 2 grades in 1 year. Such classes are almost entirely made up of child prodigies, and under normal circumstances, even if someone with connections managed to place their child there, the child might not withstand the intense academic pressure. Class 2 is the bilingual class, where lessons are taught in 2 languages. While it doesn't compare to the experimental class, the teaching staff is relatively stronger. Classes 3 and 4 are standard classes, classes 5 and 6 are art classes, and classes 7 and 8 are sports classes. Transferring classes hastily to face completely unfamiliar teachers and classmates could trigger a cascade of unknown reactions. Lin Xiaoxiao is facing the transition from primary to middle school in 2 or 3 more years. If her grades slip, particularly because they are outsiders, it will be very troublesome to attend middle school in Rakshasa City. When it comes to education, falling behind at one step can mean falling behind at every step. Principal Lu, isn't there any other way? Li Jinwen's expression turned very ugly. She was now gradually calming down, realizing that she was facing the principal of Future Star Primary School. If the other party was really determined to move Lin Xiaoxiao to another class, she was powerless to do anything about it. Honestly, I really like little Xiaoxiao, and I certainly stand on our side. Lu Mihong glanced at Lin Mo, then looked at Li Jinwen, her brows slightly furrowed as she lowered her voice, but Miss Li, sometimes we have to bow to reality. Zhang Ziyu's parents both work at 6 Fan Gate, and her grandfather has retired from the Education Bureau. Many times I want to fight for you, but the resistance is just too great. Moreover, I share the same concerns. If Lin Xiaoxiao suffers even more serious harm, as the principal, I would be at fault as well. Class 1 has already progressed to the 2nd semester of 4th grade. It's certain that Lin Xiaoxiao won't be able to keep up with the curriculum if she moves there. Although Class 3 is a standard class, the learning environment is relatively good, and I will also ask the head teacher of Class 2 to keep track of Lin Xiaoxiao's academic progress. This is the best solution I can offer. What do you think? Honestly, even if Lin Mo had leverage over Lu Mihong, he felt that she had already done her best. The principal of a primary school may seem like a big shot to them, but to other big shots, she's just a minor character. Li Jinwen appeared even more troubled, wanting to speak several times, yet not knowing what to say. She clearly understood that as outsiders with no connections, they definitely couldn't outmatch the other party. If things really turned sour, it could be a big problem whether their daughter could even attend school. Avoidance seemed like the best choice. Chapter 31, Go home, see mom, and dad, and sister. Honey, what do you think we should do? Li Jinwen, utterly unable to make up his mind, could only turn his gaze to Lin Mo by his side. Lu Mihong was also waiting for Lin Mo's final decision. If it were an ordinary parent from out of town, she wouldn't bother so much, allowing a transfer would already be a grace. The most straightforward solution would be to have Lin Xiaoxiao withdraw from school outright. It wouldn't break any rules and would also please Zhang Zihu's parents. In fact, at the Education Bureau meeting the day before yesterday, some leaders had made it clear, openly and covertly, that they needed to be extra careful when dealing with student conflicts. They didn't name names, but everyone knew exactly who they were talking about. It was only because Lin Mo had something on her that Lu Mihong found herself between a rock and a hard place, trying to find the best solution. "All right, we're aware of the situation," said Lin Mo after some thought. "Principal Lu, could you give us some time to discuss it as a couple? Also, I'd like to request a day off for Xiao Xiao, if that's okay." No problem, taking the child out to clear her mind is appropriate." Requesting leave wasn't a big deal, so Lu Mihong readily agreed. "Just remember, you need to make your decision quickly. The sooner you transfer Xiao Xiao, the less it will affect her grades." "Thank you. You've been very helpful." Lin Mo and Li Jinwen thanked the principal separately and then left the office with Lin Xiaoxiao, who was waiting in the hallway, and left the school grounds. Walking on the sidewalk outside the school, the couple wore troubled expressions. Li Jinwen couldn't help but murmur in complaint, "What kind of situation is this? It's not like our Xiao Xiao has offended them. Why do they keep picking on us? What's with the Education Bureau leaders, does having power mean they can bully people? Humph, if they push me too far, I'll take it to the court and sue them." Lin Mo, leading Lin Xiaoxiao by the hand, could only offer words of comfort. "There's a solution to every problem, panicking won't help. Let's have lunch outside today, what would you like to eat?" Li Jinwen shook her head with irritation. "I'm not hungry, how can I have the appetite to eat right now?" Lin Mo continued to ask, "What about you, Xiao Xiao? Is there anything you'd like to eat, or any place you'd like to visit? Mom and Dad will take you this afternoon." Lin Xiaoxiao herself was also in a bad mood. Wiping her red, swollen eyes, she said pitifully, "Dad, I want to visit Grandpa's house. It's been so long since I last saw him." Lin Chongshui also lived in Rakshasa City, not in North City District, but in the Eastern New District. He too rented a place there. The family used to live together, but things got inconvenient when Lin Mo got married and had a child, prompting Lin Mo to move out and rent a place of his own. Lin Chongshui was very fond of his granddaughter, and every time something upset Xiao Xiao, she thought of her grandparents. "It indeed has been a long time since we last visited Dad," Li Jinwen reflected, then continued, "I was thinking of saying this when we looked at cars, I just forgot. We're making money now, we should get Dad a new phone." Seeing his wife's thoughtful side, Lin Mo felt incredibly touched and teased with a smile, "Not angry anymore." "Angry? Why wouldn't I be angry? I wish they would just go." Seeing her daughter next to her, Li Jinwen stopped herself and paused before continuing, "But anger is just anger. I'm not angry at our family. Besides, my husband earned over 1 million in one day, who knows who will come out on top in the future." Excited by the topic, Xiao Xiao hastily asked, Dad, did you sell that Guang Xiu Yuan Bao?" Lin Mo patted Xiaoxiao's head and said with a smile, "Of course I sold it. The profit wasn't much, just 1.24 million. Wow!" Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled as she counted on her fingers, 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. 7 figures. That's more than our teacher's salary for many years. The sight of their daughters so enchanted by money once again successfully brought smiles to Lin Mo and Li Jinwen's faces. All right, let's forget about the unpleasant things for now. Off to the supermarket to get some supplies, then rent a car, and head to Grandpa's house. Hey, wait for me. Dad, run fast, don't let Mom catch us. Haha. Slow down, Don Tifal. Go, Dad, go. Lin Mo sprinted forward with Xiao Xiao in his arms while Li Jinwen chased after them, and all 3 faces were brimming with joy. Every hurdle can be overcome. Everyone's life is filled with troubles. Learning to adjust one's attitude is of utmost importance. 2 hours later. The family of 3, laden with large and small bags of daily necessities, got into the rented sedan and set off for the Eastern New District. Inside the car, Lin Mo connected to Bluetooth and dialed his mom's phone. Dial tone, more dial tones. The call was soon connected. Hello, son. Before Lin Mo could speak, Lin Xiao Xiao shouted loudly, Grandma, guess who lam? Initially, Lin Mo's mother had a rather robust voice, the typical kind you'd find in village women, not the type to speak in a low and petty manner. Usually, she would resolve any issue by raising her voice. But upon hearing Lin Xiaoxiao's voice, her tone instantly became shrill with happiness effervescing in her throat. Is that Xiao Xiao? Grandma has been missing you so much. Lin Xiao Xiao also called out, Grandma, I missed you too. Mom, Dad, and I are on our way to your place, we'll be there soon. Is Grandpa at home? Grandpa is not at home. Are you guys coming back? Then I'll call your grandpa later and tell him to hurry back. Okay, I've brought a lot of nice things for Grandpa. Haha, Xiao Xiao, you're so sweet. Mo, what made you decide to come back today? Doesn't Xiao Xiao have school today? Let1s talk in detail once we get there, I'm driving right now. What has Dad been busy with lately? Sigh, who knows what he's busy with? Lately, he's been leaving early and returning late. Sometimes he doesn't come home the whole night. If I ask him, he gets anxious, so I dare not keep asking. Listening to his mother's words, Lin Mo realized that it seemed Dad was having trouble getting paid for his construction work. Lin Mo sighed inwardly, not wanting to delve into it further with his mom. He simply responded with a smile, all right, then make some extra dishes tonight. Is little sis at home too? Let's have a good family get-together. Sure, sure, sure. I'll start right now. Ask Xiao Xiao what she wants to eat, then text it to me. I'll go get the groceries, it's still early, and the supermarket should still have everything. Mom, don't go to too much trouble, a simple meal will do. Li Jinwen interjected. Yet Lin Xiao Xiao hurriedly said, Grandma, I want to eat your braised pork belly. And tomato scrambled eggs. All right, all right. I'll go buy it right now. 4 p.m. Lin Mo parked the car in front of a simple dwelling in Hero Village, Huanan Town, Eastern New District. All around were very ordinary rural houses, and high-rise buildings were seldom seen. Without looking at a map, it would be hard to believe that such a place was also within the bounds of Rakshasa city. But that's just the way it is, just as the imperial capital's forbidden city is bustling, but not far beside it, you'll find an area of low, decrepit, narrow houses. After parking the car, Lin Mo was the first to get out. Already waiting at the door, a stylishly dressed woman around 25 years old said teasingly with a smile, Yo yo yo, big brother, you're doing well. Got yourself a car. She is Lin Xiu, Lin Mo's younger sister. Although she may not have stunning looks, she has a lively and extroverted personality and is the glue that holds the family together. I rented it. If I want to buy a car, you'll have to get rich first and help me out. Lin Mo opened the trunk and pointed at the contents, saying, "Come over and help, these are all for Mom and Dad." "Auntie!" Lin Xiao had already run down from the car, bouncing over excitedly. "Xiao is such a good girl." Lin Xiu naturally picked up Lin Xiao, smothering her with kisses, and then said helplessly, "Big bro, I'd help you carry stuff, but my hands are full. I'll head back first then. Make a couple more trips and you'll be fine." "Sister-in-law, don't move, my brother is strong. Come with me to the house, Mom has been waiting for you for half the day." Okay." Awkwardly. Chapter 32, Mom. My brother went to rob someone. 1. Lin Mo's parents rented a self-built house commonly seen in the countryside. It was 5 stories high, and they lived on the first floor, with 2 rooms and a kitchen. 1 room for the parents and another for Lin Xiu, his younger sister. The rent was 1,200 a month. The rooms above were mostly single rooms, each renting for 500 a month. Despite the old appearance of the house, such a price, in Rakshasa city, was practically like giving it away for free. And the landlord's interior decoration wasn't bad either, using relatively high-quality materials. The only drawback was that appliances like the air conditioner and the refrigerator were all third-grade energy consumers, which used a shocking amount of electricity when turned on for a day. The reason the rent was so cheap was mainly because Honan town itself had neither many factories nor enterprises, with not too many people from other places, and Hero New Village was also quite far from the subway station, hence there was no price markup from middlemen landlords. As for the good decoration, it wasn't for the tenants' sake, but to count for more compensation money in the event of expropriation. As soon as Lin Mo entered the yard, Su Qin, who was busy in the kitchen, quickly came out, walking over while saying, "Xiao, come here, let grandma hug you. Have you been eating well lately? Jinwen, you seem to have lost weight. Come on, go inside and sit. Dinner will be ready soon. Lin Xiu, hurry up and help your brother. You've become so lazy all day long. Mo, you too, why buy so many things upon returning? There's nothing the house lacks, you're wasting money every day." First the granddaughter, then the daughter-in-law, followed by the daughter, and finally the son. The family's status hierarchy was clear as day. Lin Mo placed the items in his dad's room, and as he walked out, he said, "Mom, your darling daughter, I can't get her to lift a finger." Su Qin glared at Lin Xiu and scolded, "Don't just stand there, go help your brother. Ah, those at home are never as appreciated as those working outside." Lin Xiu rolled her eyes, reluctantly let down Lin Xiao, and said as she walked out, "I might as well move out tomorrow. Only when you come back occasionally can you feel the warmth of home. You child." Su Qin wanted to say more, but Lin Xiu had already left. Lin Mo rolled up his sleeves and walked into the kitchen, looking at the full table of dishes and saying, "Mom, why prepare so much? It's too extravagant, we can't possibly finish all this. Is Dad not back yet?" Li Jinwen also came in, skillfully starting to chop the half-cut vegetables on the cutting board. "Jinwen, put it down and rest a bit." "I can handle it," Su Qin said as her smile never left her face, grabbing the knife and adding, "Your dad will be back soon. Go rest in the room for a while. Dinner will be ready soon." The couple who wanted to help were unceremoniously shooed out by Mom. Lin Xiu, carrying the remaining items, entered her parents' bedroom with Lin Xiao. Lin Mo and Li Jinwen followed them in. The room wasn't big, only about 10 square meters, with a bed and many daily necessities. Once they put down the things they bought, there was hardly any space left to sit. It couldn't be helped. Renting a house wasn't like being at their old home, it wasn't possible to rent another room just to store miscellaneous items. Lin Mo and Li Jinwen could only sit on the edge of the bed. Lin Xiu excitedly showed Lin Xiao each item Lin Mo had brought. "Big brother, this liquor must be a few hundred yuan a bottle, right? Holy smokes, a pack of red China cigarettes? These must also be a few hundred, hey. Big bro, did you strike it rich? The more Lin Xiu looked, the more astonished she became because a rough calculation told her that the pile of items was worth at least a few thousand yuan. After looking through them, she said in disappointment, "There's nothing for me." Big brother, you really don't take your little sister seriously. Lin Mo teased, "Why should I buy you anything? You didn't even care to help me carry stuff, and you expect gifts. See you, don't listen to your brother." Li Jinwen smiled as she pulled out a red box from old Feng Xiang from her pocket. Opening it revealed a shiny gold ring inside and said, "You liked this one when we went shopping last time, right? Your brother bought it for you." The ring wasn't expensive, just over 2,000 yuan. But such a gift had already surprised Lin Xiu into widening her eyes and exclaiming, "Big brother, you couldn't have hit the lottery, could you?" Lin Xiao spoke from the side, "Auntie, my dad is amazing. He took us to Disney to sell umbrellas and made over 10,000 yuan in just 1 hour, and there's still. Disney, selling umbrellas? Made over 10,000 in an hour? Were they selling gold umbrellas?" Hearing this, Lin Xiu was completely dumbfounded, not quite understanding what her niece was talking about. However, what she didn't expect at all was Lin Xiao following up with, "And there's more, in just 1 morning, my dad made over 1 million. What? Over 1 million? Monopoly money?" Lin Xiu twitched the corner of her mouth, shocked as she looked at Lin Mo and asked, "Big brother, what do you mean? You didn't go rob someone, did you? Rob your head?" Lin Mo wasn't planning to hide the fact he made some money from his family. He shrugged his shoulders somewhat smugly, "Just got a bit lucky and made a little money, that's all. Over 1 million? Little money?" Lin Xiu didn't know which words could describe her feelings anymore. After confirming that Lin Mo wasn't talking nonsense, she put down what she was holding, turned her head, and ran out. After taking several deep breaths in the kitchen, she finally caught her breath, and said stutteringly, "Mom, your son has made, no. Your son made over 1 million today." Su Qin was very calm, continuing to sprinkle salt into the pot as she said, "What, over 1 million, not 1 million? You look like an over 1 million yourself. Such a grown person, not steady at all. Your brother is just teasing you, and you believe it." Lin Xiu waved her hands repeatedly, "I'm not joking with you. The bunch of things my brother just carried in are worth at least a few thousand yuan, and he also gave me this." Seeing the gold ring in Lin Xiu's hand, Su Qin also frowned. She continued, "Just how stingy my brother is, would he be so generous if he hadn't struck it rich?" Lin Mo also came into the kitchen, snatched the gold ring from Lin Xiu's hand, and said discontentedly, Hey, you brat, who are you calling stingy? Your sister-in-law gave you a gift out of kindness, and you're still complaining. Forget it, I won't give it to you anymore, I'll give it to Mom." Lin Xiu immediately changed her expression, trying to ingratiate herself, "Brother, I was just kidding. I'm wrong, bro. My brother is the most generous. I know I'm wrong. When I get married, I'll let you spend all my dowry. I'm afraid you might not be able to get married, though." Lin Mo gave her a look and handed the ring back to her, smiling, "Mom, don't listen to her nonsense. But I did make a bit of money, indeed." Su Qin nodded repeatedly, her face full of smiles, taking it that her son indeed made some money, but she didn't take the over 1 million seriously. The number was too big, it just didn't feel real. She advised, "Making money is good, but don't waste it even if you have it, take those gifts back. Your dad and I don't need anything. Save more money, you'll still need to buy a house in the future." At the mention of a house, the atmosphere in the kitchen instantly became a little more somber. There's no helping it for a lower-class family, the necessity of buying a house is always an unavoidable topic. And just then, the courtyard gate was pushed open, and an electric bike came riding in. Standing at the door, Lin Xiaoxiu's eyes lit up, and she hurriedly ran over, calling out as she did, "Grandpa! Grandpa! Grandpa!" Chapter 33, Now I am also a father. 1. Lin Chongshui wasn't tall, with graying hair. His face, weathered by the years, bore wrinkles that time had etched deeply into his skin. Watching Lin Xiaoxiao run toward him, Lin Changshui's face broke into an uncontrollable smile as he opened his arms wide and indulgently picked her up. "Oh my sweet granddaughter, Grandpa missed you too. Look, what's this?" Like a magician pulling a trick, Lin Chongshui took a piece of candy from his pocket and held it in front of Lin Xiaoxiao. "Thank you, Grandpa." Lin Xiaoxiao tore open the candy wrapper, ready to pop it into her mouth. "Still eating? You'll have no teeth left at this rate." Lin Mo scolded and then quickly added, "Get down now, have you forgotten about Grandpa's bad back?" Not long ago, Lin Chongshui had undergone surgery for a lumbar disc herniation, and the doctor had specifically advised him to minimize physical labor. "Humph," Lin Xiaoxiao snorted, purse-lipped, and complained, "Grandpa, Daddy is picking on me." "It's okay, you enjoy your candy. I'll scold him for you." Lin Chongshui looked over at Lin Mo with a frown and asked, "What happened to my granddaughter's forehead? Did she fall?" After the long car ride, the redness and swelling from the coin on Lin Xiaoxiu's forehead had mostly subsided. So much so that neither Lin Ziyu nor Su Qin noticed anything unusual. But such details did not escape the eyes of Lin Chongshui, who adored his granddaughter the most. Lin Mo didn't want his father to worry and dismissively answered, "It's nothing, she just took a fall at school." However, as soon as school was mentioned, Lin Xiaoxiu's eyes immediately began to brim with tears, her voice quivering as she complained, "Grandpa, there's a bad classmate who keeps bullying me at school. Today he even used a remote control car to intentionally." Lin Xiaoxiao. Lin Mo frowned, trying to stop his daughter from continuing. Holding up a hand to gesture for silence, Lin Chongshui asked in a deep voice, "My sweet girl, tell me in detail what happened." Feeling aggrieved, Lin Xiaoxiao recounted the whole incident to Lin Chongshui from start to finish. As she spoke of the moment when her forehead nearly hit the podium, Lin Changshui's eyes reddened with her. He truly felt her pain. That's just how grandparental affection is, even if they themselves bear many hardships, they don't take it to heart, but upon hearing that their grandchild is being bullied, anger is all that remains in their heart. Lin Mo hurriedly interjected, "Dad, don't worry, everything has been resolved." Li Jinwen also quickly picked up Lin Xiaoxiao, explaining, "Dad, rest assured, the school is very supportive of us, and that child has already apologized." "Xiaoxiao, didn't we agree on the way here not to tell Grandpa everything?" Lin Chongshui gently blew on Lin Xiaoxiu's forehead, asking with concern, "Does it still hurt?" "It doesn't hurt anymore, Grandpa. It was just a small matter, and it's already been taken care of, so you don't need to worry," said Lin Mo, seeing his father's worried look, and hurriedly added, "Wife, take Xiaoxiao inside, I have something to discuss with Dad." Li Jinwen nodded and went into the kitchen with Lin Xiaoxiao in her arms. Once only the father and son were left in the courtyard, Lin Mo asked, "Dad, how are things going with the construction payment?" He had especially made the long trip back this time partly to get to the bottom of this matter in person. Although his father verbally assured there was nothing wrong, the information Lin Mo had received indicated that the situation wasn't so simple. Lin Chongshui pulled out a cigarette from his pocket and took a deep drag before saying, "Did you come all the way back just for this? You worry too much, didn't I tell you on the phone? It's nothing significant, and it will be settled soon." Lin Mo, still not reassured, persisted, "Dad, please tell me the truth. What exactly is going on? I have many friends who might be able to help." I am 30 years old now, the household can't just rely on you to shoulder everything, can it? I am a father now too. Listening to his son, a faint smile curled the corners of Lin Changshui's mouth, a glint of pride showing in his eyes. Yes. His own son had grown up. Taking out a cigarette from his pocket, he asked, "Want one?" Lin Mo shook his head, "No thanks, that stuff is bad for your body, you should quit early too." "If I could quit, one would have done it a long time ago." Lin Changshui put away the cigarette and after a few seconds of silence said, "Honestly, I did run into some trouble. Half a year ago, one took a few fellows from the village to work on a construction site for Lvgai Group. We worked there for over half a year but, when it came time to settle accounts, the contractor ran off and couldn't be found anywhere. But don't worry, I've already contacted the contractor's boss, and it shouldn't be long before all the money is accounted for." After listening, Lin Mo nodded, clearly seeing that his dad probably wasn't lying, and then he seriously advised, "It's best if there are no issues, but if there are, I'll help you find a lawyer. The Labor Bureau is quite concerned about the wages of migrant workers these days. Your health isn't great either, so don't go stirring up trouble. Worst comes to worst, we can let the money go, I can cover it for you." Lin Mo had worked on construction sites before and was all too familiar with overdue wages. Construction sites. Many shady things happen there. Don't know how many workers have been beaten up, or even killed, by people hired by the other side when they went to claim their wages. It was also common for some to threaten to jump from buildings over unpaid claims and to fall by accident. What he remembered most vividly was a friend who went to demand payment not long ago, and ended up being detained for several days for malicious wage claiming. The reason Lin Mo was so worried was that he didn't want such tragedies to happen to his own family. Tens of thousands. You think you can just come up with that kind of money? Lin Changshui snuffed out the cigarette butt in his hand and said with a laugh, "But today, I really see it. You, my boy, have really grown up. Don't worry, Dad has a plan. It's just about getting the wages back, nothing bad will happen." At that moment, Lin Xiyu called out from the kitchen door, "Dad, brother, the food's ready. Mom asked you to move the table outside." Neither the kitchen nor the bedroom were big enough for so many people. They had to move all the tables and chairs out to the yard to eat outside. Though it had turned autumn and the weather was a bit cold, the atmosphere was still very warm with the whole family together. Besides, being a poor family, they didn't have many luxuries to begin with. After setting the table, plates of nicely prepared food were brought out, filling the yard with the delicious aroma of the dishes. Some of the other tenants returning from work, upon seeing such a warm scene, looked visibly disheartened. They were all workers, laboring hard all year long just to be able to have a joyful reunion dinner with their families on New Year's Eve. But the government had just introduced a policy that there would be no holidays even for New Year's Eve this year, so the dream of having a family reunion for these people was mostly dashed. As the saying goes, no matter how good you are, there's always someone better. And no matter how poor you are, there are those standing in the abyss, envying your life. After the food was laid out, Lin Xiyu brought out a bottle of liquor from the room, excitedly saying, "Dad, look what your precious son has brought you. Jianan Chun, hey! That's what the boss was drinking at our last team building event. It cost several hundred yuan per bottle." Lin Changshui rarely drank, but he knew the price of liquor, and after confirming the bottle was indeed Jianan Chun, he scolded, "Coming back is fine, but why buy such expensive liquor? Isn't this a waste?" "What waste?" Lin Xiyu said proudly, placing the liquor in front of Lin Changshui and laughing, "Your precious son is no simple character now. He just made over 1 million. If you don't believe it, you can ask your precious granddaughter." Chapter 34, Lin Mo's Prestige. Su Qin originally didn't believe her daughter's words, but she couldn't resist her mentioning it several times, and for a moment, she couldn't be certain whether it was true or false. Lin Chongshui also looked toward his granddaughter sitting on his lap. As all eyes were on Lin Xiaoxiao, she first glanced at her parents and, after getting permission, put down the chicken leg in her hand, smacked her lips, and said, "Grandpa, Dad isn't bragging. Auntie was telling the truth. Dad really did earn a lot of money today, even more than what our teacher makes in 7 or 8 years." Once the news had been confirmed again, the old couple's gazes, which had initially been in jest, became somewhat stunned, and then both fixated on Lin Mo. Su Qin's eyes widened as she asked, "Old son, is what my granddaughter said true?" Lin Chongshui didn't speak, but his expression was also far from calm. "That's over $1 million we're talking about. It would take their whole family so many years to earn. And to save up over $1 million, they would likely need at least a decade to start." Since they were all family, Lin Mo hadn't planned on hiding it and said with a smile, "Xiao Xiao is exaggerating a bit, but I did indeed make some money, about 1.2 million. Once the news was confirmed, a sparide seemed to flash in old mother Su Qin's eyes. Old father Lin Chongshui was much more composed and asked in a deep voice, "How did you earn it? You didn't do anything unethical, did you?" "No, here's what happened." Lin Mo summarized the important points of the past 2 days' events. Of course, he omitted the existence of the intelligence system, simply attributing everything to luck. In his description, he only wanted to make a small fortune through those tube coins, but unexpectedly earned so much. After hearing this, Lin Xiu exclaimed, "Old bro, you're incredible. It's even better than the protagonist's luck in Zhenjiangmen below, you're truly a son of fortune." Su Qin was very happy, but in the midst of her happiness, she still advised, "Old son, although finding such a deal was due to your good luck, don't take it as a regular thing to do, or you might end up losing everything you have." Lin Changshui's brows were slightly furrowed, and he remained silent, pondering something. About a dozen seconds later, Lin Changshui suddenly stood up, went into the house, and after a while, came back out under the puzzled gazes of everyone, holding a postal savings bank card. He sat back down, poured himself a glass of wine, and poured one for Lin Mo as well, smiling and saying, "Have a drink with Dad." "Sure. Jinwen, you drive back home, and if you're not confident, just call a designated driver. I'm going to drink a bit with Dad." Lin Mo raised his glass and clinked it heavily with his father's, then tipped his head back and downed the contents of the glass in one go. A burning sensation rushed straight to Lin Mo's crown. He never really liked to drink, that had been the case since he was young. "Wu." Lin Chongshui let out a satisfied breath and passed over the bank card, "Jinwen, Dad's not very skilled, but since you got married, I have saved up these 400,000 or so, all here. You take it. With this money, you can buy a house sooner." Upon hearing this, Li Jinwen immediately stood up, flusteredly waved her hands, and said, Dad, there's no need, really no need, we're not planning to buy a house for the time being." Of course, she wanted to buy a house, but she also knew how hard it was for her father-in-law to save that money. Although she and Lin Mo had been married for almost 10 years, and 400,000 in 10 years might not seem difficult for most people, for her in-laws, it truly was a sum built up with sweat and labor. They couldn't accept this money. Besides, they were getting on in years and needed money more than she and Lin Mo did. "No need for what no need. Old son, you take it." Lin Chongshui handed the bank card again to Lin Mo, "Work hard and buy a house as soon as possible. Transfer the household registration over so that it'll be convenient for Xiao Xiao when she goes to school. Don't worry about your mom and me. Once everything here is sorted, your mom and I will go back to our hometown, farm a bit, raise some sheep, and life will be incredibly comfortable." Lin Mo had just come back to his senses and shook his head without taking the bank card. "Dad, we really don't plan to buy a house for the time being. Please take it back, I'll ask you for it if we're ready to buy." Lin Chongshui was again preparing to give his bank card to Lin Xiaoxiao. Su Qin also chimed in, "Old son, just take it. Your dad and I still have money. This money was originally intended for you two to buy a house." Even the usually joking Lin Xiu spoke up, "Brother, just accept it. Although sister-in-law says so, which woman doesn't want a home of her own? And hey, if you buy a house in Rakshasa City, it would give us face too." Seeing Lin Xiaoxiao naively reaching for the bank card, Lin Mo frowned and scolded, "Lin Xiaoxiao, put your hand back. Don't you take it." "Grandpa, then one won't take it." Lin Xiaoxiao hurriedly put his hand into his pocket and shook his head seriously, "Grandpa, my dad is very capable. He will earn a lot of money in the future, and I will spend it all on you." Li Jinwen also said, "Right, Dad, keep it. We'll talk about it when we really need the money. Let's eat, let's eat. What's with all this fuss? If it's been said not to take it, we don't take it." Lin Mo suddenly raised his voice, putting the bank card back into Lin Changshui's pocket, "The food will get cold soon. It's rare for us, father and son, to have a good drink together." When Lin Mo got serious, he still had quite a bit of authority at home. After he spoke up, even Lin Changshui stopped saying anything more. The weather was cooling down, but at that moment, everyone's eyes were slightly moist. Chatting and eating, the time quickly reached 8 o'clock in the evening. It was time for Lin Mo and his family to leave, or else it would delay Lin Xiaoxiao's classes the next day. The old couple along with Lin Xiu, carrying many household items, saw them off into the car. Li Jinwen, although he had a driver's license, was really out of practice and drove with tension, but calling a chauffeur was too expensive, so he had no choice but to drive slowly and stiffly. Lin Mo, who had drunk alcohol, sat in the co-pilot's seat helping to keep watch. Lin Xiaoxiao crouched on the back seat doing homework. "Dad, you guys can go back. Goodbye, Grandpa. Mom, remember the medicated plaster. You must apply it for Dad morning and evening." "I know. Drive slowly on the way back, don't rush. Sister-in-law, when I'm free, I'll come to North City District to visit you. My dear granddaughter, take your time on the road." After a reluctant farewell, the car slowly drove out of the narrow alley and merged onto the main road. The car was much warmer than the outside. Lin Mo was just about to take off his jacket when he felt something hard in the pocket of his outer garment. It seemed to be something. He took it out for a look. It wasn't anything else but the bank card that his dad had taken out at the dinner table earlier. He never expected that his father had apparently put it away, only to employ a bit of cunning. Li Jinwen, gripping the steering wheel tightly, also saw the bank card and asked with a frown, "Honey, what should we do? Should we turn back and return it to Dad?" Lin Mo looked at the bank card for a long while, shook his head, and said, "Let's leave it. Since it's Dad's gesture, we'll accept it. Even if we were to give it back to him, he wouldn't take it. Anyway, it's all family money. It's the same wherever it is. When he needs money, we can just give it back to him." Li Jinwen nodded in agreement, with a sense of emotion. "Mom and Dad really have it tough. They already spent quite a lot on our wedding, plus Dad's health isn't good. It must have been so hard for him to save this much money." She truly felt it now because Li Jinwen realized that what her parents were going through now might very well be their future. Is it really worth it to struggle to the death in a big city, just for an apartment of a few dozen square meters? Is such a life really valuable? Li Jinwen suddenly felt very tired, very stifled, and even more that there was no need to let her husband become like his father. After thinking it over, she glanced at Lin Mo in the co-pilot's seat and said, "Honey, why don't we also move back to our hometown? With this more than $1 million, not only can we buy a set of rooms in the county seat, but we can also renovate our family home. That way, the pressure on you won't be so great in the future, and we can also care for our parents." Chapter 35, Lin Mo's Plan. a slightly heavy price. 1. Lin Mo previously didn't want to return to his hometown, mainly because there were hardly any young people left there, and he didn't know what he would do if he did go back. He had been born and raised in Rakshasa City, and although surviving there was exhausting, life pressure would surely be relieved if he went back home, but he would also earn much less. Now, Lin Mo had another reason for not wanting to return to his hometown, the intelligence system. Even though Lin Mo still hadn't completely figured out all the operational logic of the intelligence system, one thing was without a doubt. In a big city, it was easier to obtain information that could make money. Take, for example, the time the weather forecast was wrong. If he had been in his hometown, even if Lin Mo had thought to sell umbrellas, he wouldn't have been able to find a venue like an outdoor music festival in a small town. Thinking of this, Lin Mo said with a smile, "I actually do miss home quite a bit, but hey, wife, for someone like me who has lived in Rakshasa City since childhood, there are just too few opportunities back home. Besides, our family has been quite lucky lately, we have some money on hand now, and I want to try doing some small business. If we can make money, that's great, if not, we can consider moving back home, and it won't be too late. What do you think?" The car was moving slowly, and Li Jinwen nodded, "You re the backbone of our family, Xiao Xiao, and I will listen to you. Aren't you a little tired? If you are, take a nap. We still have over an hour before we get home. Okay, drive slowly, there's no rush, safety first." Lin Mo drank some white liquor, and his head was indeed a bit dizzy, so he didn't try to be strong and slowly closed his eyes. Initially, Lin Mo thought he would fall asleep quickly, but after several minutes, he was still very alert. Apart from not feeling at ease with his wife driving, he also kept thinking about how to solve the problem of his daughter being bullied. He did have one piece of information that was nothing short of a bombshell, which if released, was more than enough to tear Zhang Zihu's family apart. But maybe it was because his brain had become more active after drinking, Lin Mo began to ponder some questions. Beyond directly throwing out this explosive information, what else could he do with it? How should he pass the information to the other party? Approaching Principal Lu Mihong like the last time would definitely not be appropriate, since the information Lin Mo held was not enough to threaten the political status of Zhang Zihu's father. If the other party were to uncover his identity, it would be a very troubling matter. Even Qi Tongwei, a top student from the political and legal university, couldn't withstand a minor tantrum of power, let alone himself, who was just a lowly worker fighting against demolition. He absolutely must not expose himself before he had accumulated enough ammunition. And then, there was also Lin Mo's personal ambition. How could he use the intelligence to maximize his benefits, or even achieve multiple objectives with a single piece of information? These were all things he had to figure out. The intelligence system was his means to turn his life around. "I'm not very clever, and I lack social experience, that's my shortcoming." Rescuing a dog only to end up falsely accused, even barely receiving a meager few hundred yuan as a reward, threatening Lu Mihong was a success, yet it carried its risks. And what I'm about to face is an official from 6 Fan Gate with considerable power. With every step I take, I must be careful not to expose myself, and especially not to put my family in danger. I also need to make myself stronger as soon as possible, only then can I provide a better life and safety for those around me. Lin Mo's eyes were closed. His mind was pondering many things. By the time they got home, it was already 10 p.m, the drive took so long. Because Li Jinwen was rusty with her driving skills, even at night when there was hardly any traffic, she drove extremely slowly. Lin Mo gently laid his daughter, who had already fallen asleep in his arms, on the bed. When he got to his own bedroom, Li Jinwen, sitting on the edge of the bed with a cup of hot water, said softly, "Husband, I've put some honey in the water for you, drink it while it's hot." Lin Mo took the cup, blew on the steam, and took a gentle sip. The water was sweet and a bit hot, but it eased his groggy brain quite a bit. Feeling any better? Much better. Husband, there's something I want to talk to you about. Today, as I was walking, I thought about it a lot. If it really doesn't work out, then we should just transfer Xiao Xiao to another class. The other parents work at 6 Fan Gate, and their grandfather has connections in the Education Bureau. We can't fight them. Transfer classes? If Lin Mo hadn't owned the intelligence system, he would have had no choice but to reluctantly agree to let his daughter be mistreated. But now, it was different. He had the ability to fight back, and on his way home, he had already roughly thought out a plan for retaliation. However, these were things Lin Mo couldn't let his wife know about. As he mentally crafted his following plans, he responded with an indifferent face, you make sense. I've thought about it too. Let's do it the way you suggested. You sleep in a bit tomorrow morning. I can take Xiao Xiao to school. But don't worry, I'll handle this matter. Besides, even if you went to the school, you wouldn't be able to change anything. It would only upset you. It's just a class transfer, I'll take care of it. Li Jinwen's heart was bitter. It was too unfair. They were clearly not in the wrong, but they were the ones being forced to transfer classes. Thank you, husband. Hug. Two slender bodies gently embraced. Feeling the warmth and breath of each other, Li Jinwen's frustrated heart eased slightly. A few minutes later, Lin Mo gently patted Li Jinwen and said softly, "Oh right, wife, I forgot to tell you. The boss is treating us to dinner and insists I go. I tried to refuse a few times, but he wouldn't take no for an answer. You go to sleep first, I'll be out for a bit and come back later." Li Jinwen persuaded, "But you've been drinking, haven't you? Maybe just call and say you can't go. I've thought about it. For the next while, there might be a lot less work on the building sites, and it might be hard to have another chance to gather with them, so I want to say goodbye. Then all right, be careful, and if you need me to pick you up, just call me." "Okay, wife, go to sleep early." Lin Mo put on his jacket, picked up the keys of the electric bike hanging next to him. "Also, I might do a bank transfer of tens of thousands of yuan tonight. Sue's daughter is sick, and they've been fundraising. Sue helped me out a lot back when we were working construction." "No problem, you decide." Li Jinwen didn't have any doubts and nodded lightly, "Be safe on the road, and don't come back too late." After a light kiss, Lin Mo left the room. After leaving home, Lin Mo rode his electric bike on the bustling sidewalks. About half an hour later, he stopped the bike in front of a secluded internet cafe. Lin Mo locked his bike, tightened his clothes, and walked into the internet cafe. Facial recognition, card issuance, payment. Once he had successfully gotten a card, Lin Mo looked around the first floor. Not finding a suitable computer, he went straight to the second floor. Eventually, he picked a booth in a blind spot of the surveillance cameras, with no other customers around, and sat down. He turned on the computer and entered the password in one fluid motion. After booting up, Lin Mo efficiently typed in a website that he had memorized long ago during his university days. The real reason Lin Mo had purposely come out tonight was not to attend any work gathering, his destination was this internet cafe. Chapter 36, Abyss Organization. The beginning of everything. 1. After a series of tedious recharge operations, Lin Mo successfully used a VPN as a ladder and smoothly entered the foreign internet. This was not any high-level technology, basically, anyone with decent internet knowledge could perform such operation. Lin Mo had always liked fiddling with computers during his school days, and with his roommates, he taught himself a lot about this field. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so knowledgeable about the 4090 graphics card. Following that, Lin Mo went on a cryptocurrency website and, after some effort, bought some of the hottest Litecoin from abroad. Although the buying and selling of virtual currencies were not allowed in China, they were still the safest during certain special transactions. Even if somebody could trace Lin Mo's funds to the cryptocurrency website, they couldn't pinpoint where his Litecoin went next. After purchasing the currency, Lin Mo found some websites he often visited during university on the Tor browser. The website Lin Mo knew about was more like a hacker technology exchange forum where members often created software with strong encryption features. Some software was publicly released, other software required payment before it could be downloaded and used. This website did not accept any national fiat currencies, only Bitcoin, Litecoin, Dogecoin, and a series of other currencies which themselves were inherently secretive. It had been many years since Lin Mo had entered this forum, and he was a bit rusty. After a long search in the forum, he finally found the software he needed and paid the corresponding currency, successfully entering the usage page. The software's functionality was simple, making phone calls, sending text messages. Clearly, Lin Mo had gone through so much trouble and had fumbled for nearly an hour just to use this software to contact Zhang Zihu's father. Of course, he could have done this without such hassle since there were network phones available domestically as well. Sky, TouchPal, UU Call, etc. But those were after all domestic products, not secure, likely to be traced and locked, thereby exposing his identity. In fact, foreign ones weren't safe either, but Zhang Zihu's father wasn't such a powerful figure that it would matter. This level of precaution should be sufficient. Cowardly? Indeed, one could say he was cowardly, but as a 30-year-old regular person, with a wife and child, parents, a sister, a family, and countless vulnerabilities that could be exploited by others, his life was too fragile to withstand much turmoil. So how could he not be cautious? If he could take a hard stance, he wouldn't even need to resort to domestic network phones, he could just confront Zhang Zihu's parents directly at the school during the day, thus avoiding feeling frustrated and aggrieved, which would have been exhilarating. But that was not an option. It wasn't that he couldn't solve the problem, rather, it would plant seeds of potential trouble for the future. What if, after regaining their composure, they turned their aggression towards his daughter, towards his wife? What then? Lin Mo would not allow such a thing to happen. Therefore, he chose to operate from behind the scenes, manipulating everything. On the surface, he appeared to be a good-for-nothing countryman, but in secret, he could easily overturn everything. Lin Mo's hands rested on the keyboard, his eyes bloodshot as he stared intently at the computer screen and slowly typed a line. "Hello, Mr. Zhang Honghao, we are the Abyss organization. May I ask, do you believe the closest person to you could harm you?" After editing the content, Lin Mo hesitated for a moment, then firmly gripped the mouse and pressed the send button. The so-called Abyss organization was a fabrication conjured by Lin Mo to intimidate others. As for the name Abyss, it was inspired by a famous quote, "When you gaze long into an abyss, the abyss also gazes into you." The page flashed, indicating that the message was sent successfully. After sending the message, Lin Mo did nothing but quietly watched the lower left corner of the software page. Soon, a red English word appeared in his field of vision. Read. Read was the direct translation into Chinese, but when it appeared in the lower left corner of the software, it also meant seen. Once the other party opened the message, you could see the read receipt. This wasn't some high technology, many phones have this function. Open Settings, find Message Settings, then turn on Message Delivery Acknowledgements. As for the software Lin Mo purchased, this was merely the most basic function. After waiting a bit longer, the other party didn't reply to the message. This was within Lin Mo's expectations. Most people, upon seeing such a message, would probably assume it to be spam or a phishing attempt and choose to ignore it. It didn't matter. Lin Mo's hand rested once again on the keyboard and he tapped out another text message. Zhang Honghao, male, 34 years old, graduated from Rakshasa City's University of Finance and Political Law, former cadre of the Comprehensive Department, Deputy Chief Clerk, currently the Director of the Office of Science and Technology Innovation Center Construction. His wife, Chen Ru, female, 32 years old, a graduate of Rakshasa City's Jiaotong University, currently a member of the Development and Reform Commission, with the sub-department level professional title. Son, Zhang Ziyu, male, 10 years old, studying in Future Star Primary School 3rd grade, Class 2. Lin Mo sent the edited message again. Lin Mo had received the phone number of Zhang Honghao and the information about his family some time ago through intelligence provided by the system. He didn't need to remember it, simply by browsing the system's intelligence page, he could find it quickly. Less than 2 minutes after the message was sent, the software had already received a very brief reply. Who are you? The fish had taken the bait, a sharp glint flashed in Lin Mo's eyes. This was the first time in his life he had experienced a cerebral duel with an official from a distance. Fortunately, they were separated by the internet, and Lin Mo wasn't worried that he could track down his identity. Good day, Mr. Zhang Honghao. As I said earlier, we are the Abyss Organization. I have some intelligence here that should be of great interest to you, and if you wish to know it, you will need to pay 100,000 yuan. We in the Abyss Organization do not deceive the young or old, and you may also choose to hear the information first and then decide whether to pay. Meanwhile, in a luxurious villa in Rakshasa City, a man in his early 30s, dressed in a sharp suit, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, looking gentle and refined, was sitting on a soft sofa, staring grimly at several text messages on his phone. He was Zhang Ziyu's father, Zhang Honghao. At first, Zhang Honghao thought it was some new type of scam message and didn't plan on paying it any mind, but as he saw the other party list his personal details consecutively, he couldn't help but grow more cautious. Hello, Mr. Zhang Honghao, we are the Abyss Organization. Are you confident that the person closest to you would never harm you? The Abyss Organization? What is that? Who wants to harm me? What exactly does all this mean? A prank? Uncertain, Zhang Honghao chose not to reveal more of his own thoughts but sent back an even shorter message instead. Speak. After sending the message successfully, Zhang Honghao furrowed his brows and unconsciously fixed his gaze tightly on the phone screen. However, after a while, no message came through. Is it really just a prank? Just as Zhang Honghao was perplexedly letting out a sigh of relief, buzz buzz, his phone vibrated once more and a new message appeared before him. Chapter 37, Child, hurry up and kneel down to beg your father. Mr. Zhang Honghao, perhaps you should ask your wife who Zhang Ziyu's biological parents really are? And what exactly is the relationship between your wife and her colleague Pan Tianyuan? To my knowledge, Pan Tianyuan is colorblind, and so is your son Zhang Ziyu. Color blindness is a genetic trait that can be inherited. The message has been delivered, Mr. Zhang Honghao. Please make a donation of 100,000 yuan to any charity foundation for children in the mountainous area within 12 hours, and send the receipt of the donation to the Abyss Organization. Please be assured, should you refuse to pay, the Abyss Organization has countless ways to make you pay a price far heavier than 100,000 yuan. Goodbye, the Abyss Organization is very much looking forward to continuing to serve you next time. What? Zhang Honghao could hardly believe his eyes as he read the string of messages on his phone. These words were like a bolt from the blue, a mighty blow to him. Although the content of the message wasn't explicitly stated, its meaning was crystal clear. His own son was not of his blood, but the child of his wife and her colleague Pan Tianyuan. This? Impossible? For a man who was successful in his career, had a happy family, and held significant power, such news was undoubtedly a negation of his entire life. Because he came from a family with a history of officialdom, Zhang Honghao was a man who acted methodically. Even faced with such shocking news, he didn't lose his composure completely. Moreover, it wasn't yet certain whether the information was true or false. This organization knows too much. Even if this is a scam, they must have more information about me. The more critical the situation, the less one should panic. There are two possibilities now. One is that someone close to me is trying to threaten me in this way, the other might be that the organization wants to make a deal with me, and this piece of intelligence is just an appetizer. No matter which it is, I must first find out if Zhang Ziyu is truly my own flesh and blood. The 12 hours are not so much for transferring funds, but rather a deadline for me to verify the facts. It has to be said. Those who have been in high positions, even if blessed by their ancestors, indeed possess a level of thinking and self-control far beyond that of ordinary people. Zhang Honghao, after a brief moment of shock, quickly forced himself to calm down. At that moment, Chen Ryu, who had just finished showering and was wearing only a thin, sexy lace nightgown, walked out of the bathroom. Chen Ryu was the mother of Zhang Ziyu, who had dealt with Lin Mo before. She was also Zhang Honghao's wife. Chen Ryu, standing at the door of the bathroom, called out in a delicate voice, "Hubby, could you help me with my hair?" Upon seeing his wife, a fire ignited within Zhang Honghao, and he was tempted to directly ask her about their son. However, he was well aware that even if he asked directly, it was unlikely she would admit to anything. Coming. Zhang Honghao narrowed his eyes, nodding expressionlessly. After stepping into the bathroom, he took the hair dryer handed over by Chen Ryu, stood behind her, and gently blew her beautiful blonde hair. Chen Ryu, admiring herself in the mirror, cooed, "Hubby, I'm really so fortunate. Every time I see you, my heart starts thumping wildly." Her words were a genuine expression of her feelings, not feigned emotion. Before marrying Zhang Honghao, she had been nothing more than an ordinary worker. Although she had a place in Rakshasa City, it was just a 30-square-meter-old apartment, where she had to squeeze in with her parents and younger brother. In such old tenement buildings, she had to use public bathrooms, and at night, if she needed to relieve herself, she resorted to using a chamber pot. It was Zhang Honghao who gave her everything she now possessed. As for why she had an affair, it was because it was with her first love, and after living a good life for too long, she sought excitement. If she had to choose a husband from the bottom of her heart, she would undoubtedly choose Zhang Honghao without hesitation. If you're happy, that's all that matters." Zhang Honghao casually responded, yet his face lacked any superfluous expression. Only the sound of the hairdryer echoed in the living room. Just as Chen Ryu's hair was about to be dry, Zhang Honghao seemed to have made a certain decision, and without warning, he suddenly asked, "Chen Ryu, how much longer do you plan to hide your affair with Pan Tianyuan from me?" "What?" Upon suddenly hearing her lover's name, Chen Ryu's originally content expression froze instantly. She stared at Zhang Honghao, disbelieving, and asked, "What do you mean? I don't understand." Honestly, Chen Ryu's performance was quite impressive. But unfortunately, that brief moment of panic had already been clearly detected by Zhang Honghao. If he previously had doubts, now he was certain that there was something illicit between his wife and Pan Tianyuan. Hiss! Zhang Honghao took a deep breath in secret, his voice growing even colder and his complexion extremely gloomy, as he continued to apply pressure. "I've already had a paternity test done. Do I need to say more? Zhang Ziyu's color blindness also comes from him." This. Chen Ryu was utterly dumbfounded. Her brain completely crashed, but tears streamed down her face as if they cost nothing. "Husband, it wasn't me. Believe me, Pan Tianyuan forced me. I was too scared. I feared you would leave me, so I didn't dare tell you. Husband, I really didn't mean it, please consider for the sake of..." Slap! A crisp slap rang out in the living room, and Chen Ryu's voice came to an abrupt halt. "Chen Ryu, what way have I been unjust to you? Having me raise another man's son, is this how you repay me? Our marriage is over." Zhang Honghao's angry face was trembling, he grabbed his jacket, and was about to leave. His mood was extremely agitated, he even felt a desire to kill, but having been taught to follow the rules since childhood, he couldn't bring himself to act too rashly. "Husband! Please don't go. I really didn't do it on purpose, it was all Pan Tianyuan, he forced me." Chen Ryu was truly frightened. She knew very well that if her husband left their home today, her life would be over. At this point, she no longer cared about saving face. "Husband, please, it's not what you think, maybe the test report is wrong. Listen to my explanation, please. If you leave like this, Mom and Dad will be very angry, you don't want to upset them, do you? Zhang Ziyu, come out here." Chen Ryu, her face soaked with tears, looked pitifully as she knelt on the ground, tightly clutching Zhang Honghao's leg, refusing to let go at any cost. She was nothing like the proud woman she had been when facing Lin Mo. Meanwhile, Zhang Ziyu, hearing the commotion and holding a cell phone that was still on the egg party game, ran out from her room, and was also stunned by the scene. "Are Mom and Dad playing a game? But why is Mom crying?" Chen Ryu hurriedly shouted, "Hurry! Kneel down and beg your dad to stay, quickly!" Chapter 38, This night, Lin Mo was completely awakened. 1. Hearing her mother's command, the bewildered Zhang Ziyu was stupefied for a long time. She was still a child, how could she possess such strong mental fortitude? Somewhat afraid, she weakly asked, "Dad, Mom, what's wrong with you?" Seeing Zhang Ziyu, Zhang Honghao's expression softened slightly, but the thought that this child was not his own flesh and blood made his face turn cold again immediately. "It's all the good deeds your mother has done." "Humph! Whore!" He kicked Chen Ryu aside with one foot, did not look back, and walked straight out of the living room, got into his car, and disappeared into the night, leaving only Zhang Ziyu and her mother Chen Ryu standing at the villa's entrance, weeping pitifully. Chen Ryu understood clearly that with Zhang Honghao's departure, her good days had come to a complete end. Doomsday was coming. Inside the car. Bang! Bang bang! Driving one-handed, Zhang Honghao hysterically punched the central control screen with his other hand until it completely shattered and his hand was covered with blood, which slightly calmed him down. As an official, although he had never experienced this kind of thing, he had seen plenty of similar situations. He used to mock others for not being able to keep an eye on their wives, but he had never thought that one day, such a thing would happen to him. It was laughable. He was going to make that woman pay. Make her live in regret for the rest of her life. Whore! How dare she cuckold him? How dare she make him raise someone else's child? And for 10 years, no less. However, after driving for more than half an hour and calming down, Zhang Honghao couldn't help but ponder a question in his mind. This Abyss organization. Are they investigating me, or did they unintentionally come across information about me? 11. Why did they choose to deal with me? What else do they know? No matter what the situation, this organization called Abyss cannot be underestimated. After I donate to the mountainous area tomorrow, I need to take the initiative to make contact with this organization. At the same time, elsewhere. Lin Mo transferred the software he downloaded from the deep web to his phone and, after ensuring there were no oversights, stood up to leave the internet cafe and got ready to ride his electric scooter home. It was already past 11 p.m. The weather had grown cooler. Even with a windshield on his electric scooter, Lin Mo still shivered occasionally from the cold breeze. They say Rakshasa City is a city that never sleeps, but that only applies to certain areas. Near where Lin Mo lived, the streets would be almost deserted by 11 or 12 o'clock, and there'd be hardly any traffic. Riding on the empty bike lane, Lin Mo felt anxious while also pondering some other issues. Although he didn't know whether tonight's encounter with Zhang Ziyu's father would completely solve the problem of his daughter being bullied, there was no doubt that through this ordeal, Lin Mo had gained a deeper appreciation for the power of the intelligence system. Before, I would obtain information and then use it to make some profit from the difference. That's what I did with rescuing dogs, selling umbrellas, and picking up undervalued antiques. Did I think about it wrong from the beginning? I actually shouldn't be focusing on these petty benefits, but should find ways to obtain information about big figures. Information about big figures inherently has immense value, which can be used to control people or to seek profit. Everybody has secrets, and everybody has secrets they want to know. The secrets of big figures and the secrets they want to know can make way more money than picking up undervalued antiques. And it's not just about making money. Whether it's holding Lu Mihong in my grip or the confrontation with Zhang Honghao tonight, these are not simply about money, but taking direct control. If one could use information to gain not only money but also weave a powerful network of personal connections. Lin Mo took a deep breath. At this moment, he felt as though he had awakened. No longer was he the frog in the well who had never seen the world. He had seen a broader world. Abyss organization, an incredibly powerful network of connections. If I could really achieve this, then whether it's money or any other resource, they would be at my fingertips. Abyss organization information peddlers. However, cybersecurity is an issue. With the kind of software I'm currently using, it's fine against ordinary people, but if it's those with overwhelming power, I'm likely to be tracked down. After all, what I have is only superficial knowledge. The road is long, and I have to plan each step carefully and strategize slowly. I definitely can't get involved in this path easily, it's too dangerous. The power of significant figures is beyond my imagination. A single mistake could cost me everything, even my whole family. Using the intelligence system to make a little money and improve my life quality is the right choice, unless I'm faced with no other options. Otherwise, I shouldn't act rashly. I can, however, start to collect some information and do some preparatory work. The closer he got to home, the quieter the streets became, and in many places even the streetlights were dim. Riding his electric bike, Lin Mo's gaze was deep as he looked towards the endless darkness ahead, his thoughts incredibly active. He not only wanted to make his life better but also safer. Otherwise, even if he earned money, he would just become someone else's cash cow, a situation all too common. As soon as Lin Mo arrived at his home, the exquisite electronic tone of the intelligence system sounded once more. Ding! Today's intelligence has been refreshed. Today's intelligence. 1. You passed by the intersection of Development Road and Construction Road yesterday, and acquired the following information tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Retired senior official Zhang Gilin will fall at the intersection. 2. You met Su Qin yesterday, and acquired the following information for the sake of helping you buy a house in Rakshasa City as soon as possible. Su Qin has decided to run a breakfast stall to earn money. 3. You met Lu Mihong yesterday, and acquired the following information. Lu Mihong is considering what to do if you refuse her request to switch classes tomorrow and how to prevent you from spreading her secret. 4. You passed by Ming Yuan Lake yesterday, and acquired the following information. Chen Shanhe, who once made a big splash in Rakshasa City and has now retreated behind the scenes, will be fishing at Ming Yuan Lake from 9 a.m. today until 4 p.m. 5. You met Lin Siyu yesterday, and acquired the following information. Lin Siyu is considering accepting a colleague's proposal, to quickly start her own family. 6. You met Lin Chongshui yesterday, and acquired the following information. Lin Chongshui will go to Auchan Supermarket at 5 in the afternoon tomorrow to buy winter clothes for Lin Xiao Xiao. 7. You attended the Yi auction yesterday, and acquired the following information. Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, Wang Erbo will unknowingly sell a family heirloom glazed red plum vase valued at 300,000 for the price of 100,000 to Yi auction. 8. You contacted Zhang Honghao yesterday, and acquired the following information. Zhang Honghao is preparing to divorce his wife and has already contacted the school to have Zhang Zihu drop out. 9. You contacted Zhang Honghao yesterday, and acquired the following information. Zhang Honghao is considering whether to take the initiative to contact the Abyss organization, to exchange a certain price for more intelligence. Lin Mo didn't rush to check the system's intelligence but instead tiptoed back to the bedroom. Li Jinwen was already asleep. Carefully lying down in the warm bed, Lin Mo carefully reviewed today's intelligence. Although this batch of intelligence didn't contain content that could directly make a lot of money, the value of the information had significantly increased, especially the first and fifth pieces. They might seem useless on the surface, but they were actually more useful than the money-making eighth one. By interacting with people of higher status, perhaps I could acquire more valuable intelligence. On his way back, Lin Mo had already figured out this principle. And the two figures mentioned in the first and fifth pieces of intelligence were clearly of very high status. In the past, he might never have had the chance to meet such high-level figures in his entire life. Leaning against the soft headboard, Lin Mo squinted his eyes, pondering his next moves. Chapter 39, Weave a Powerful Intelligence Network. Tomorrow, the place where the retired senior official Zhang Gilan fell, as well as the spot where Rakshasa City's once top figure Chen Shanhe used to fish, I had better visit both, just in case I can gather some related intelligence that might be of great use in the future. Even if I don't obtain anything, it doesn't matter, consider it an experiment. Of course, rashly contacting these big shots could also bring me some dangerous intelligence, but if I really did get that dangerous information, I just wouldn't meddle with it. Also, if I could intercept the antiques at the Yi auction, that could also net me a tidy sum. The intelligence that refreshed today, although it wasn't as profitable as the Guangxi Yuan Bao from yesterday, several pieces still have potentially huge benefits. Frio bien. Lin Mo was calculating in his heart. Tomorrow he needed to take full advantage, and try his best to utilize all this intelligence. This was also a brand new attempt for him with the intelligence system. Previously, he was always thinking about making money through the intelligence system. Making money is, of course, important. But to use the intelligence system only for profit would be a terrible waste. And next, Lin Mo planned to use the intelligence system to gradually build his own intelligence network. Contacting important people doesn't require interaction or acquaintance with them. Merely being near them or in a place where they can be seen might yield intelligence about them. Not all acquired intelligence will be useful, but once the quantity increases, it also acts as a form of security. Lin Mo leaned against the headboard, and although it was already late at night, he felt no trace of sleepiness. The deeper his thoughts, the more excited he became. Of course, Lin Mo wasn't foolish. Even if he were lucky enough to obtain critical intelligence, he would definitely not misuse it. Instead, he would keep this intelligence as a hidden asset to protect himself. His life ambitions were quite simple: a peaceful, healthy, joyful, and blissful family. He didn't aspire to immense power or immense wealth. But there's a big difference between having a sword and not using it and not having a sword at all. More trump cards were definitely an advantage. Perhaps those trump cards would never be used in a lifetime. But if he encountered troubles that were difficult to resolve, then having a powerful intelligence network meant having the means to respond to any problem, without fear of anyone. Just like the incident with his daughter being bullied at school, if it weren't for the intelligence about Principal Lu Hengmei, if it weren't for the information on Zhang Zihu's family, his daughter might now be facing expulsion. It was intelligence that changed everything. And sometimes, intelligence can be more useful than money. The next day, early morning. Husband, you must be polite when you go to the school, and don't start a conflict with anyone at all costs. And, don't rely on knowing some private matters of the principal to keep threatening her. If she is driven into a corner, it could still be very troublesome for Xiao Xiao. We can't afford to provoke them, so if we have to, we'll hide. But don't be too afraid of them either. Damn it, if it comes to it, we'll return to our hometown, take Xiao Xiao with us, and leave this rotten place. If this place doesn't welcome us, there will be another that does. And one more thing. Xiao Xiao, even if we have to change classes, you'll still need to study hard. You mustn't. From the moment Lin Mo opened his eyes until the entire family finished breakfast, Li Jinwen kept talking about similar things, even cursing in front of Lin Xiao Xiao out of frustration. She couldn't help it. Li Jinwen was someone who wore her heart on her sleeve. Letting her husband handle the class transfer alone, given the difficult situation, she was naturally worried. She had several times offered to go with him, but was refused by Lin Mo each time. Okay, I got it, my ears are going to develop calluses, Lin Mo said with a helpless wry smile. Turning to his daughter, he continued, Xiao Xiao, say goodbye to mom, we're off. Goodbye, mama. Goodbye Xiao Xiao, be safe on your way. At 7:10 am, Lin Mo arrived at the entrance of Future Star Primary School. Father and daughter got out of the car and entered the school campus together. Lin Mo could sense that his daughter was feeling significantly downcast, almost remaining silent the entire journey and walking with her head bowed after they entered the campus. Lin Mo asked, "What's the matter, Xiao Xiao, don't you want to change classes?" Lin Xiao Xiao nodded her head in frustration, "Yeah, I get along well with my classmates, and I really like them. Plus, Class 3 never outperforms us in academic results, I don't want to go to Class 3. Lin Mo stroked her little head, comforting her, "Daddy understands, don't worry, it's not over until the last moment. Let's not jump to conclusions yet. Maybe you won't have to transfer after all." "How is that possible? We should still prepare for a class transfer, Xiao Xiao doesn't want to trouble mom and dad." Lin Xiaoxiao's expression remained dejected. "There's no trouble or not trouble, what if we're lucky?" Looking at his sensible daughter, Lin Mo smiled with satisfaction and did not say much more. He took his daughter across the school playground and came to the principal's office door. "Knock, knock, knock." He knocked on the door. "Come in," the principal's voice sounded. Lin Mo pushed open the door to the office and walked in with Lin Xiao Xiao. Upon seeing them, Lu Mihong's eyes lit up and she could hardly contain the smile on her face as she eagerly said, "Mr. Lin, I was just about to call you." Lin Mo feigned confusion and asked, "What happened?" Even Lin Mo himself hadn't realized that it had been a long time since Lu Mihong had communicated with him in the Rakshasa city dialect. Although Lin Mo always acted very humbly and had not mentioned the affair Lu Hongmei had again or threatened her, the power dynamics between the two had clearly shifted. In Lu Mihong's mind at least, Lin Mo's importance was no less than that of students from influential families with substantial backing. "Although I probably shouldn't say this, I still want to share some good news with you and student Xiao Xiao." Lu Mihong took out a document, not bothering to hide her smile, continuing, "I just received a message that student Zhang Ziyu is withdrawing from school. Xiao Xiao won't have to change classes." "What?" Lin Xiao Xiao, who had a tearful face a second ago, instantly beamed as if she had won a $5 million prize, jumping up and asking loudly, "Really? Is it true? Wow! I really don't have to transfer classes." Lin 1M0 pulled Lin Xiao Xiao aside, "Xiao Xiao, don't be rude." "Hee." Lin Xiao Xiao chuckled sheepishly, apologizing, "I'm sorry, principal, I got too excited. So I really don't have to transfer classes." "It's okay, student Xiao Xiao, it's normal to be happy, yes, you don't need to transfer," Lu Mihong smiled and comforted her. Just as she was about to add something else, she seemed to realize something and her expression suddenly froze as she stared blankly at Lin Mo. "Mr. Lin, you don't seem surprised at all about this news." "Shit!" Lin Mo internally cursed, feeling alarmed. He, who was supposed to act surprised for the principal, perhaps appeared too calm since he had already known the news last night. Almost instantly, the atmosphere between Lu Hongmei and Lin Mo became especially awkward. Lu Mihong's look towards Lin Mo was filled with heavy surprise and shock. Honestly, she had never connected Zhang Ziya's sudden withdrawal from school with Lin Mo. In her view, Lin Mo was just an ordinary laborer. But when she saw Lin Mo's reaction, it suddenly dawned on her that something grave might be at play. This man, could he have known in advance that Zhang Ziya was going to withdraw from school today? Or to put it another way. Chapter 40, The Mystery and Terror Emanating from Lin Mo. Lu Mihong couldn't help but recall everything that had happened since the first time she saw Lin Mo to the present moment. Questions lingered in her mind, refusing to fade away. As for the affair she had with the gym instructor, Lu Mihong still couldn't figure out how Lin Mo had come by such accurate information. Was Zhang Ziya's sudden withdrawal from school related to him as well? If Lin Mo also knew about the unspeakable matters of Zhang Ziya's parents, it wasn't impossible. But that was the grandson of the former deputy director of the Education Bureau. What kind of secret could make them compromise? Did he really have that much influence? If so, why would he disguise himself as an ordinary mover? The more incomprehensible matters were, the more they inexplicably induced fear and oppression. At this time, Lin Mo of course knew what Lu Mihong was thinking, but it wasn't something he had planned in advance, it was purely accidental. He never wanted to put on this act. He had done so much, scaling walls and spending money on software, all to stay hidden and go unnoticed. However, Lu Hongmei's speculations seemed to be irrelevant. Thinking this, Lin Mo showed an innocuous smile and said, "Surprised, hey? Quite surprising. What happened to their family? Why are they suddenly so eager to withdraw from school?" Surprising? He didn't look surprised at all. Initially, Lu Mihong had little regard for Lin Mo, a parent from another place, but later, because she was compromised by Lin Mo's knowledge of her secret, she had to feign respect. But today, for the first time, she really felt a tangible fear from Lin Mo's ordinary face. Better to err on the side of caution. With this thought, the now composed Lu Mihong smiled even more courteously at Lin Mo and said, "I'm not quite sure about the specifics, but since they have decided to withdraw, they must have their reasons. Mr. Lin, if there's ever anything you need from me, just say the word." "You're too kind," Lin Mo laughed and waved his hands repeatedly, then looked at the clock on the wall and said, "Xiao Xiao should be in class by now, so I take her there. Thank you for your help with today's matter." Let me walk you out." "There's no need for such courtesy, Principal Lu." "Xiao Xiao, say goodbye to the principal." "Goodbye, Principal." "Goodbye, Xiao Xiao. The preliminary rounds of the speech contest are coming up. Make sure you practice hard." "I will." After leaving the principal's office, the innocent Lin Xiao Xiao asked, "Daddy, why do I feel like the principal has become a different person? She used to be so fierce, and I was scared to see her, but lately, she's become so kind. Does she have some happy event in her family?" "A happy event?" Lin Mo smiled faintly, "Maybe." When Lin Mo took his daughter into the classroom and left the school, it was just past 8:30 in the morning. There was still nearly an hour left until the time mentioned in the first piece of intelligence refreshed today. 1. You passed the intersection of Development Road and Construction Road yesterday, acquiring relevant information tomorrow morning at 9 a.m., retired senior official Zhang Gilan will fall down at the intersection. With time to spare, Lin Mo headed to his destination unhurriedly while reflecting on the incident in the principal's office. When conversing with people of power, it's effective to show a bit of your own mystery and strength. However, it's best when others discover it unintentionally, as that has the greatest impact, rather than trying to show it deliberately. Lu Mihong today was a prime example. I also need to be more cautious in certain serious situations and forget about the existence of the intelligence system to avoid unnecessary trouble. These bigwigs are all very shrewd. Lin Mo is not a very clever man. But he is not foolish either. He realized that he would likely have to deal with all sorts of powerful individuals in the future, so he must learn to be more savvy and shrewd in order to secure a better position for himself, ensuring the advantage is mine. At 8:40 in the morning, Lin Mo arrived at the intersection of Development Road and Construction Road on his electric bike. It was quite a coincidence that this intersection was the very place where Lin Mo first activated his intelligence system, attempting to make money through its information. Standing at the same spot, Lin Mo could still vividly remember the manhole where he rescued a pet dog, along with the cocky expressions on the young couple's faces when they finally left. Barely half a month had gone by. Yet revisiting this old place, he had many strange feelings. In this period, he felt that he had matured a lot, handling some issues with much more ease. If he were to confront that young couple now, he could think of at least a dozen ways to make them hand over all the rewards listed on the bounty. Back then, he was too young and let them get away. Indeed, what makes a man grow isn't time, but experiences. I wonder if I'll ever run into that couple again. If not, it's their good luck. But if I do, they can only say that they were fated to encounter me again. Although the weather today was a bit cool, the sun shone brightly. Lin Mo sat on his electric bike, basking in the warm and comforting light while pondering over some random questions. Time ticked away. Just as Lin Mo started to feel a bit bored, a dull sound suddenly came from not far away. Looking in the direction of the noise, Lin Mo saw an elderly lady, about 60 or 70 years old, trapped under a toppled green trash can not far from him. All kinds of garbage covered her, a total mess. Is that her? It should be. Lin Mo didn't waste any time, he quickly ran over, lifted the trash can, and moved it aside before asking the old lady with concern, "Auntie, are you okay?" "Ah! Ouch!" Zhang Gilin had taken a hard fall and, after catching her breath for a while, said, "Young man, help me up, don't worry. I won't make false claims." Because of a prompt from the system, Lin Mo knew that the old lady was a senior retired officer and would probably not resort to fraud. "Don't move, I will help you get up right now," Lin Mo said, ignoring the stench of garbage and the wet clothes on Zhang Gilin, and quickly helped her to sit on a curbstone by the road. "Auntie, how did this happen to you? How did you fall like this? Is it serious? Should I call 120 for you?" After a short rest, Zhang Gilin felt much better. She said with a bitter smile, "Ah, it's nothing, I just wanted to throw away some trash. I didn't expect that after walking for so long I couldn't find a trash bin. When I finally found one, I slipped and fell to the ground. Young man, I'm really thankful to you. Otherwise, I might have broken my old bones here," she said. Hearing her words, Lin Mo shook his head helplessly. Is Rakshasa City not a great international metropolis? Of course, it is. Are there not enough trash bins in Rakshasa City? Definitely, there are too few. The issue of not being able to find trash bins in Rakshasa City has topped the hot search list several times without count. No wonder the old lady spent half the day looking for one. "Auntie, your clothes are all wet." "Wear mine," Lin Mo took off his jacket and said with a smile, "otherwise, you might catch a cold. You're at quite an age, and the flu is so severe lately. Put it on quickly." Although the weather wasn't too cold, an elderly person in wet clothes would definitely not endure it for long. Lin Mo had indeed come here specifically to try to obtain high-level intelligence. But since he was already here, he naturally couldn't bear to ignore and leave an old lady unattended. Moreover, interacting with her more might trigger more intelligence. Chapter 41, Meet with Senior Retired Cotters, Zhang Gilin. 1. How can this auntie accept this without embarrassment? What's there to be embarrassed about? As long as you don't mind my clothes being dirty, that's fine. Lin Mo smiled as he helped Zhang Gilin take off her coat, then draped his own coat over her back. "Auntie, do you need to go to the hospital for a checkup?" Are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere? Elderly people are prone to fractures. It would be safer to have a look at the hospital, or maybe you should call your children. Zhang Gilin smiled and shook her head. No need, there's no reason to make such a fuss. I know my own body. Also, I know a bit about medicine. It's not likely a fracture, just that my foot hurts a bit, probably sprained it. My child is usually very busy. So, young man, could you bother to take me home? It's not far, just in the residential area up ahead. Don't worry, Auntie is a party member, she won't swindle you. Lin Mo's purpose today was to make contact with Zhang Gilin. The deeper the contact, the greater the chance of triggering information, so he certainly wouldn't refuse her request. Although he might not obtain useful information, he could treat it as an experiment and thoroughly research the system. And it was only about taking an elderly person home after all, not a big deal. Just consider it accumulating good deeds. Sure, no problem, wait for me a moment, I'll bring my electric bike over. Lin Mo rode his electric bike from not far away and asked with concern, oh right, Auntie, can you still ride this bike? If not, I can call a taxi to take you. I've rested for a while, I feel much better now. Just my leg still hurts a bit, but riding should be no problem. I just need your help to get on. Alright, take your time. Lin Mo nodded, walked over to Zhang Gilin, and carefully helped her up. To be honest, Lin Mo was also afraid of an incident. In case he got swindled, it would be really troublesome. If he ended up not getting the information and also losing out, that would be the worst. However, after trying to walk a few steps forward, the old lady indeed didn't seem to have much of a problem, so Lin Mo was reassured. Hang on tight, we're going to set off now, I'll drive slowly. The electric bike slowly moved along the non-motorized lane. Young man, I really owe you one today. Good people like you are hard to come by these days. Not at all, there are actually quite a few out there. It's just that young people are worried about being swindled and are hesitant to do good deeds, that's all. Aren't you afraid that old lady me will swindle you? How could that be? I can tell you have a kind face, you must have been a real beauty when you were young. Also, it's obvious you are cultured and well educated, not like some confused old ladies. Plus, you're quite the charmer, young man. What else is there? I won't lie to you, I know this area well. The place where you fell has several cameras all around it, so even if you did try to swindle me, I could prove my innocence. Ha 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 ha, you're slick, young man. I didn't see that coming. But it's right to be that way. You need to have a warm heart but also ensure your own peace of mind, or else it's easy to be taken advantage of. Auntie, is it the residential area up ahead? Yes, this one here. Just go in and keep going straight. It's building 12, unit 2. The electric bike stopped at the entrance of the building. Lin Mo was very familiar with this area, he used to come here often for work. But one thing he couldn't figure out, why would a senior retired official be living in this kind of old neighborhood? Shouldn't she live in a big villa? Or at least a high-end residential area? It didn't show at all. Although Lin Mo thought so internally, he of course didn't show it and didn't pay too much attention. After parking the bike, he said, Auntie, let me help you down. Which floor do you live on? Zhang Gilin, supported by Lin Mo, got off the electric bike and pointed upstairs. I live on the 3rd floor. I'll have to trouble you to send me up. No problem at all. Lin Mo supported Zhang Gilin as they walked up the stairs, step by step. The elderly woman already had trouble walking, and with the sprained foot, she moved very slowly. Auntie, are you sure you don't need to go to the hospital to have that looked at? No need, what's this little injury? Back when I went to the countryside, what hardships haven't I endured, what suffering haven't I experienced? You've been sent down to the countryside before. Of course, back then I was only 16 years old, and so many years have flown by so quickly. Life is much better now, and I've gotten old. You don't look old at all. Young man, you do have a sweet tongue. What do you do for a living? Me? I mostly help people carry things up buildings, do loading and unloading work, the kind of laborious jobs. Oh, that must be tiring, right? It's okay. Got to provide for the family. When I get home each day and see my wife and kids, I don't feel tired anymore. It's good to be responsible for your family, but you can't do manual labor forever. Haven't you thought about doing something else? Alt, to be honest with you, Auntie, I'm just a third-tier university graduate. I don't really have any impressive skills, and can't get a better job, so I have to rely on my income from carrying loads to support my family. As they chatted, they had already arrived on the third floor. The brass plagues of the House of Glory and Martyrs' home gleamed with a dazzling light at the entrance. Zhang Gilin took out her keys, opened the door, and invited, "Young man, come in and have a glass of water." "I am a bit thirsty, so I won't stand on ceremony," Lin Mo said with a smile as he nodded. "No need for that, you and I hit it off well, and I haven't had a good chat with anyone in a long time. Ever since my partner passed away, I've been living alone every day." Zhang Gilin entered the house cheerfully. The house wasn't big, and the decor was very simple, entirely in the style of the 60s and 70s, but it was very clean and tidy. "You have a seat, I will go change my clothes." Zhang Gilin went into the bedroom, and Lin Mo sat on the sofa in the living room, looking at the old photos hanging on the mottled walls. The woman in the photos was dressed in military uniform, looking valiant and spirited, and bore a strong resemblance to Zhang Gilin. In the most recent family photo, Zhang Gilin was standing next to a man in his 30s or 40s, wearing a white police shirt, looking strong and upright. That must be her son? Lin Mo didn't know much about police ranks and couldn't tell what position the man in the photo held. But he got the feeling that it must be a pretty high-ranking official. Before long, Zhang Gilin came out from the bedroom wearing a new set of clothes, holding a black fleece-lined jacket in her hand. "Young man, your clothes got dirty because of me, I'll wash them clean and give them back to you. This jacket belongs to my son, it should fit you both quite well, so you wear it for now." Lin Mo waved his hands repeatedly, "Auntie, there's no need for such trouble. Just give me my clothes back, and I will wash them clean when I get home. What does it matter if it's dirty? The old lady is just being polite. Besides, when he did his carrying work, he would get even dirtier than this, so it really didn't bother him. Child, just take it when I tell you to, don't make this old lady anxious." Zhang Gilin firmly put the jacket on Lin Mo, looking him up and down before saying, "It fits rather well. Leave me your phone number, and once the clothes are clean, I'll have my son bring them over to you." Lin Mo refused again, "Auntie, there's really no need for that. Tsch. Just do as I say." Zhang Gilin was a strong-willed character, speaking in a way that bore authority. "I can't have you doing me a favor and then going home in dirty clothes, can I?" Chapter 42, Glazed Red Plum Vase. _1. Lin Mo felt that Zhang Gilin resembled those old revolutionary soldiers in classic movies and TV dramas. Though her words were firm, he also inexplicably felt a warmth from her. With no other choice, Lin Mo didn't delay any further and smiled as he nodded in agreement. "All right, Aunt Zhang, what's your phone number? I'll call you." Zhang Gilin gave him a string of numbers. "My name is Zhang Gilin, just call me Aunt Zhang." "What's your name, young man?" Lin Mo dialed the number, and after her phone rang, he said, "Aunt Zhang, this is my number. My name is Lin Mo, you can call me Lin or Mo." After saving the number, they chatted casually for a bit. It must be said, Listening to such a high-quality retired coder speak was truly a pleasure. It wasn't so much refreshing as it was an elevating experience for his life, very comfortable. Lin Mo glanced at the time and said with a smile, "Aunt Zhang, it's getting late, I really can't keep chatting with you. I've got some things to take care of and need to rush over. When I have the chance, I'll come specifically to visit you." Zhang Gilin nodded, "You young people are always busy, it's good to be busy. Remember to come and visit this old woman often." "No problem, please don't see me out. Go take a rest." After saying goodbye, Lin Mo left the living room and headed downstairs. He had to rush to the Yi auction. There was an antique worth 300,000 that he needed to intercept. It would be too late if he was any later. Even though he already had over $1 million in savings, he certainly wouldn't pass up this chance to make money. Who would ever think they had too much money? What Lin Mo didn't notice was that Zhang Gilin stood by the window, silently watching him leave the neighborhood until he vanished from her sight. He's a good kid, very much like Zheng when he was young. I wonder if Feng still has a suitable position available. I'll call tonight to ask. If it's a good fit, I'll introduce him. It's certainly better than carrying loads up buildings. After leaving Zhang Gilin's neighborhood, Lin Mo hurried non-stop to the entrance of the Yi auction. As the weather grew colder, the battery life of his electric bike decreased significantly. Time to change the battery, and if I keep running around, I'll need my own car. It's not a good idea always being left stranded on the road. Lin Mo found a place to quickly charge his electric bike, 1 yuan for 10 minutes of charging. He put in 6 yuan, planning to charge for a full hour. I still have to go to Mingyuan Lake later, I don't know if the electric bike will last until I get home. Never mind that now, the antique seller should be about to arrive. Let's see can run into him. If I can meet him, I'll focus on earning this money first. Lin Mo stood at the entrance of the Yi auction house, checking the time. It was almost 9 in the morning. There weren't many people coming and going around him, and it wasn't clear who might be the one selling the antique. Lin Mo only knew the seller's name was Wang Erbo, but he had no idea what he looked like or how tall he was. He could only rely on his own eyes to discern. Right at 9 o'clock, Lin Mo noticed that a few people alighted from the bus at a stop not far away, among them a man in his 50s dressed simply, clutching a black backpack tightly and looking flustered. There's no escape, it must be him. Lin Mo stood at the entrance of Yi auction, took out a cigarette he had bought earlier, lit it, and pretended to smoke casually by the door. The man quickly walked over, and upon seeing Lin Mo, he looked around before asking in not-so-fluent Mandarin, "Brother, is this Yi auction house?" Lin Mo was thinking about how to strike up a conversation with the man when he took the initiative to speak. He nodded and replied, "Ah, yes, that's right, this is the place. What do you want to do?" Wang Erbo didn't say straight away what he was there for but instead asked back, "I heard they buy old things here, do they give fair prices?" Lin Mo took out a cigarette and handed it over, responding, "They do buy, but they don't offer high prices. I also deal in antiques. What are you looking to sell? I can take a look for you." "That would be great." Wang Erbo took the cigarette, placed it on his ear without smoking it, and nervously glanced around before cautiously taking something out of his backpack. "Can you help me see how much this is worth?" What he took out was the glazed red plum vase mentioned in the system intelligence, with a shallow foot and sand bottom, a bell-shaped cover, delicate glaze quality, less than ideal red glaze color, kill transformed to black, and decorated with 7 sets of patterns, very beautiful. At first glance, it looked as good as new. If it weren't for the system's valuation, Lin Mo would definitely have thought the item was brand new at first sight. Glazed red plum vase, hey. Lin Mo bent over and carefully examined the piece before saying, "It's in pretty good condition, just a pity that a piece here is chipped off, it's slightly damaged." Such a pity, truly a pity. Before coming, Wang Erbo had actually searched online for the vase he held, and hearing Lin Mo utter glazed red plum vase, he instantly recognized Lin Mo's level of expertise. Anxiously, he asked, "Could you please help me out? How much is my vase worth?" "First put your vase away." Lin Mo was not in a hurry and waited until the other person had packed it back into his backpack before saying, "The piece is nice, but it's not very old, probably an item from the late Qing period at most, and it's also damaged. If you are willing to sell it, I can offer you, about 50,000. Lin Mo knew that Wang Erbo's expected price was 100,000, but as an old saying goes, rough and fine winnowing baskets, who in the world doesn't want to make a profit? If he could acquire it for 50,000, he could net an additional 50,000 in profit, so why not? Moreover, starting with an offer of 50,000, there was room for negotiation. If he had started by saying he could take it for 100,000, who knows, the other party might have raised the price even more. Once the price increases from the ground up, then it becomes a problem. 50,000. Hearing this price, Wang Erbo looked hesitant and waved his hand, saying, "Brother, that's too low. I've looked it up online, this vase can sell for at least 150,000, one can't sell it for your price." 150,000 is right, Lin Mo affirmed his point first, to steady him, then continued, "but that's for a complete piece. Yours has a chip missing, and even though it's small, you should also know the principle that antiques are most susceptible to damage, right? Plus, I'm not desperate to buy your vase. I happened upon it by chance. How about this, you name a price, and if it's reasonable, I'll take it." Wang Erbo fell into thought again, struggling for a moment before saying, 120,000. "And I want the money right away. If you can pay, I'll sell, otherwise forget it, I'm going to try the auction house." From the tone of voice, he seemed to be someone eager to sell immediately. Chapter 43, Without treachery, there's no trade, not cut out to be a treacherous merchant. Hearing this, Lin Mo felt assured and said with a smile, "Big brother sounds like an insider too, your price is so accurate, so I won't haggle with you any further. 120,000 is a bit high, I might lose money when I resell it. How about this, you take a step back, 110,000, and I'll transfer the money to you right now, via WeChat, Alipay, or bank transfer. If you still think that won't work, you can go in there with the vase and ask around. They'll probably offer you at most 80 to 90,000, maybe 100,000 FEBNL.com. But I need to tell you in advance, this is an auction house, and if you want to get your hands on the money, you'll have to wait until they sell the item. The auction also involves a commission fee, and that can cause quite a delay. The auction house also accepted antiques, but to cut in and make money off the antiques, Lin Mo naturally told a little lie. After finishing, he no longer looked at Wang Erbo beside him and nonchalantly continued smoking his cigarette. Compared to the first time he bought tube coins at the antique stall, Lin Mo's demeanor had improved considerably, and he seemed very seasoned. Even he felt that the current him resembled the shrewdest businessman, Dajinya, from the Ghost Blows Out the Light novels. Without unearned wealth, a man cannot grow rich, and without nighttime fodder, a horse cannot get fat. To make money, one must be willing to take risks. Moreover, Lin Mo didn't feel that he had done anything wrong. He had even added 10,000, which was pretty good. After about a full minute had passed, Wang Erbo finally clenched his teeth and said, "All right, I'll sell it. Transfer the money to my Alipay, and the vase is yours." That's more like it. Possessions are always just possessions, but money is what's really solid. Lin Mo took out his cell phone and switched the Pay Treasure account to Li Jinwen's. He had already notified Li Jinwen earlier in the day that he might need money, so he didn't need to notify him again. Just as he was about to ask for the other person's account, he heard Wang Erbo's phone ring. Lin Mo glanced at his phone brand and saw it was an old knockoff from many years ago, something like Jinpeng phone. He had used one before. In fact, it was quite reliable, the interface was smooth, the scrolling marquee was cool enough, and with 2 batteries used in rotation, there was no pressure from the battery life. Its only feature was its piercingly loud volume. One didn't need to use speakerphone, as the sound was clear within a 3-meter radius. Wang Erbo answered the call, and a woman's voice came through. "Hello, old Wang, are you done yet? The doctor is pressing us for the payment again." "Wife, don't worry, I've sold the item, for 110,000. You just relax, we'll have enough for the child's surgery." That's good. Be safe on your way." "Okay, I can't talk right now, I'm busy, and I'll rush to the hospital in a moment." After hanging up the phone, Wang Erbo urged, "Brother, my Alipay account is..." Lin Mo's brows furrowed slightly, and while typing the phone number, he casually asked, "Brother, are you in a hurry to use the money for medical treatment?" All. Bringing up this matter, Wang Erbo let out a heavy sigh and said helplessly, "Isn't it just? I'm almost 50, and it took me so long to get married and have a child. We were all very happy as a family, but who would have thought, just after the child was born, the doctor said he has acute severe hepatitis and needs surgery. I've sold everything I could, and the only thing left was this vase from my grandmother. Speaking of which, I have to thank you. If it weren't for you buying my vase, I really wouldn't know where else to gather this sum of money." Acute severe hepatitis. Heard this, Lin Mo also felt a shiver inside. A colleague of his once had a child with this illness, and that guy worked day and night to raise money for his child's treatment. He ate the worst food but worked the hardest and rested the least. Even Lin Mo and his colleagues who had seen much human suffering showed extra respect for him, and would even bring an extra portion of food for him now and then. Unfortunately, just as he was about to gather enough money, he had an accident while carrying a heavy load, tumbling down the stairs, and ended up with a high-level disability. No one knows exactly how much compensation he received, but in the end, the family left Rakshasa City in low spirits, with no one knowing whether the child was alive or dead. Workers from all corners find themselves in similar struggles, and the plight of his co-worker weighed heavily on Lin Mo and the others for a long time. This illness isn't easy to treat, and it's going to cost a fortune. Lin Mo's hand hovered over the transfer number, unable to press down, as he tried to persuade, "Or maybe you shouldn't get her treated, just take this money and have another child instead." Wang Erbo's eyes were red-rimmed with tears as he lit the cigarette Lin Mo had just given him. He took a deep drag and said, "That's not an option. Since I brought her into this world, I have to take responsibility. Now that's a real man. Just like his former workmate, a tough guy who could shoulder the weight of the world. Tutu. Looks like I just don't have what it takes to be a crooked businessman." Lin Mo sighed in resignation. After much hesitation, he ultimately cancelled the payment procedure, put away his phone, and waved his hand, saying, "Brother, I can't take this vase of yours after all." But when Wang Erbo heard Lin Mo suddenly say he wouldn't take his glazed red plum vase, he widened his eyes in panic. He thought something had gone wrong and was almost about to cry out, hurriedly saying, "Brother, if you think the price isn't right, I'll give it to you for 100,000, or even 90,000 will do. I really need the money to save a life." For him, an antique was valuable, but it couldn't compare to his daughter's life. He didn't have time to find another buyer. If he couldn't get the money today, the hospital would transfer his daughter from the ICU to a general ward for conservative treatment. He knew all too well what conservative treatment meant, keeping his daughter alive but just barely. And the doctor made it clear. His daughter's condition was serious, and surgery needed to happen as soon as possible. If complications arose from a delay, even raising the money for the surgery would be futile. "No, no, big brother, Just wait a minute. Don't panic. Lin Mo helped up Wang Erbo, who was nearly ready to kneel before him, and sighed as he explained, to be honest, I didn't know about your situation, and I was just looking to score a bargain. Actually, well, your vase could be worth around 300,000. Poor people empathize with poor people the most. Lin Mo just couldn't bring himself to profit from this misery. Listen to me, take this glazed red plum vase, sell it to the auction house, insist on 300,000, and use the money for your daughter's treatment. What? 300,000? The dazed Wang Erbo didn't fully grasp what Lin Mo meant. Which was normal. Going through such an emotional roller coaster in a short period could easily lead one to shut out external information. That's typically called being overwhelmed. Lin Mo patiently explained again, old brother, you just need to trust me, I'm definitely not deceiving you nor do I need to, just insist on 300,000. A loss of 20 or 30,000 is also acceptable, but don't sell it for any less than that, it would be a huge loss. If you're really not sure, then leave my number with them, and if they don't want it, come contact me, and I'll buy it off you. Wang Erbo gradually came to his senses and understood the implications of Lin Mo's words, but still asked with uncertainty, will that work? Didn't you say that they have to auction it before they can pay me? This big brother is truly honest to a fault. Chapter 44, once a major figure in Rakshasa city who could turn the clouds and call the rain, __L. Lin Mo sighed helplessly in his heart and said earnestly, brother, take down my cell phone number first, 138. Besides auctions, they also buy goods directly. I said what I said earlier because I wanted to snatch a bargain. Just remember, if they don't buy it, I'll pay 200,000 to buy that vase from you. You can rest assured now, right? Wang Erbo carefully noted Lin Mo's number on his phone, bowing repeatedly with thanks, brother, you're a good person, how should I thank you? If it really sells at the price you mentioned, you'll be our family's savior. A good person? Lin Mo didn't know if he could be considered a good person. Initially, he had even thought about cheating Wang Erbo, but now he was just acting according to his conscience. He waved his hand and urged, hurry up and go in. Get the vase turned into money for your daughter's surgery quickly. I, too, have a daughter, don't waste any more time. Remember this, your vase is worth around 300,000, the absolute lowest they should offer you is 260,000, that's the rock bottom price. According to the information provided by the intelligence system, the vase was worth 300,000, but the auction house obviously wouldn't do business without making a profit. Wang Erbo nodded again and again, and after a torrent of gratitude, he finally entered the Yi auction. There goes the 200,000 profit I could have had in my hands. A pity? Lin Mo sincerely felt quite regretful, he really wanted to earn that profit of over 200,000. However, like many kind ordinary people, no matter how much they lament, think they're being saintly, or feel foolish, when faced with a similar situation next time, they still can't bring themselves to do it. There's no helping it. Being a good person is tough, but what many people don't know is that being a bad person isn't easy either. The one who can commit bad deeds without any psychological burden is also certainly a character. Of course, there was another very important reason, he now had the system and wasn't short of opportunities to make money, so there was absolutely no need to go against his conscience for such ill-gotten gains. After watching Wang Erbo enter the Yi auction, Lin Mo headed towards a nearby place to charge electric vehicles. Doing two good deeds in one morning, although the cooked 200,000 flew away, his mood was still surprisingly good. After waiting a little while and making sure that Wang Erbo didn't come out, he rode his bike towards the flower and bird market in the North City district. It was just around 2 a.m. when he reached the market. The shop owners there were mostly old men, many of the stalls were not yet open, and there was not much business happening in the market. After asking a security guard in the market, Lin Mo easily found a large fishing gear store. The owner was a balding middle-aged man in his early 40s. Seeing a customer enter, he put down his phone, stood up, and asked, "Welcome, what can I do for you, young man?" Lin Mo looked at the dazzling array of fishing rods on the shelves and said, "I want to learn fishing. Do you have any complete sets of fishing gear you could recommend?" His next plan was to go to Mingyuan Lake to make contact with a former leader of Rakshasa City. According to the logic of the intelligence system, the deeper the contact, the greater the possibility of obtaining information, so, of course, Lin Mo wouldn't just go to Mingyuan Lake empty-handed. That would be too conspicuous, and the purpose all too obvious. So the best approach was to buy a set of fishing gear for himself and then, disguising himself as a fisherman, quietly spend a few hours near that person. If he really could get some useful information from him, that would be a real windfall. Is that so? The store owner nodded, an experienced look on his face, and inquired, "Then where are you planning to fish? A wild pond? A reservoir? Sea fishing? And which fishing methods are you interested in learning? Lure fishing? Rock fishing? Sea fishing? Spinning reels?" Hey? A whole bunch of professional jargon had Lin Mo feeling completely bewildered. He really didn't know how to fish. His limited memories of fishing were from when he was a child, using bamboo as a rod, the aluminum from the end of a toothpaste tube as a counterweight, and reed stems as floats. He had never heard of these professional pieces of equipment. After thinking for a bit, he said, "You know about Mingyuan Lake, right? I'm planning to go there to fish, just equip me with a set of fishing rods suitable for Mingyuan Lake." Mingyuan Lake? The shop owner thought for a moment and then said, "That place mostly has varieties like black carp, grass carp, common carp, silver carp, and bighead carp. Which one do you want to fish for?" Good grief! Not only is there a method to fishing, but even the type of fish you aim for is subdivided in such detail? Lin Mo recalled some videos he occasionally saw on TikTok, and he couldn't understand how the fishing industry had become so professional, with so many tools, and yet some people still returned empty-handed. "Any kind is fine, just set me up with whatever is easiest." The easiest would be fishing for common carp. "I've got specialized carp fishing rods here, along with some really nice bait." The shop owner turned around and took a complete set of carp fishing equipment from the shelf behind him. "Let me tell you, for carp fishing you've got to use earthworms, and for baiting the area you use moldy cake added to sesame oil. Take a look at this set of gear. In total, it'll cost you about 1,400 yuan. 1,400? I'm casting a line, and you're charging me 1,400? Lin Mo was starting to wonder if the owner was treating him like a pig for slaughter. The owner was a sharp one and quickly discerned Lin Mo's apprehension, saying generously, "My goods are all branded, that's the price for them. If you don't believe it, just take a picture of the same model and look it up online. But if you want something cheaper, I have that too." Lin Mo couldn't be bothered to compare prices elsewhere, as his interest wasn't really in the fishing. After scanning a QR code to pay, he said, "All right, I'll take this gear, but you've got to teach me how to use it. I really don't know the first thing about any of this." The owner smiled and nodded, "Of course, all this is actually not that hard. I guarantee you'll be able to learn it in no time." After learning some basic skills from the fishing tackle shop owner, Lin Mo rode his electric bike straight to Mingyuan Lake. The distance was a bit far. Lin Mo rode for almost an hour before finally arriving at the lakeside. At first glance, the expansive waters of the lake shimmered under the sunlight, a rugged dance of light, and flocks of birds adorned the mirror-like surface from time to time. The scenery was pretty nice. Phew! I have to hurry up and buy a car, the electric bike just isn't cutting it. Although he now had money, he was used to being frugal, so Lin Mo hadn't thought about renting a car that day. But this place is really beautiful. If I could get some free time later on, it would be wonderful to bring my wife and daughter here every day, to enjoy the scenery, go fishing, have picnics, and do a bit of small-scale barbecuing. Lin Mo imagined a future full of happy days as he walked leisurely along the lake, while also looking for the figure of the former Rakshasa city leader. Chapter 45, The Abyss Organization's First Deal? 1. Finding Chen Shanhe was relatively easy. He was once a big shot who frequently appeared in the news, and with a quick beta search, one could easily obtain his photo. There were many people fishing around Mingyuan Lake. It took Lin Mo about half an hour to finally find Chen Shanhe under the shade of a secluded tree. He appeared to be in his 60s or 70s, dressed simply and also wearing a mask and sun hat. If not for his bright eyes which hadn't changed much from his youth, Lin Mo might have had a hard time locating him. At the same time, when Lin Mo glanced at Chen Shanhe, he could clearly sense several gazes falling upon him from not far away. Those watching him were wearing tight-fitting tactical clothes and had uniform crew cuts. They were sitting not far from Chen Shanhe, also pretending to fish. But from their wandering eyes, it was apparent that they were not there for the fish, but rather were security personnel of some sort, much like Lin Mo. This was quite normal, after all, the man was once a lord in Rakshasa city. Even though he was now retired, he could still enjoy some treatment that ordinary people couldn't, and he likely held considerable power and influence in his hands. Having a few plainclothes bodyguards or security guards around was also quite common. Lin Mo ignored those stares, casually found a spot next to Chen Shanhe, and began setting up his fishing station. First, he took out a small stool and then retrieved items such as a long pole, fishing rod, main line, float, and hooks from his tackle box. The shop owner had already tied the hooks for Lin Mo, he only needed to hang the line on the float to proceed to the next step, measuring the water depth. This was indeed a technical task. And the shop owner had explained a lot of messy information to Lin Mo in detail, such as positioning the water depth beam, adjusting the float, and so on, which Lin Mo had not learned at all. He simply resorted to the old method he used as a child, letting the lead sink to the bottom and then gradually adjusting the position of the float until about 5 or 6 notches were visible. This method wasn't precise, but it was barely adequate. In fact, after listening to the shop owner for half a day, Lin Mo also realized something. All kinds of fancy techniques might not be useful, the most crucial factors are still luck and the mood of the fish. If one is lucky, even a child playing with a hand pole could catch something huge. As Lin Mo was setting up his station, Chen Shanhe merely glanced at him and didn't pay much attention. And Lin Mo, from the start, just treated him like any ordinary old man fishing and had no plans to get chummy. He had never met someone of this caliber, however, from watching TV dramas, he knew that such notable figures tended to be deep thinkers, and given the bodyguards present, it wouldn't be good if his approach seemed too deliberate. All he wanted was to stay close to Chen Shanhe for a bit longer to see if he could activate the intelligence system. Will that kind of situation appear tomorrow? You get a piece of intelligence after Chen Shanhe gives you a glance while fishing. Haha. Imagining what the intelligence system might reveal tomorrow lightened Lin Mo's mood considerably. The bait was earthworms, no special preparation needed, just attach and start fishing. The ground bait was a bit more troublesome. Like cooking, first by crushing the fermented paste, adding sesame oil, then scattering some calm kernels in a formula the shop owner had prepared, soaking it for about 10 minutes before sprinkling in some white wine. I must say, although it didn't look very appealing, the scent was quite fragrant, making Lin Mo feel a bit hungry. Lin Mo had once seen a streamer who specialized in tasting various kinds of fish bait. While waiting for the ground bait to ferment, Lin Mo took out his phone. He was just about to call his wife and tell her he wouldn't be coming home for lunch when he noticed an unread message on his phone. This message wasn't from a text message but from a secure communication software he had purchased on the foreign network. After opening the message, Lin Mo saw that the sender was, as expected, Chen Ru's husband, Zhang Honghao. The content was simple. A charity donation receipt and a sentence. How much does it cost to hire your abyss organization to investigate intelligence? Kind of interesting. Lin Mo hadn't expected that this guy, who had just been cuckolded so spectacularly, would actually still be in the mood to make a deal with him. This is indeed a new business opportunity, but let's not rush it, wait until we have acquired enough intelligence before deciding whether or not to pursue this venture. I've got plenty of ways to make money right now, there's no need to take unnecessary risks with this kind of trade. Lin Mo directly closed the encryption software and didn't reply. Afterward, Lin Mo sent a message to his wife on WeChat. Madam, I won't be coming home for lunch, I'll try to be back early in the evening, remember to eat. After sending the message, Lin Mo put his phone aside and, after scattering some bait, focused intently on fishing. The warm, gentle sunlight shone on him, dispelling the chill of autumn and winter, feeling comfortable inside and out. The only downside was that Lin Mo had waited almost half an hour and had not caught a single fish. Not to mention fish, even the bobber had scarcely moved, touched only occasionally by small fish. At first, Lin Mo thought it was his own lack of skill, but then he observed Chen Shanhe's situation casually. He did manage to catch one, but it was just a small fish, as thick as a finger. Chen Shanhe unhooked the fish and then tossed it back into the water. No wonder they don't ban individual amateur fishing even during the closed season. This isn't fishing, it's just buying bait and feeding the fish in the name of baiting. Lin Mo complained inwardly, but his hands didn't stop. He grabbed some bait and tossed it into his fishing spot. Normally, Lin Mo wouldn't have the patience to sit and fish, he'd rather spend the time carrying bricks to earn money. But fishing wasn't his purpose today anyway. Buzz, buzz buzz. At that moment, Lin Mo's phone started to ring, with a call from an unknown number. Lin Mo glanced at it and casually answered, hearing a man's distinguishable voice from the earpiece, "Brother, where are you it?" He recognized the voice. It was the man selling the glazed red plum vase at the entrance of the Yi auction just now. What's going on? Could it be that the auction didn't accept his antique? Lin Mo frowned and said, "I'm at Mingyuan Lake fishing, what's up? Do you need something?" "Oh, Mingyuan Lake, hey? I'll be there soon. Wait for me a bit." Wang Erbo hung up the phone directly. "That doesn't make sense, his vase is worth 300,000 yuan. There's no reason for the auction not to take it. Could it be that the asking price was too high? Forget it, let's do a good deed through and through, might as well buy it for around 200,000 yuan since the auction doesn't want it." Lin Mo was no saint, even though the vase was worth 300,000 yuan. He might not be able to sell it for that much after it came into his hands, plus he had to assume the risk, so around 200,000 yuan was a reasonable price. Having thought this, Lin Mo then called Li Jinwen. Beep, beep beep. The call was quickly answered. "Hello, honey, I saw your message about not coming home for lunch." "Yeah, that's right, but that's not what I want to talk about. I want to discuss something with you." "What is it?" "Well, I've seen a glazed red plum vase in the market that I can buy for around 200,000 yuan, but it's actually worth around 300,000 yuan. I'm thinking of buying it and then flipping it for a profit." Chapter 46, Kneel Down. Tears of Gratitude. "Wife, are you listening?" I'm listening." Li Jinwen's voice sounded very hesitant, and after a pause, she said, "Husband, one think last time it was more about luck, selling antiques is no trivial matter, there are too many fakes on the market. It's not that one don't trust you, it's just that one feel the risk is a bit high. 200,000 is no small sum." And Li Jinwen didn't feel her husband's luck could always be that good. Although his wife had put it subtly, Lin Mo naturally understood her intention. It was nothing more than the fear that having tasted the thrill of a lucky find, he might get carried away and end up losing all the money he had earned. It's like gambling, you don't get addicted if you keep losing. The fear is that once you start winning, after experiencing easy gains, you can never settle down to do some honest work. It's commonly called getting carried away. Looks like I need to find a way to reassure my wife and not always leave her anxious. After thinking for a bit, Lin Mo said very seriously, "Wife, one know what you're worried about, it's okay, I have a master helping me out, and also, I promise you, if I make a mistake once, I will never buy antiques again in my life. That way you won't be worried, right?" Li Jinwen breathed a sigh of relief and answered, "Husband, I don't distrust you, it's just a little concern, but since it's something you've set your sights on, go ahead with courage. Okay, let's not talk about this now, remember to eat lunch. You too, don't forget to eat at noon. MHM." After hanging up the phone, Lin Mo thought fishing was really a bit boring, the fish weren't biting all morning, and he was getting hungry, so he opened up a self-heating rice meal, began to heat up the dishes, and prepared to eat. He had thought Chen Shanhe would leave to find somewhere to eat, but he hadn't expected the old man to also be of a serious nature, with no intention of leaving at all. When Lin Mo was ready to start his meal, a middle-aged man in tight sportswear with a buzz cut delivered a packed lunch to him. Throughout the meal the middle-aged man didn't leave, he just stood between Lin Mo and Chen Shanhe, his sharp gaze occasionally sweeping over Lin Mo's face. Honestly, it was not a good feeling. The already troubled Lin Mo, under such scrutiny, felt uncomfortable all over. It was as if he had committed a crime. For the sake of information, I can only endure it. After Lin Mo finished eating, he gathered all the trash in a bag, placed it to the side, continued fishing, and tried not to look in Chen Shanhe's direction. In short, he acted as naturally as possible. After another half an hour or so, a familiar male voice sounded from behind Lin Mo. "My benefactor, I've finally found you." The voice belonged to none other than Wang Erbo, who had called Lin Mo earlier. His voice was loud and robust. Not only did Lin Mo instinctively turn his head, but the eyes of Chen Shanhe and a few bodyguards nearby also fell on him. Possibly due to his excitement, Wang Erbo ignored the other people around and walked straight up to Lin Mo, about to kneel again. Hey, brother, a man's knees are precious, you really mustn't do this. I can't accept it." Lin Mo quickly supported him again and asked, "Is it that the auction house took your stuff? No worries, just show it to me, and I'll make a transfer. But I definitely can't offer as much as the auction house 200,000, can you accept that?" Lin Mo pretended to reach for his phone. Chen Shanhe, who had not caught any fish all morning, hearing the commotion, curiously watched the scene unfold. He had no particular reaction, just watching the excitement. Wang Erbo hurriedly shook his head to explain, "No, benefactor, they took my bottle and offered me a price of 260,000. Took it?" Lin Mo was slightly taken aback, then asked in bewilderment, "Then why are you looking for me? I have to properly thank you." Wang Erbo took out a thick red envelope from his black backpack and handed it over. "If one hadn't met you today, my bottle would definitely have been sold for just 100,000. To be honest, my mental price was only 100,000 as well. It was you who helped me earn an extra 150,000 or so, this is life-saving money, I came specifically to thank you." "Oh. So that's what it was." Through the exchange between Lin Mo and Wang Erbo, Chen Shanhe, who was sitting not far away, had roughly figured out what had happened. However, he merely sighed inwardly that there were still some good people in society, without any further action. Having lived to his age and climbed to such a high position, he had seen too many storms, and there was almost nothing that could surprise or move him anymore. Chen Shanhe withdrew his gaze, indifferently watching the float in the river, waiting for the next fish to bite. "Brother, I appreciate the gesture, but one definitely can't accept the money," Lin Mo said. No way, my wife also said that this red envelope must be given to you, you are our family's great benefactor. I really can't take it, you're also struggling, so save the money for your child's medical treatment. Benefactor, if you don't take it, I'm going to kneel right here and not get up. As he was speaking, the nearly 180 centimeters tall burly man was preparing to kneel again. All right. Lin Mo knew that it would be inappropriate to refuse any further, so he simply said, okay, if you insist, then I'll accept the money. Now hurry to the hospital to see the child, they can't do without someone there. Deal, deal, deal. Wang Erbo passed the red envelope with both hands, his smile growing ever more brilliant. As he turned to leave, Lin Mo called out, right, brother, when you get home, look around again. If you find any other antiques, you can bring them to me, I'll help you appraise their value, and then you can sell them. Sure. All right, you go on with your business. I'll head to the hospital now and someday soon, I'll treat you to a meal. After Wang Erbo had left, Lin Mo weighed the red envelope in his hand, about 20,000 in it, he guessed. He didn't bother to open it and just put it in his fishing bag next to him. Although he hadn't earned over 200,000, the feeling of being sincerely thanked was honestly quite delightful. Time was slowly passing. There was still no activity on Lin Mo's end, the float was as if soldered to the surface of the water, not moving in the slightest. Meanwhile, Chen Shanhe started to have fish bite intermittently. Is it because I haven't found the right spot on the bottom, so the position of the fishhook is wrong, causing no fish to bite? Anyone who has fished knows that once half a day goes by without a catch, one inevitably starts to overthink. As a novice, Lin Mo was no different. He thought maybe the bait was the problem, then felt the earthworms weren't fresh, and at times figured the fishing line was too thick and the fish could see it, hence they didn't bite. He watched tutorials on TikTok while adjusting his fishhook on the spot, which ended up in a mess and even less chance of a catch. He was also lucky he wasn't there solely for fishing, otherwise, spending over 1,000 on gear and not catching a single fish, Lin Mo reckoned he would have completely shut himself in. I really don't see the point of fishing. With this free time, I could have made several hundred by hauling goods up flights of stairs. Lin Mo, bored out of his mind, decided to check the motionless float to see if the earthworm on the hook was still there. But to his surprise, he couldn't pull it up at all. Is there a fish? Chapter 47, Fishing and Caught a Corpse? What's going on? Lin Mo tried letting out the fishing line, but there was no movement underwater, which didn't seem like he had caught a fish. After all, whether it was a big fish or a small one, there should be some struggle, unlike now, where the fishing line wouldn't budge, and there was no response when releasing the line. Not far away, Chen Shanhe, after seeing this, called out a reminder, "Hey, young man, you must have hooked something on the riverbed. If you can't pull it up, just cut the line." Cut the line? What a joke! Do you have any idea how much this line cost? The genuine mermaid brand, nearly 2 yuan a roll, plus the Xiaofengxian nano float, almost 200 yuan in total. What does that mean? Before the system was activated, Lin Mo had to work 12 hours at a courier distribution center to afford this set of gear. How could he bear to cut it? I'll try again, maybe it's a big fish that doesn't like to move. Lin Mo replied offhand and then continued to grapple with whatever was in the water. Seeing that he wouldn't take advice, Chen Shanhe didn't say much more and concentrated on watching his own float. The fish were biting well for him at the moment, there was action every time he set the hook. That meant a school of fish had been attracted over, a chance that might not come several times in a day, so he couldn't be bothered with someone else's business. He had kindly offered a word of advice just now, seeing that Lin Mo seemed like a decent person. Since he didn't listen, so be it. Meanwhile, Lin Mo ignored Chen Shanhe, trying various methods to reel the fishing line back in bit by bit. It must be said. Other than being expensive, quality goods have only advantages. Using almost all his strength, the nearly 100 yuan fishing line did not break. The fishing rod, although bent into a half-moon shape, showed no signs of snapping. Damn it, I don't believe this. The more it refused to come up, the more Lin Mo's competitive spirit was aroused. He tightened his grip on the fishing rod and tried pulling from side to side. He found out that if he pulled from the left, the hooked object would move, albeit not by much. He gave up on brute force and began to shift from side to side, trying to leverage the object underwater gradually. After trying for a while, it actually seemed to help. Because his movements were so large, many of the surrounding fishermen thought he had caught a monster and rushed over to watch. When they realized the object in the water wasn't struggling, they could guess the rough situation. It wasn't a fish, but something caught on the riverbed. Some people left after a glance or two, while others, with the idea that they had nothing better to do, stayed to watch and discuss what Lin Mo might pull up. Bro, keep it up. I once fished up a car tire, but I guess what you've got is heavier than that. Haha, one even fished up rotten wood before. What's that compared to mine? Damn it, buddy, I used all my might last time, only to find out I pulled up a freaking shared bicycle, almost killed me. Haven't you seen the world? Last time at the pond, my line got tangled with a guy across from me, each of us thought we had a big fish, luckily, I had more people on my side, haha, that guy got yanked right into the river. Good lord, you all can fish up anything but the fish. The more people discussed, the more onlookers there became. Some quick-witted vendors simply wheeled over their food stalls to sell things while watching Lin Mo. These people really love a spectacle and don't think it's too much trouble, not even offering to help. Gradually, Lin Mo could feel that whatever was in the water was quite heavy, but not completely fixed in place. He could move it a little if he used all his strength. But the moment he let go, it would sink back to the bottom. What on earth is this thing, so heavy? Could it really be a shared bicycle? A shared donkey? Lin Mo was increasingly curious about the kind of newbie gift pack he would get from his first attempt at fishing with professional equipment. His actions, however, were already affecting Chen Shanhe nearby. Everyone was in the same body of water, and the disturbance here could scare the fish away, causing them to scatter in all directions. The man in the windbreaker with a buzz cut standing next to Chen Shanhe asked, "Elder Chen, should we do something about it?" "No need, this is the people's Ming Yuan Lake, not the Chen family's Ming Yuan Lake." Chen Shanhe shook his head and waved his hand, "Go help him out, don't let the kid exhaust himself." Despite his words, one could still sense Chen Shanhe's displeasure. As a fishing enthusiast, he had been eagerly waiting for the fish, but someone nearby disrupted it, which would upset any angler. "Yes, I'll go now." The buzz-cut man nodded and walked directly towards Lin Mo, taking hold of the fishing rod once he stood beside him. "Friend, let me help you." Lin Mo's first reaction was to note the man's great strength. He worked in construction, and despite being injured, his strength was much greater than that of the average person. Yet this guy, with ease, had taken up something that even Lin Mo, with all his might, couldn't budge. Furthermore, Lin Mo specifically noticed the calluses on the man's palms, at the base of his fingers. Based on what he'd seen in movies, such calluses typically formed from years of farming or from practicing with firearms. "Great, great, thanks for the help, brother." Having someone to assist him, Lin Mo was naturally pleased. Together, they slowly pulled whatever was in the river closer to the surface. The water rippled, and as the fishing line gradually neared the shore, the onlooking crowd began to grow excited. They had been waiting for over 10 minutes, just for this moment. Soon, the object in the river neared the shore, revealing more and more of itself. From a distance, it looked like a large stone tied with a rope. "Hey, it's just a rock. All that excitement for nothing." "No kidding, someone did this on purpose, right?" tying a rope around a rock so it would snag the hook. Damn it! Let's disperse, no more spectacle to see. The crowd gradually dispersed, leaving only Lin Mo and the buzz-cut man still wrestling with the stone in the water. However, when the stone had been dragged ashore and Lin Mo was about to move it aside after removing the hook, his eyes opened as wide as copper bells, and his mouth involuntarily formed an O shape. Holy shit, holy shit. Is that human hair? Lin Mo rarely swore, but no one could stay calm when what they'd been fishing for turned out to be a corpse tied to a stone. Whoosh! The buzz-cut man, who had already walked a distance away, dashed back in a flash, his gaze fixated on a dark mass in the shallow water. From his years of experience, that mass was most likely hair. And those people who had moved away also regathered, their eyes filled with surprise, staring intently at the churning water. The next second, the buzz-cut man grabbed the rope tied to the stone and yanked with all his might, pulling a bloated, pallid, and swollen male corpse from the water, one that had swollen to giant proportions. In an instant. Chapter 48, Criminal Police Captain, by Feng. Fuck! It's a corpse. No one knew who shouted first, but the crowd on the bank became instantly chaotic. Awesome! What are you spacing out for? Call the police, will ya? I've always heard you could fish out corpses from the river, but this is my first time seeing it in real life. Damn it, one ate fish from this river just yesterday. More and more people gathered, many of them taking out their phones to start recording videos. Cough cough. Lin Mo, experiencing a corpse up close for the first time, felt a wave of nausea rushing to his guts right after the initial shock, almost making him throw up. The corpse, having been soaked in the lake water for a long time, had pale, swollen skin that was wrinkling and sloughing off in sheaths, made all the more disgusting by the fish bites that had torn wounds into the flesh. Chen Shanhe's bodyguards were also frowning deeply, eyeing the corpse by the river. The crew-cut man who had exerted effort to pull out the corpse asked in a lowered voice, "Elder Chen, what should we do?" "Call the police, disperse the crowd, and don't let them disturb the scene." Chen Shanhe was undoubtedly the calmest person there. After arranging for his men to call the police, he slowly walked up to Lin Mo. "Young man, are you all right?" "All right? What a joke!" Lin Mo felt the self-heated meal he had just eaten climbing up his throat, ready to spill out at any moment. Disgusting. He was probably going to have nightmares tonight. But faced with Chen Shanhe's inquiry, he only covered his mouth and shook his head without speaking. Audiobook.com. Chen Shanhe didn't say much more, commanding his bodyguards to maintain the scene, then waited in silence for the police to arrive. Woo, woo, woo. The police in Rakshasa City were quite efficient. In less than 10 minutes, several police cars with blaring sirens had arrived at the riverbank. The car doors opened, and a dozen or so officers rushed out, quickly starting to cordon off the scene in an orderly manner. There were also 2 forensic experts in white coats and masks who went straight to the corpse, beginning to take photos to secure the evidence. The lead police officer was a middle-aged man in a white shirt. He first came to Chen Shanhe's side, saluted, and then said, "Elder Chen, you're here as well." Chen Shanhe was a well-known figure in Rakshasa City for many years, having done a lot of charity work, and thus Bai Feng also recognized him. Chen Shanhe sized up the man before him and after thinking for a moment said, "Oh, Bai Feng, I remember you, Rakshasa City's top 10 outstanding criminal police officers of 2019. Important matters first, one won't take up more of your time. The body was discovered by that young man, you can ask him if you have any questions." Facing the direction Chen Shanhe pointed, Bai Feng's brow furrowed unconsciously. It wasn't that he recognized Lin Mo, but rather that the jacket he was wearing looked very familiar. He had one just like it. A police officer's intuition is very sharp, but clothes matching is a common occurrence. Bai Feng didn't take it too seriously and turned to walk up to Lin Mo, asking, "Are you the one who found the body?" Lin Mo looked up, and before he could say anything, he felt the person in the white uniform before him looked incredibly familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. After carefully thinking it over, it suddenly dawned on him. That's right, he had seen his picture at Zhang Gilan's house half a day ago. Should he say hello? Lin Mo thought it over and decided better not. The situation was complicated enough as it was, and telling the officer that he had escorted his mother home half a day ago would only invite unnecessary trouble. With that thought, Lin Mo spoke up, "That's right, officer, one was the one who found it. I was just here trying to catch some fish and never expected to catch a body." Bai Feng nodded and turned to a female officer beside him, instructing, "Please take this gentleman back to the station for a statement." The female officer beside him looked at Lin Mo and asked, "How should I address you?" "Just call me Lin Mo." Lin Mo had never been to a police station before and didn't know how long it would take to give a statement. He tentatively asked, "Could one ask how many hours it will take to make a statement? My child is still in primary school and gets out at 6:30. If one can't make it to pick him up, one need to let my wife know." "You can't contact anyone until you have finished giving your statement," the policewoman politely declined his request, then added, "But making a statement will be quick. It won't delay you from picking up your child." Lin Mo seldom interacted with police and didn't know whether the policewoman was right or not, but since she said so, he had no choice but to comply. Catching a body on his first fishing trip had left his mind in complete disarray. The record content above, I have read in detail or listened carefully to the public notary's reading. All the content of the record originates from my oral statement, and is accurate and correct. I am willing to take all legal responsibility for any falsehoods. At the same time, one have fully understood and am clear about the information notified by the notary. Signatory, Lin Mo. Since it was a major case involving a death, the documentation was extremely detailed. By the time Lin Mo had copied down the content above and left the police station, it was already past 2 p.m. About an hour and a half had passed since he found the body. Fortunately, among the unfortunate. When Lin Mo left the police station, he happened to encounter officers who were heading to the scene to conduct an investigation. They gave him a lift, saving him nearly 200 yuan in cab fare. The atmosphere inside the police car was somewhat oppressive, and nobody was in the mood for chatting. Lin Mo gazed out the window at the roads flashing by, with the image of the body he had just seen still dominating his mind. After about half an hour, the police car stopped at Mingyuan Lake. As Lin Mo got out, he noticed that the lakeside had already been cordoned off by police tape. Although there were still onlookers, there were hardly any people left fishing. Chen Shanhe had left as well. Although the intelligence system indicated he would be fishing until 4 p.m., clearly that was not set in stone. Lin Mo had lost his will to fish and, after packing up his things, rode his electric scooter away from Mingyuan Lake. As he roamed through the streets aimlessly on his electric scooter, Lin Mo pondered his plans for the future. Although there had been an unexpected incident today, he had almost finished everything that needed to be done. Meeting Zhang Gilan, snagging antiques at a bargain, contacting Chen Shanhe. Even though he didn't make the 200,000 yuan profit margin, earning peace of mind and a generous red envelope surely made it all worth it. There are still 2 or 3 hours until my daughter gets out of school. In the meantime, I'll look for some opportunities to make money. I've been talking about starting a small business with my wife all this time, and it's no good not having a clear idea. With this thought, Lin Mo parked his electric scooter in a commercial district closest to Future Star Primary School and began wandering the streets on foot. The most common shops on the street were convenience stores. Although this kind of business required a large investment and took a long time to break even, it was stable. As long as the location wasn't too bad, it usually wouldn't result in a loss. What I need to do should revolve around the intelligence system, a business that can give me access to profitable information. A convenience store definitely won't work. The clientele is too diverse, and so would be the information, which wouldn't benefit future development. As he walked, Lin Mo stopped in front of an elegantly decorated office building. He took 2 steps back, tilted his head upward, and scrutinized the sign on the building, which read in sweeping calligraphy, Xinchen, Rakshasa City, Financial Investment Co., Limited. Chapter 49, It seems not bad to open a lottery shop? Finance, investment, securities, stocks. Although these industries rely on luck, they certainly also rely on strength. For someone with an intelligence system like mine, these are absolutely top-notch fields. Others invest based on experience, but I can know the outcomes in advance, which companies will survive, which industries will have future prospects. You don't even need much intelligence, just occasionally putting your money on the right bet can ensure you never have to worry about money again, but such intelligence isn't something you can have whenever you want. The idea was sexy, but reality was bony. Lin Mo did the math on all his savings, and even with his parents' 400,000, it wasn't enough for 2 million. Forget finance and investment, even if he threw everything into stocks and securities, in Rakshasa City, he would still just be a small fry, the kind that could only sit on the cold bench in a brokerage firm's lobby. And to speak of investing? Who would invest that little money in? Unless he had some special intelligence, otherwise, diving headlong would also end up with him sitting on that cold bench. No rush, my principal is still a bit low right now, and I don't know enough about the financial sector. I can take it slow and then gradually delve into it. Of course, coming by daily to see if I can gather useful intelligence is still an option. Is there any industry where you can invest with a little money? Preferably one with low inherent risks so it would be easier to convince the wife. Otherwise, she would definitely think I'm bewitched again, which isn't good for our relationship as a couple. Now that I have the system, there's absolutely no need to rush. If I cause my family distress, it would be a loss not worth the gain. As a porter, Lin Mo's exposure to upper-class society was indeed very limited, his only window to it being short videos. After much thought, his idea wasn't much different from most people's. With all the information he had, the only thing that seemed to satisfy the conditions of low risk and high return was still the lottery shop he had encountered at the beginning. Investing in a lottery shop doesn't require much, and it is also the most familiar business type available to me. Even if you don't get a first prize level intelligence every day, just occasionally winning 1 or 2 soccer bets is enough to ensure the family lives well without worry. It's unrealistic to hang out at the lottery shop every day. Opening a lottery shop, that seems quite fitting. Having decided what kind of shop to open next, Lin Mo's mood gradually improved. He found a place to sit down and started looking up the process for opening a lottery shop on his phone while waiting for his daughter to get out of school. At 6:20 p.m., Lin Mo arrived early at Future Star Primary School. There were many parents picking up their kids, and because the weather was getting colder, almost all of them had come by car, which caused the road to be utterly jammed. 2 traffic cops, tasked with this area, stood by the roadside, directing the congested traffic. Lin Mo sat on his electric scooter, still looking up the process for opening a lottery shop. He also read about many downsides to running a lottery shop, like you can't do welfare and sports lottery at the same time, and general lottery stations also don't offer betting on soccer games unless their sales reach a certain quota to unlock the permission. Even the omnipresent scratch cards are a topic, as only shops with better sales volumes can get more allocation. As for profits, overall profits for a lottery shop are just average. Numerical lotteries yield an 8% commission, scratch-off lotteries 8.5%, and sports lotteries 7%. Meaning for every 2 yuan of lottery tickets sold, the profit would be 8 yuan. 8.5 yuan, or 7 yuan. However, none of these were problems for Lin Mo. He had never intended to make money from selling lottery tickets, he just needed the lottery shop to trigger intelligence from the system. At this time, although the kids had not yet finished school, teachers had started to trickle out from the building. For the safety of the students, the school didn't allow cars inside, not even for the principal, so all the teachers walked to work and drove from the parking lot at the front of the school. Many parents greeted the teachers enthusiastically upon seeing them, especially the teachers of their children's classes. Everyone valued education, and to them, the teachers and homeroom teachers were as dear as benefactors. Especially when Lu Mihong appeared, many parents with some connection to her gathered around. "Principal Lu, you've worked hard." "Hello, Principal." "Principal Lu, my child often mentions you, saying you're the prettiest teacher he's ever seen." "Principal, that outfit you're wearing today is so beautiful." Lu Mihong enjoyed being surrounded by parents, smiling and greeting them unhurriedly as she made her way to the entrance. As she passed through the crowd and walked by a row of electric scooters, Lu Mihong's gaze caught Lin Mo, who was engrossed in his phone. If it had been before, Lu Mihong would have definitely avoided Lin Mo and tried not to have too much contact with him. To prevent Lin Mo from one day making huge demands and using her secret to blackmail her. However, since that morning, Lu Mihong had vaguely sensed something special about Lin Mo and had made up her mind. No matter whether Lin Mo really had any special abilities or not, she felt it was essential to get on good terms with him. With this thought in mind, Lu Mihong walked over to Lin Mo, and when she got close, she stopped, smiled, and said, "Mr. Lin, are you here to pick up Xiao Xiao from school?" The principal initiating conversation in Mandarin with an electric scooter-riding parent? This caused many parents waiting to pick up their children to show surprised expressions. Lin Mo, coming back to his senses and seeing it was Lu Mihong, smiled, put away his phone, stepped off the scooter, and greeted her, "Principal Lu, I'm sorry, I was looking at some messages and didn't notice you." "It's all right, no problem at all," Lu Mihong said very politely, waving her hand with a big smile, and continued, "Mr. Lin, do you have some time? I'd like to invite you to dinner and talk about Xiaoxiao's participation in the speech contest." Being publicly invited to dinner by the principal of Rakshasa City's public school was something that had never even crossed Lin Mo's mind in his wildest dreams. But he had been through a lot recently and had become more composed. That's really kind of you, but I'm quite busy recently, and I've actually been meaning to invite you to dinner," Lin Mo said apologetically. "How about we plan for a meal after this busy period is over? We really need to thank you for looking after Xiao Xiao." Although she was rejected, Lu Mihong's expression didn't change. She simply nodded and exchanged a few more pleasantries before bowing slightly and turning to leave. After Lu Mihong left, a female parent whose child was in Lin Xiaoxiao's class leaned over and asked in a low voice, "Brother, what's your relationship with Principal Lu? Could you ask her to look after our child as well? Rest assured, I definitely won't forget your kindness." Lin Mo shook his head politely and smiled, "Nanan's parent, you're thinking too much. I'm not really familiar with Principal Lu. It's probably only because my child has a good relationship with her that she's so polite to me." "Oh, I see," the parent clearly didn't believe this, but since Lin Mo put it that way, she could only nod and silently move to the side to wait for her child's school to finish. After a short wait, the children began to come out of the school one after another. Lin Xiao Xiao had just come out of the school gate when she already spotted Lin Mo not far away and ran over, bouncing joyfully. "Daddy? Hey, slow down, don't trip. I love it when Daddy picks me up the most." Smooth talker, isn't it good when your mom picks you up?" "It's good too, but not as good as Daddy." "Come clean, aren't you saying the same thing to your mom? You little rascal." "Hee, Daddy, can I buy a starch sausage?" "No." The father and daughter continued to chat as they walked over to the electric scooter. Lin Xiao Xiao pointed to a fishing box on the back seat and asked, "Daddy, what's inside this box?" "What's inside?" Chapter 50, others have their dead fish smell, your husband smells like a corpse. The electric scooter's battery was low, so they rode slowly for nearly an hour before the father and daughter stood before their own door. Turning the key, they opened the door, and a delicious aroma of cooking greeted them. "Mom! It smells great, what yummy food did you make? All you think about is eating," one glutton leading another. Li Jinwen teased with a laugh, following it up by bringing out the prepared dishes from the kitchen and setting them on the dining table. 3 dishes and a soup, both sumptuous and tasty. "Really smells good." Lin Mo sat at the dining table and complimented, but somehow couldn't brmg himself to pick up his chopsticks. No helping it. With the corpse on his mind, who could eat? After washing her hands, Lin Xiao started eating with gusto, ceaselessly buttering up Li Jinwen. Li Jinwen noticed Lin Mo's unusual behavior. "Husband, what's wrong? No appetite?" "Ah, I'm fine." "Who are you trying to fool? You don't look fine. By the way, didn't you say you were going to buy some antiques today? Did you end up buying them?" "I didn't see any money deducted, just a charge for 1,400. "Ah, it's a long story. So what happened exactly?" "Xiao, after you finish eating, go to your room and do your homework." "What are you spacing out for?" Lin Xiao pouted. She wanted to hear the story too. But she also knew that she shouldn't get involved in adults' matters. "Got it." After Lin Xiao left, only Lin Mo and Li Jinwen remained in the living room. Lin Mo sighed helplessly and said, "All right, stop asking, I'll just tell you the whole story from the beginning. I've had quite an eventful day. It all starts with an old lady who was knocked over by a garbage can. This morning, I encountered an old lady who had fallen, covered in dirt and with a swollen leg. Out of kindness, I took her home. This shirt I'm wearing is what the old lady gave me." "Oh, right. Let me have a drink of water first, you check how much money is in there." After briefly recounting his morning's ordeal of taking Zhang Gilin back home, Lin Mo took out the red envelope from his fishing tackle box and handed it to Li Jinwen. Li Jinwen opened the red envelope, revealing 2 neat stacks of 100 yuan bills, and exclaimed in surprise, "This, 20,000 yuan. That old lady gave this to you. How could that be? Even if she did, I couldn't accept it." Lin Mo put down his glass and shook his head as he explained, "This money is from the antique seller as a thank you for my help." Selling antiques? Li Jinwen was somewhat confused. "Don't rush, the specifics are like this." Lin Mo then described his encounter with Wang Erbo to Li Jinwen, omitting any mention of the intelligence system, saying it was just advice from a wise person nearby that led him to try to seize the opportunity, but he couldn't harden his heart when he saw Wang Erbo was raising the money to save his daughter. Upon hearing that her husband missed out on nearly 200,000 yuan, Li Jinwen showed a face full of regret but still gave a thumbs up and said, "Husband, you did the right thing. That was life-saving money, it truly would be a bit soulless to make money off that. By the way, you keep mentioning some wise person, who is it? Male or female? They've helped us so many times, shouldn't we invite them for a meal to express our gratitude properly?" Who was this wise person? The intelligence system. Of course, Lin Mo had no intention of telling his wife about the system. That wise person is a client I helped move before, I ran into them recently, and we had a good chat. They taught me a lot about antiques. The old gentleman is quite old and doesn't like to go out for meals. We'll visit him someday when there's a chance, I'll bring you and Xiao along." To avoid further questioning from his wife, Lin Mo shifted the topic and continued, "Okay, those 2 minor issues out of the way, now let me tell you how I fished a corpse out of the river." "Hey? A corpse fished out of the river?" When the topic was brought up, Li Jinwen's expression turned extremely surprised. "What's this all about?" "Yes, a corpse, you heard it right. While others catch dead fish, your husband has a knack for catching dead bodies. What do you mean? You went fishing. Let me tell you the story in detail. Lin Mo took a sip of water and recounted the event without haste. He omitted the part about the intelligence system, just saying that the expert wanted to eat fish from Mingyuan Lake. He initially planned to buy fish for the expert, but later felt that catching it himself would be more meaningful. He never expected to end up fishing out a body. Lin Mo's description of the corpse was very vivid. Not that he was particularly good at storytelling, but because the memory was still fresh in his mind. The moment he closed his eyes, the image of the bloated, waterlogged body would sway before him. Spinning left, then right, it was incredibly frightening. Not only was Lin Mo nearly nauseous from speaking about it, but Li Jinwen also turned a shade of pale green from listening. Enough, enough, it's too scary, I don't want to hear any more. Li Jinwen shook her head, trying hard to forget the detailed description her husband just gave about the body, especially the part about the unknown little bugs crawling out of the decaying skin. It gave her goosebumps all over, you know. Quick, take a bath, take a bath. How could this happen? Li Jinwen quickly stood up and walked to the bathroom door but hesitated for a long time without daring to enter. She turned her head back to Lin Mo and said, "Husband, come here for a second." Lin Mo was tidying up the dishes and asked puzzledly, "What's wrong?" "Just come here." Coming. Lin Mo dried his hands and walked over, still puzzled, and asked, "What's wrong?" I'm scared," Li Jinwen said with a flushed face and in a low voice, "I'll wash the dishes tomorrow, wash with me." "Sure, no problem," Lin Mo said with a laugh. "We're husband and wife, it's just a bath we're talking about. Do you really need to blush over that?" Smack! Lin Mo felt a foot stepping on his own, bringing a piercing pain. Li Jinwen said huffily, "Do you think I'm blushing out of shyness? I'm terrified because of your story. I hate you. If you're going to tell it, then tell it, but why go into such gruesome detail?" Bearing the pain, Lin Mo put his hands together and kept whispering apologies, sorry, keep it down, Xiao is doing her homework. Let's bathe. I'll scrub your back." After the bath, they tidied up the living room and then returned to the bedroom, lying down on the bed. Li Jinwen turned over restlessly and punched Lin Mo, complaining, "One hate it. Now whenever I close my eyes, all I see is the corpse you described." "Ah," Lin Mo sighed, feeling helpless, "isn't that the same for me? I think I'm going to suffer from insomnia tonight." "Husband, think of a topic quick. We'll get sleepy as we chat along, it'll distract our minds." What should we talk about? Do you like to listen to strange stories from a Chinese studio? Lin Mo, if you scare me again, I swear it won't end well for you. Haha, don't be angry. I was just joking. I do have a serious topic to discuss, and it's about our future. What? Tell me. Li Jinwen sat up instantly, her energy renewed. "I was thinking of discussing with you the idea of opening a lottery shop," Lin Mo said seriously, looking at Li Jinwen with a hopeful expression. "Lottery shops are good. They require little investment, don't need a large storefront, and there's no great performance pressure. Since you quit last time and have been talking about finding a job recently, once the lottery shop is open, you'll be the lady boss. Being your own boss lets you take care of Xiao too. So, lady boss, what do you think of my idea?"